Sports fans, welcome rugby fans, welcome to Quincy, Massachusetts, and the U23 Women's USA Rugby All-Star Tournament here at the home of the New England Free Jacks. My name is Mike Eisenhart, and I'll be bringing you the live action today of the consolations and finals of the Tier 2 and Tier 1 championships here at the All-Star Tournament. And we'll be getting started shortly. Captains have made their way to the field. There's some logistics to happen and a little bit with the referee, but we are getting ready to make it happen. So in just a few minutes, we will bring you the live action and get things rolling here at Quincy. Thanks for joining the EGRL, RPS, Main Street Marathon, and Main Street Sports, and the whole crew from New Jersey. Happy to bring this game to you, and a big shout out and thanks to Martha Danes and the Women's High Performance Pathway, who has invited us to be here on this great event and take part in this with you. So we'll be bringing you 4 games today. That's how it's going to work, and those 4 games will be consolation and final of the Tier 2 and consolation and final of the Tier 1 championship. More to come. Stay tuned. And in our first matchup today, we've got the Mustangs on the left side of the screen and the Mid-Atlantic squad on the right side of the screen. We'll go ahead and bring those lineups for you. The first for the Mustangs: Slip, Crafton, Webb, Hoffman, Cruz, Snow, Hartford, Ozerski, Corey, Robinson, the captain, vice captain, Dillard, Tomlinson, Dillard the captain, Tomlinson, Tyson, an unlisted player, and Como, coached by KJ Abel Rush. So great to have that squad with us. And now on the right side of the screen, the Mid-Atlantic team. Mid-Atlantic, coached by Devin O'Crump, has Goyette, Dietz, Delgado, Allen, Simmons, McBrayer, Lee's the vice captain, Boyd, Snow, Jordan, Lyons, Greenleaf the vice captain, Shapiro, Hickey, and Johnson in the back. And it looks like we're ready to kick off, so we're going to go ahead and get you started. Mid-Atlantic on the right side of the screen in red will kick the ball to the Mustangs, and we're away. Ball is fielded cleanly and brought out nearly to the 10-meter. Good hard run. Ruck is formed. Ball looks to be stolen. Mid-Atlantic was able to get their hands on it. Stolen. Referee was okay with that, and ball now comes out. First crash of the day, a little bump off, but stays on her feet, and now the ruck. And again, once the hands are in, this time for the Mustangs, quick over the ball, and it looks like they have now stolen it. So teams have traded steals. Now the ball comes out. Good hard run, gains a few. That's Ozerski. And now we've got a penalty. Referee says holding on, didn't release, and so there'll be a penalty to Mustangs. And they look to kick toward touch, able to find touch, a bit of a bouncer, but finds touch, and so we'll see our first line out of the day. So these teams are in the consolation of the Tier 2. Both had sort of a tough road to get here, but certainly we're seeing some even play so far. So as they get these first minutes going and sort of jitters out of the way, we expect to see some things get going. We're going to go ahead and get the clock started on our end. Up top, they're about a minute and a half in, so we'll go ahead and fix that at halftime. Ball comes out, and now it's the Mustangs looking to find that gap out there in that 13 channel, and this is going to work out and gain some meters. Support is there, but a really nice counter ruck. Ball's bobbled, but went backward. And now a little more clean. Decides to go on to the weak side. That's the 12, who is finding a seam and is possibly going to make it happen. That was great little bump off. And yes, the first try of the day is awarded to the Mustangs. Really good work there. Nice little run by number 12. for the Mustangs, who was able to dot it down and get the first points of the day. My apologies to the Mustangs and the fans at home. We do not have a number or name for that player, number 12, who scored the try. But nonetheless, great work there, and we're expecting the kick shortly. Kick is up, and the flags are up. So that's going to bring it up to 7. The extras are good. So we'll head back to the center. That was Robinson from the Little Rock Stormers who took the kick and was able to make it count, wearing the 10 jersey. We think that was Lauren Tomlinson, who scored the try from Drury. So nice job there. A little bit bobbled in the kick, and that is going to be a knock-on. Referee says, yep, that's a knock-on just inside the 22. And so Mid-Atlantic will get a chance to scrum down. So Cameron Snow has the ball in hand of Westchester University, number 22 for Mid-Atlantic. And it looks like the platform will be set. So usually first game of the day, always a few little jitters here and there. And as you can see, referee going to kind of settle things and start it again. Oftentimes that's, the early energy. Bodies are still feeling strong, and sometimes want to make sure it's safe, get things right before we really get in there and pack down hard. And now the ball's placed. It's hooked cleanly, brought out to the 8-man. 8 goes to 9, 9 out of the width. They're going to look to test that width, driving on, gaining a few. Ruck is formed, ball's available. And now out to the pod. Good hard run there. That was Boyd, who featured in Friday's action. Now, another couple of meters, maybe 15 meters out. This is LJ Jordan dishing the ball off inside the 5-meter. Did not catch the number on that ball carrier. Looks like the punch is available. The latch is on. Gains a few, about 2 meters out now. Mid-Atlantic looking to make it happen. Going to try to answer back, very close to the try line, maybe a meter out. Some conversation happening, couple of decisions to be made. Referee says, that's a penalty. You put your hands in there, you got to release the tackle, and you did not. And so Snow signals, let's slow this down a little bit, make some decisions. Looks like 5 meters out, they're going to likely go for the tap and go. Looks like we've got a formation being set. And here it is. Good hard drive. Looks to be a little bit above the try line, not able to get it down. Question is are they in and could they be being held up? No, it looks like Snow's digging for it. Really having to work to try to find that ball. This is the peril of a scrum half. Now the ball comes out. They have a number out there, a little sidestep. The overload was available, and unfortunately they couldn't make it work. The ball is stolen by the Mustangs, who bring it out and drive it almost to the 22. So really hard work there by the Mustangs, and now the clearance kick. It finds some green space, gets a real good roll, but it's fielded now by the wing. That's Johnson making some meters. Ball came out a little bit choppy. The 10 picks it up, has a seam, 2 on the tackle. So a little bit of a scramble right now, but now the Mustangs are settling in, and Mid-Atlantic right back to work. Unfazed, really, by losing the ball, and just gets right back to it and puts the ball back in within the 22. Now out to Allen. Allen looking. Takes a couple to bring her down, so that should mean that there's a number somewhere. Can they find it? Now the ball comes out. Little skip beyond, little dummy runner setup. They're going to test the width, it looks like. Have the corner. Nicely done out there in the width by the winger on the Mustangs to make the tackle. Ball stays red. And this time, looks like they're going to find the edge, and the try is scored. And so they're going to get the try on the board in the far corner to answer back. But nice job by the Mustangs pushing him out into the corner and really keeping the defensive pressure on. Makes for a very, very difficult kick. But nonetheless, puts 5 on the board and gets things a whole lot closer. Hard to make out the number. Who scored in the corner? We'll see if we can get that. But congratulations to Mid-Atlantic on the try. So this is a kick from pretty wide, not all the way out to the edge, but within the 5 meters. So a meter from the sideline, from the touch line. And it looks like that's Greenleaf making the effort. Does not convert, not able to make those points. And so the score will remain 7-5. And so the Mustangs bring the ball back to the center and get ready to kick, or at least get back to the center. Yeah, here we are. Now the ball in hand. And it's up. It's a nice ball, well over 10, fielded by Allen, who drives it back to the 10 meters. That was Dillard on the kick, and who may have gone and stolen that ball back. Nope. Different player. Let's go ahead and check that number. But now the Mustangs have the ball. This is Dillard. Little footwork. And now the pass. This could be Tomlinson. Roster did not have Tomlinson wearing the 12, but scoreline does. Looks like we've got a knock-on advantage being played to the Mustangs. Free checks for offsides. Everything looks okay. Ball comes out to the left side of the screen. Little show and go by the 2. Now the delivery. Gaining some meters, but looks like we're going to come back to that original knock-on. And so the scrum down sets up, and looks like Mustangs are ready, but maybe some commentary again just to make sure. Calciano with the ball for the Mustangs. Actually, hold on. Might have that wrong. I'm looking at the wrong side of the roster. That's Jojo Corey from the OU Roses with ball in hand. It's in, and it's hooked. Now it's at the feet of the 8-man. Comes out, left side of the screen. Comes across. This is 24. This is Dillard, who looks, gains some few, and really nice over-the-top little basketball delivery there, and makes it work. A very good counter ruck to put pressure. A little bit of a mishandle, but regathered. And again, another big counter ruck. However, referee says you're diving over. And so lost your feet. Rugby is a game played by on its feet. And so now the quick tap is on. Mustangs bring the ball to the right side of the screen. This is a solid effort by number 28. We do not have a name for that player, but a really, really strong run. Bounces off the first tackler. A little show and go. There's the 9. But hands are over the ball. Counter ruck was effective, or clean out. And now the ball comes back out. So looks to me like both teams are really trying to be aggressive at the breakdown and win some ball for their team, which of course you like to see. Now it's out to the left, swings out, little sidestep, 15. That's Rylan Buttes. Out again, good line pressure by Mid-Atlantic, forces the 10 to step into the space. Now the delivery, again, trying to get that mismatch out into the width. Mid-Atlantic continues to be aggressive at the breakdown, really trying to contest those rucks. But Mustangs doing a nice job of sealing things off. There's a big tackle. Offload was successful. Pounding at the 22. Again, the counter rucks are aggressive. Here's 28, player we don't have a name for. That looked to be a little over the shoulder, but came down. Referee says play on. We drive along. This is Tomlinson with ball in hand. Now inside the 22, still marching, but a good defensive effort, just phase after phase by Mid-Atlantic. And now the penalty. Referee says, get back 10. Did not see the hand signal, possibly offsides. Into the corner. This is a mismatch they're looking for, and it's going to count. That was 14, touching it down. That's Lauren Como. So they were able to capitalize on the penalty, bring the score to 12, and get themselves in good position to extend the lead. So kickers lined up here again within the 5 meters. So similar to the last try, pushed out wide. A nice strike, but it's not going to have the height to get over the bar. So probably had the distance, was a little bit low, and so did not get the points. And so that gets the score to 12-5 with the Mustangs in the lead. Those 2 points could prove to be important. We'll see if they, if Mid-Atlantic can go ahead and get down there and get that ball. Looks like we're going to stop the clock here for a minute because we've got a player that's receiving some attention on the far end of the field. So trainer is out and going to take a moment and just make sure this player's okay. And looks like that player has been attended to. A substitution is on. So referee says we're back on and good to go. This is Greenleaf with the ball in hand. Drives at 10, takes a hop, bounces, and looks to be a knock-on. Yeah, so Mid-Atlantic able to capitalize on the kick. That's the second, I believe, of the day. So that's a strategy that's working. Put the ball up and really force the opponent to be under it. That knock-on will result in a scrum that's going to go to red. And we will get back to action as the scrum forms. So Cameron Snow is the ball for the Mid-Atlantic Sharks. And we'll see what we can expect here. If there's any indication from the last game, if there was a preview there, the number 8, Kirsten Lees, who's playing in that 8-man role for Mid-Atlantic, is a threat. So this may be a place where we would see Lees digging, but not before a penalty. Referee says that was not a straight drive. So for those at home who are not aware of scrumming down, it has to be an even engage and it has to be straight. So referee says, yeah, you were turning things. You were pushing things across instead of north-south, and that results in a penalty. So Mustangs get the ball, decide to tap and go, and now bring it out to their pod. Met by a wall of red. And again, Red really working hard to contest the breakdowns. Getting some pressure, but otherwise Mustangs hanging on in there. That little knock on is going to result in a scrum, so we'll sort of go back, not quite as far as we were before, but almost back to where we were, and we'll once again see the Mid-Atlantic scrum. And so somewhere around 15 minutes, 16 minutes in the game, 17 if you're going by the field clock, which has been the official clock on the weekend, so 17 in. We've got a 12-5 score line in favor of Central South Mustangs, and Mid-Atlantic has the ball. Now join with me in the booth, my co-host for the day, or at least some of the games, Lauren Eisenhart. Lauren, thanks for coming. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So, what are you seeing so far? Anything that that stands out for you? Anything that you'd like to sort of bring to light?
I think both teams are definitely playing with a lot of aggression and intensity right now, which is good, especially, you know, on day 2 of playing. People are probably still pretty tired from Friday. I am seeing, you know, we've had 2 knock-ons in the last few minutes from the team in white, and so I feel like if they're able to kind of clean up those mistakes, this will be a game with a lot more even possession. I feel like we've seen Mid-Atlantic with a lot of the ball currently, so I would like to see some of those mistakes be cleaned up. But I think overall there's a lot of intensity right now, as we can see.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it. So Mid-Atlantic, exactly as you said, they took the ball and misdirected off the back of the scrum, brought it out into the width, gained some meters, and brought it within the 5-meter line. So that aggression seems to be paying off with ball in hand. Of course, this is the danger zone, so we'll see if they can maintain possession and drive in. This is Lee's, and she's going to do it. So not a surprise at all. The 8, Kirsten Lee's, really, really strong runner, gets the shoulders down and is able to put the points on the board. So that's going to bring it to 12-10, and slightly easier kick, but by no means easy, somewhere in line with the 15-meter line. So we'll see if Kelly Greenleaf, the 10, is able to put the ball through the sticks and get us back to even. This could be the equalizer. So this is a new kicker from Friday. On Friday, Emma Davies, another Westchester player, was taking the kicks and did quite well. So that's Emma not on the field currently, so that's the duties have gone to Greenleaf, and she will likely be much more comfortable here than she was all the way outside the 5-meter line in the first try. So we shall see. It's a solid strike, but just pushes wide of the post. So good straight kick, plenty of distance, just pushed a little bit far to the right, not able to convert the 2 extras, and so the score remains 12-10 in favor of the Central South Mustangs. So I think if you're Mid-Atlantic, I think you got to be pleased with that. I mean, you took the ball and sort of really dictated the terms after that scrum.
Absolutely. I think the pace at which they went was good. I definitely think they capitalized on their initial momentum from those 2 knock-ons from the Mustangs that we saw. And so I think, you know, if they're able to take this kick and immediately get it a few yards, I think they'll be able to keep that pace that they've been going at, and we might see another few points on the board.
Yeah, speed of play and work rate has been high, and it looks like Mid-Atlantic is that seems to be a tactic that's working out for them. Recycle the ball quickly, move it, and, you know, kind of keep it alive. And again, seeing it right here, just transferring the ball, you know, one player to the next, the offloads are on, the quick ruck. Mustangs did a good job to get in there, but Allen just absolutely drives her out of the space. A little bit of a mishandle, but the ball traveled backward. Referee says we're okay there, play on. Now, once again, the ball comes out. This is Lee's again, looking for the seam, but the strip is on. Now, the referee says you were offsides, and so that's the second time. That's number 24 for the Mustangs, which is Dillard, Ashton Dillard. Really, really solid work at the ball, and has been kind of devastating, just taking the ball out of the Mid-Atlantic player's hands. But that time, referee said, no, you started from an offside position. So whereas the strip was okay, you were in the wrong place. So Mid-Atlantic able to kick, fine touch, and now we'll test their line out. Far corner of the field, we can see the Mid-Atlantic substitutions warming up, as well as the Mustang substitution in the yellow pennies. So 20 or so minutes in, quarter of the way in this game. And it's pretty even so far. Throw is in. Goes beyond the channel. And now the pick. Ball is taken by Mid-Atlantic, turned over, and we drive on. Now it's out to Lees. Drives again. Gains a few. Lots of white jerseys around the ball. Player had hands on, but referee says you were over it, so you have to back off there. Does. And now, going to test the width. Drops the first one. Looks to the outside. Got some wheels on the corner. This could work out. That's 14. Going to touch it down. Adriana Johnson with 5 more for the Mid-Atlantic Sharks. Take their first lead of the day, 15-12. It was great transition ball work there. And I think, as you said, they really seem to want to move that ball, not let it die on the field.
Agreed. I think, the very quick phases, we've seen some offloads, we've seen some passes right before tackles are made. And I think, that kind of play just outworks defense. I mean, it is so hard to keep up, especially in the width when you have a whole team on defense that's shifting across the field and worrying about that territory as well. So I think, that tactic is just so successful at every level. And I think the faster you play and, how many phases you can just continue to go, the more that team will be able to capitalize.
Well said. I'm sure the coaches of the Mid-Atlantic would agree. That's exactly what we're hoping for. And so Greenleaf lines up again. And again, sort of a straight, solid kick, but just pushes far to the post. And so the score will remain 15-12. And we've got about 23 in. So they'll retain the ball again. And I would think at this point, this is where, if you're Mid-Atlantic, you're kind of thinking to yourself, well, if we can just get one more here. We get the ball back. We're a quarter of the way in. We've started to show them that we can run. And we might be able to break their spirit a little bit. If you're the Mustangs, this is the moment that you want to get ball. You need to get some possession.
Definitely agree. I think this kickoff, seeing what happens here will be important tactically where they decide to place the ball, but also if they want to challenge it right off the cusp or pin them in the back. I think that'll be interesting to see.
So the ball is up. That's Dillard again. Really nice driving kick, fielded cleanly by Allen. And they go right back to the same tactic. They're going to look to swing it off of the kick, get some numbers out in that wide channel. This could be Boyd, who has had a heck of a day on Friday. But the ball is coming back. Referee is whistling and saying, look, it's going to come back. So not sure. Possibly thrown forward. Yep, and there's the signal. So it's the ball is thrown forward in contact, and that one's going to come back, and it's going to go to the Mustangs. So a little bit of a pressure relief, a sigh of relief possibly for the Mustangs. I think they're happy because Boyd looked to be off to the races there a little bit, maybe one person to beat.
She did.
And so, once again, we scrum down. This time it's the Mustangs with ball in hand, and Corey puts the ball in. Driven back, Mid-Atlantic looks very strong in their push. Referee says, we're going to do it again. Nothing sinister there, just lost control, and so we're just going to reset it and do it again. But that is that's a devastating push by Mid-Atlantic. I mean, just absolutely sort of bowled over the Mustangs. So that'll give the pack some energy. We'll see if they do it again, come back with the same tactic. That looked to be a little bit of a hard engage, and right back at it. Now this time the ball comes out. And so now able to find out into the backs. That's Dillard with the loop. A little bit of an errant pass, but still turned out okay. This is 15, trying to find some space, not a lot doing, and is stolen back by Mid-Atlantic. Now they're going to go ahead and try to test that edge again. Got some numbers. They're working together. So the loops and switches certainly are a feature so far. That player appeared to be in from the side. Referee sort of confirming that and saying, get out of there. This is Boyd back to work. And the penalty for not rolling, I think. Yeah, that's number 3 who got caught on the wrong side of the ruck. And it happens. Unfortunately, you get kind of stuck in there, but you can't be there. So Annie Webb hit with the penalty. And so Mid-Atlantic will try to find touch. Greenleaf takes the kick and looks to be found easily. Gains a few. And now they will go ahead and try to test this line out in the near screen. So this is Dietz, Kellyanne Dietz, who throws into Allen, who throws to Snow. Ball's bobbled a little bit there in the transfer, but it's regained. Now the ball out to Lees, who swings it out. Little bit of a handle issue, but there into the width. This is 21, making some meters. Who I've got down is Ty Hickey. Referee says, yeah, that one's going to be a penalty, and maybe a conference there with the opposing team. Usually at this point, referee is saying, hey, listen, we're having a nice game. We're 30 minutes into that nice game, and we're seeing repeated infringements. So just talk to your team, and let's clean things up. It's hot and it's tiring out here, and that looks to be exactly what it's going to do. So Dillard, the captain, brings the team in, a little bit of a chat, while Greenleaf gets ready to try to kick and find touch. So again, for those who are maybe new to the game, this is something that certainly we all like to see. The respect for the referee having a counter respect for the captain and saying, listen, let's just make sure we clean this up and have a great rest of the first half. And Dillard does that, and everybody's back to work. So the line out is going to form, and we're going to see Kellyanne Dietz once again. The Mount St. Mary, West Carroll product, who's going to throw the ball in. A little bit of a hesitation. Mustangs got a hand on it, but it was possibly knocked in the line out. The referee says, no, you came through. So you came through the channel, and then it was hit. And so did not maintain space, offsides, and so it looks like we're going to get a tap and go. So if you're the Sharks, the Mid-Atlantic Sharks in red here, Lauren, what would you be thinking right now, given the time? We've got 30 minutes in.
I do think, giving it to this number 7 here is a good choice. I think, what we've seen so far, at least in the last several minutes, Mid-Atlantic has definitely had a lot of this momentum and a lot of possession. And so I think, being happy with that, I would say the most important thing would be to continue to maintain that possession, which looks like they might not here, but I think that is going to be important to continue to kind of secure your dominance throughout the rest of the first half and just continue to tire out your opposition, both physically and mentally.
Yeah, no doubt. Tiring to defend, right? I mean, that's sort of one of the features of the game. Tackling is tiring work, and when they're just coming at you phase after phase, and then penalty after penalty, they're really gaining both sides of the game, right? In rugby, we talk about a position game, sort of territory on the field, as well as a possession game, if you can do it. Right now, Mid-Atlantic has both, and so they therefore also have the momentum. So Dietz lines up to throw in again in the far corner. Maybe about 7 meters out. Ball is up. Fielded cleanly. No contest there. Now comes out into the width. And brought to the far 15-meter line. Now getting some forward movement. And back to about where they started. This is Boyd once again, who has just been a punishing runner. Exactly what you want to see from your flanker there. Good hard run in. And now the latch and drive, able to maintain and keep feet. Continues to push and may actually get there. That's 2 meters out. So now we're talking about some real work there after contact. Well done. That was Delgado, I believe. Over the try line, but possibly held up. And there is the signal. So referee says, yeah, you were not able to touch it down. So again, for the American football fans, you may call them touchdowns, but here in rugby world, we have to actually touch them down. If the ball does not get touched down and it's held up, it's going to restart, as we see here, with a goal line dropout. So a drop kick, almost hit the ground, travel 5 meters in the air, and it looks like Dillard's going to go ahead and do that. So really, really good work by the Mustangs to get a hand under that ball, but not before you saw some absolute bright spot there in, I believe, 17, Serafina Delgado, who just kept feet and kept churning on. Mid-Atlantic back to work, now going to swing it both sides of the field. This is Lees looking for a mismatch. Good tackle and a little fight on the ground, but that was, is exactly what I saw as well, which was the Mustangs got hands on the ball and just held it long enough to get that call. So they are going to look for some pressure relief here, and not a moment too soon, with a 15-12 scoreline. It's a solid strike and pretty easily finds touch. So they get a little pressure relief there. They're outside the 22, which is certainly a territory gain they're going to be happy with. And now their time to go ahead and set up a lineout. So lineout forms. Mustang's going to look to retain possession here and get going. Went up a little early, and then the second jumper. It's thrown off the top, and it's successful, so that worked out. Now we're going to see if Mid-Atlantic can defend and if the Mustangs can get some attack going. Now the forward movement. So a little bit of a miscue there, and unfortunately, it looks like the ball was lost in the contact. Number 10 took a thumb across the nose, and it's back on her feet, but not before the penalty is awarded. Referee says your hands are in the ruck, so the ruck was formed. You can't grab the ball once there's contact over it. And so I believe that was Lee's getting penalized for being a little overly aggressive. And now, once again, the kick to touch. Solid strike. That's Juliet Robinson, the 10 from the Little Rock Stormers, who's able to drive it into touch. And quickly bounce back after being sort of grazed in the nose on the way through contact, and so good to see that she's okay. So front jumper's up, fielded cleanly, but unfortunately in the transfer, it looks like it's going to be a knock-on. So that is the risk, right? It's all the vogue to throw the ball off the top in the lineout, but the risk, of course, is in the exchange, and that one didn't work out quite the way they would like.
Hopefully they'll be able to kind of clean that up as we keep going, because I think as we continue to see Mid-Atlantic give up these penalties and the ability to kick for touch, the Mustangs here have such a great strike. I think that's such an advantage if you can really capitalize on that in the lineout. That can be such a weapon, especially, as we go into these games and the more tired people get, the more penalties are given up.
So just on cue there, as you said, minor infraction in the scrum on Mid-Atlantic, and so they got the free kick to the Mustangs, which results in them trying to move the ball. This is Dillard looking to try to get Tomlinson into space, who was the try scorer early. Lost feet there, so that was 16 Mid-Atlantic, and now the referee says we're going to have a conference with Red. So to me, it looked like the aggression in the contact area, the attempt to get hands on the ball. Certainly that's noble. That's what you want to see, but it's got to be done under control, and referee says you're throwing yourselves around in there. And so asks the captain, Lees, to get the team together, have a little conference, and we've now seen this on both sides. So the clock continues to tick. We've got about 37 on the field, 35, 36 by our clock. And looks like referee took a little glance at the watch there to see about where we are. Kick into touch. So kicker finding her legs. I mean, that was number 10 again, Juliet Robinson, who's now had 3 solid strikes to touch. It'd be interesting to see if the Mustangs decide to start using her foot a little bit during sort of open play. We haven't seen a lot of kicking this weekend, and certainly that's another element of the game that can really change things.
Absolutely. And I think in this case, we've seen a lot of the Mustangs kind of stuck in their own half. I do think, having an ability to kick and kick far, especially, gain territory throughout that way and pin the back 3 is so important. And I definitely would like to see more of that.
So the ball is fielded cleanly and now comes across the field. They're looking for space. Mustangs now, Tomlinson finds some space and gains a few and gets the penalty as well. So now, referee now says, listen, I talked to you. We chatted, but now it could be a moment where we see more than just a conversation. This, we'll see. Could be a warning, could be a flash of yellow. I do see referee looking to the pocket. And so Mid-Atlantic is going to send off Hickey, wearing the 21 jersey, and is going to have our first card for the day. So that puts them down a player for 10 minutes, which means at the start of the second half, they'll be down a player. Did not see the infraction, and sometimes it's just being the next person, the unfortunate next person. Referee says, listen, I just gave your team a warning and said you've had repeated infringements. And so the next whatever I see, we're going to send somebody off. And if you're Ty Hickey, that's you. So unfortunately, Ty will be in the sin bin for 10 minutes while Mid-Atlantic will have to play a player down. So I think if you're Mustangs here, now the pressure to score is mounting, right? You've got a couple of minutes in this half. You've got 10 with a player down, so you know you have an overlap somewhere. They like moving the ball out into the wide channels, and that appears to be what they're going to try to do here. Dillard got tied up a little bit. Tomlinson couldn't do much with it. And so now the recycle and restart again. Out to the pods. Gain some. It's good work by Ozerski to drive on and gain a few more. Line resets. Now the ball's out. Little sidestep back into the inside. Lots of red jerseys around, so play off the deck to keep the ball alive, but unfortunately that results in a knock-on. So I think that's going to be a bit of a frustration point there for the Mustangs. They got caught isolated, sort of knew that Mid-Atlantic was going to put their hands on the ball and possibly get the ball, and unfortunately had to play it from the ground, resulted in a knock-on. And so Cameron Snow will go ahead and put the ball in. Looks to be hooked. And now out into the backs. So there's the exit behind the 22. And that's going to be the half. So smart play by Mid-Atlantic to end the half and retain the lead 15-12, but not before they go a player down here in the closing minutes of the half. So we've got a good one. We've got a good game so far, 12-15 in this Consolation Tier 2 final. Teams playing for third in the Tier 2, and we'll go ahead and catch up with you in a few. But for now, just a little bit of the scenes of Quincy. Thanks for joining us here with the EGRL, RPS, and Main Street Sports at the U23 Championships. So here in Quincy, and we've got a few minutes left before we get to the second half. Just a bit of a game recap. The teams are kind of conferencing and getting together. We've seen a very even game here, a very even first half. Mustangs came out and struck first. They looked very, very strong. Don't know if that was Mid-Atlantic finding their footing or just kind of getting connected. They have some different folks in different places in this matchup as compared to Friday's semifinal, but they seemed to find their footing, came back and started to control the possession. Got 3 tries on the board, which put them to 15, and now we've got 15-12. So the teams will be heading back toward the field shortly. We've got a yellow card, Mid-Atlantic playing with a player down for probably another 8 minutes or so. And that's, of course, going to be a feature in any strategy. So you would imagine that the Mustangs coaching staff and Coach KJ is over there saying, look, we got to take advantage of this. We've got to use the space. Let's get our eyes up and see where that player isn't. Anytime we got an overload, let's exploit it. So I would expect a little bit more of that ball movement, testing of the corners in this opening minutes. And I think that should probably do it. Now, I can't quite recall, but I believe Mustangs got the ball first, and so they will have to kick. That's a bit unfortunate for them. They may come out aggressive and try to get that ball back in order to exploit that yellow card. If you're Mid-Atlantic, more than likely you're going to try to kill that yellow card and maintain possession. Maybe not try to do too much. Just let that time sort of chip away and get back to even strength. So, back here in Quincy, Massachusetts, we are just about to start the second half of Game 1, Consolation Final, Tier 2, here at the home of the New England Free Jacks. Who actually, we probably should give a shout out to, had a heck of a win yesterday. We were here watching the game and in the stands, and a really nice showing by the local community. The crowd was solid. Game was packed on a hot day in June, first day of summer. It felt like it. The literal first day of summer was exactly what you would expect, and they were able to seal the semifinal victory with a closing minute victory. And so we're back to work. Welcome back, Lauren. Kicks up, this Dillard drives a high ball back, but it's fielded nicely and into some space. This might work out. Down the side of the field, Mid-Atlantic comes right back into the attack, and look to me that we may have a knock-on. And the knock-on, Red lost the handle. Unfortunate, because they were really making some forward progress there. I think if you're Mid-Atlantic, that's exactly how you want to start the second half.
I agree. I think that was a perfect showing for them. I think, that is kind of what we began to see in the second half of the first half. Lots of momentum, really utilizing their speed on the outside. I think if they continue to use that, they will be extremely effective for the rest of this game.
And so back to work with the scrum. And this time Mustangs have the ball. So that's JoJo Corey with the ball in hand, getting ready to place it in. They have the number advantage because of the yellow card, so we'll see if they're able to use that, find some space. Ball is hooked and comes out. And now the ball to foot. So just as we talked about, possibly trying to find some space from the kicker. And it looks like she may. This could work out if the winger can get hands on. Errant whistle. Let's see what the whistle was for. Possibly offsides on the kick. Not quite sure. And yes, that is the call. And so it sounds to me like there was a offsides player, so someone in front of the kicker, and did not retreat, which then forces the choice. We can take the penalty there, or we can bring it back where the infringement happened, and they said bring it back. And so Mid-Atlantic back in real good position to strike here with a scrum. So they're going to look to put the ball in, and I would imagine they're going to look to try to get in there and use their speed and possibly extend their lead. This is a very, very good attacking platform. But referee says not before we settle things and do it again. So the call comes in from the referee, and Snow looks ready to put the ball in. Be an interesting idea here. We'll see if we see Lee's pick and go, and she's looking. There it is. Going to go to the weak side. Now possibly, the inside pass may have been on, but just couldn't get it out of her hands fast enough, and so the ball gets recycled. Out it comes to Boyd, who's been a very effective ball carrier. Gains a few. Hands are on the ball, and it is stolen. So good job by Dillard to pull it off. The captain for the Mustangs does a real nice job there. Mid-Atlantic aggressive, but now the Mustangs back to work.
I think that's exactly what you want to see from the Mustangs here, you know, especially so deep in their half, excuse me. And with the way that the second half started, I think folding is such a strong defensive line and being able to capitalize in those rucks is exactly what we need to see.
So in a good spot, but unfortunately give up the penalty, and so now we'll see what the decision is. So we've got a player who looks to need some attention, referee having a conversation, and now quite possibly could be trading a yellow. And so the yellow is shown. That looks like it's possibly the number 22, which would be Grace Cruz, who's going to find her way off. So that's an interesting idea. That now gives a yellow to each, and now the numbers are back even at 14. Probably about 5 minutes left on the yellow for Mid-Atlantic, which will give them a 5-minute overload period. And so now they're going to go ahead and just try to smash this in about 7-8 meters out, and that's exactly what they do. The pick and go is on. They drive. Mustangs are going to have to really stay bodies low to make this defense. That's a tough area to be. And Mid-Atlantic is sort of pushing forward. This is Boyd, it looked like, I think. Couldn't quite make out the number, but style of running certainly looked that way. Drove on. That's going to be problematic there. That looked like somebody diving over the ball, and it was. So it was knocked on. Possibly Mustangs had hands on ball, lifted it, and then lost it. And so knock on. So we have some substitutions coming on for the Mid-Atlantic squad. Hard to make out their numbers from here, but looks to me like Snow is going to be going off. So a new scrum half, and possibly Gutierrez going off. So we'll get those substitutions in a moment. Looks to me possibly Amanda Blake, wearing the 3 jersey, has entered in as a prop. Mid-Atlantic really set up on the front foot here, really looking to drive. That scrum just does not work, and it came straight down. So Mustangs get some relief because, oh, hold on. And that could just be because player needs some attention. Looked to me like the referee signaled initially to the Mustangs. Yeah, and that was because the Mid-Atlantic team pulled the scrum down. So the penalty goes to the Mustangs, and they will, again, try to relieve some pressure. Substitution on as well for the Mustangs. Jersey traded. Did not see who went off. There's the kick. It finds touch. And so lineout will form. So an important lineout for the Mustangs. You really want to try to pull this one down, keep some possession, and get the ball going forward.
This is a place where I would love to see a kick, maybe 2 phases, you know, out of this lineout, but looks like obviously possession switched a bit here, so.
So that could have been Natalie Allen, who gets her hand on the ball. Good in the lineout, good jumper, and steals the ball for Mid-Atlantic, who now gets right back to work. Few meters on, inside the 22. Looking for Boyd on the far side, and that is exactly why. Gains 10 or 12. Puts him about maybe 7 meters out. This is Lee's. Gets him to about 5 meters out. You can hear it's getting exciting. Lots of voices. People want the ball. Drive on, couple more, maybe 4 meters out. Nothing doing there for Dietz. Now the ball comes out. Greenleaf looks. Now out into the width. We'll see. This, I believe, is Johnson, who has 1 and now has 2. And so that was Adriana Johnson, who's going to get that try for the Mid-Atlantic and extend the lead 20-12. So second try on the day for Johnson. Congratulations to that player who has really been effective on the corner. See another substitution. That would be number 16, LJ Jordan, off the sideline, and Emma Davies, who has stepped on the field, I believe wearing the 12 jersey. Yes. Who will get right to work. Emma Davies, the kicker from Friday, has assumed the kicking duties, and referee says, yep, right here, go ahead and place the ball. So Davies lines up for the kick. Just outside the 15. It's a solid strike, and it looks to be right on track. Splits the uprights. The flags go up, and that's going to add 2 more. Now, I can't quite remember, but I think she may have been 3 for 3 on Friday. Now that adds it to 4. So congratulations, Emma, from Westchester University in Pennsylvania. So the other player on, we said we would try to get a number, is Gianna Calciano, who's wearing the 9 jersey from Loyola University. And so that was the substitution as well for Mid-Atlantic. We'll continue to try to get the substitutions for the Mustangs. Have not seen those jersey numbers just yet. So Dillard with ball in hand regathers the team and says, let's get back to the center and let's get after this. This is by no means a foregone conclusion with 49 minutes gone, so 30 minutes left to play. Allen Fields now brings the ball out. Greenleaf looking for some support. Finds it in Simmons, wearing the 5 jersey. Now the ball out again. Looking for Johnson again. It goes backward, and referee says, no, that one bounced forward before it went backward. That knock on is going to result in a scrum to the Mustangs. So JoJo Corey has the ball in hand and gives a few directions to the scrum. Referee brings the team up, and now we settle things. A little bit of a delay there as things get settled, but now the push is on by Mid-Atlantic. They had the hook, but just weren't able to get it. Referee says, yeah, it came out of the channel, so it has to be hooked. And it was not. It looked like the squad from Mid-Atlantic was going to try to step over that ball, but they just couldn't get there. So we'll redo it. It'll stay with Central South, and they'll get another chance at it. So referee not satisfied with the binds, and going to have a conversation here with the front rows, sort of cleaning some things up. Says, hey, listen, let's go ahead and keep it safe, get started again, and just redo it. So no infraction, stays the same, possession stays the same, and the squads are getting ready to play here. Looks to me like we are back to full strength. Are we? I'm going to have to count that out. Yes, we are. So the yellow card has come off for Mid-Atlantic, stays on for Central South. And this is Dillard trying to gain a few. Now the ball out into the width. may have some space out there. Big tackle. Now some meters. Mustangs have to feel good about that. The arm looked to be out, possible penalty advantage. Gain a few more. Lees has hands on the ball, but it is going to come back for the penalty. Not quite sure what the infraction was, but referee says, yeah, that's a high tackle is the call. And so now, number 10, Robinson, will make a decision. Trainer on the field, so time is off, and we'll take a break here and make sure that this player is okay. Now, we haven't seen the Maul much this weekend, but you would think this might be the time to break it out. If you've got it in the arsenal, which they may not, all-star teams don't have a lot of time to work together, but if they've got it in the arsenal, the kick from Robinson into the corner, possible Maul, would be a fairly traditional call here.
I agree. I think that is something I've wanted to see a little bit, especially in this game. I think we've had a few lineups that are close to a try zone for an attacking team. And I think, a maul in those kinds of situations could be really valuable, similarly to how we would like to see some kicking too. And, just as you said, those things can be kind of difficult when, you're playing on an all-star team and you don't have a ton of time to really mesh.
So they opt for the toe and go, the tap to the pods, and more than likely, just exactly as you said, just don't have time to put in some of those refinements in the game. Mid-Atlantic just blasting through the ruck space and able to get the ball. That is really strong counter-rucking by Mid-Atlantic. That's Simmons through. Now out into the width. A little bit of a late pass by Boyd, but is able to be cleaned up. Now the ball back out. Greenleaf brings it out. Really hard charge in space. Unfortunately, that looks to have resulted in a head knock for one of the players, but that would be number 3, Amanda Blake, who just goes into the space aggressively. Now Allen. Ball out again. Alciano to Greenleaf. There's the kick over the top into some space. Challenge on for this fullback, who does a good job to clean it up, but not before losing a few meters. Now the kick back, so an interesting idea. This is Hickey, ball in hand. Takes it with some aggression, looks for the offload. It was quite possibly on, just couldn't quite get it out. Now the ball is recycled quickly. Boyd into space. That final pass not going to work out. I think that one may have traveled forward, and the time is off for some players needing attention. So unfortunately, we can't go back and see that moment, but it looked to me like Amanda Blake just took that contact and sort of delivered a very, very strong hit. The unfortunate part is that the opposing player was in a bit of an upright position and so may have had head contact. So we hope she's okay. Seems to be sitting up and talking it through with the trainer, which suggests she is, while the another player on the field is being attended to and didn't quite make out what happened there. So we'll pause there for a moment and just sort of mention again a little bit about sort of a station identification, mention again about our many thanks to USA Rugby for bringing the live stream. I think that's something that, and certainly Lauren, you can speak to this a bit, the game has really evolved, and we've seen more and more that these kinds of events are being streamed, and it's a really nice thing. That was not always the case. Even a couple years ago when you were playing at the collegiate level, live streams were sort of a rare thing. Now it's becoming more the norm, and I think that's a good thing for the sport.
Absolutely. I could not agree more. And I think, the more we are able to get high quality live stream out to, friends and family of players, and then, friends and family of friends and family, and just continue to kind of expand the game, I think that's so important. And, especially after the Summer Olympics and watching how well the women's team did in sevens, I think, the women's game here at this level is just going to continue to grow. And the more opportunities we can have for that kind of exposure, the more opportunities will be created. And I'm so biased, but I think it's just such a great sport to get into, especially at the high school and college level. And I think the more we're able to have access to that and being able to watch, the more girls we'll see kind of join the sport as well.
Yeah, so true. I mean, it's one of those things where for those of us in the rugby community in the United States, we know we're sort of a sleeping giant. Many people think of us that way. We have tremendous athletes and athletics, and we're starting to see a glimmer of that in the U.S. women's game for sure. So you sort of wonder if we can get the word out, share this with your friends and family and communities, and somebody whose kid is an up and coming athlete, because that's exactly how this game grows, and certainly something we're happy to be a part of. So back to the action. It's the Mustangs with the ball in hand who are going to scrum down. And it looks like, again, some adjustments to be made. Now, we've got some new players on. There was a trade of jerseys there. Boyd went off wearing the 7 jersey. We have a new player wearing the 7 jersey. Unfortunately, we're not sure. I do not know who that player is. So to that player, we'll do our very best. We'll have to call you number 7. But to Boyd, the former 7-wearer, great game, great weekend, really fun to watch, dynamic player. And so the ball is in. It's hooked, but Mid-Atlantic is driving on. Now it comes out, and Mustangs are going to take it. Dillard back to work. Sheds the first tackler. Looks to shed the second tackler. And continues to drive on. This is a powerful runner who just continues to stay on her feet. Now the ball out. There's some width potential here. This could be Tomlinson again, who was the early try scorer and just runs with such an aggression. I love to see it out of the centers. Now the number 9 making some things happen. That's JoJo Corey, who we've called her name quite a bit as she's been marshaling the attack for the Mustangs. And now, again, conversation point, out to the backs, and away we go. This is Ozerski, the 7, finding some space, looking for the offload. Good hard work there by the 22. Grace Cruz, who now takes it to nearly the 10-meter line. Now into the width. Shifting defense by Ty Hickey, wearing the 21, and able to push the player out into touch. So that's some nice scraping work there by the fullback to come across and drive the player into touch, but not before some real territory gain by the Mustangs, who are showing a little bit of a renewed energy.
I think that's exactly what you want to see from them as well. I think, we've seen players like Dillard with so much power, able to really gain some space and draw in defenders in the center of the field. Being able to do that and then getting the ball out to additionally powerful runners on their wings and in their centers is so important. And I think, is what is going to make the difference for them as they continue to attack, especially, when they continue kicking for touch in these penalties. And being able to gain so much territory through that as well.
That's absolutely right. I mean, that's Juliet Robinson, the 10, who just sent a really solid kick down to the touch, down the sideline to touch, and now inside the 22 is the Mustangs. So they're going to look to attack here. I mean, this is the time to do it with 60 gone, and great job to pull that line out in. Really good work by the jumper. Back out to Dillard, so sort of that hinge player, feature the offense. And this is Tomlinson wearing the 12 but playing the 13. Dillard bounces off a couple of more and keeps the ball alive. Going to have to get that ball back, sort of in an awkward position. Does so. Corey now brings it out to Robinson. This is the 3, Annie Webb, who gains a few. And now, back to work. Lindsey Hoffman tries for a couple. That time, referee says, yeah, your aggression over the ball, I love it. The aggression is okay, but you're over it. You've lost your feet, and so now you're in a penalty scenario. So once again, Robinson goes to work and is going to try to find touch. Another solid kick. So Robinson is finding kind of the rhythm with these kicks to touch, and now maybe 7-8 meters out, once again, the Mustangs are back to work. You do get a sense that there's an energy now. It's sort of like they are feeling it some. Like you can kind of see them cheering each other on, some positivity on the side there, and they're saying, look, like we got to strike here.
Yes, I agree. I think, this kind of territory gain can become such a defining moment when it comes to momentum. And I think, if the Mustangs are really able to hold their composure and keep the ball, this could be a pivotal shift in the game.
So once again, it's Dillard in the center of the field who able to make some things happen. Referee says problematic in the tackle, possibly high. We're going to go ahead and count the players. We think Mustangs might be back to full strength. And they are. So things are back to even. Scoreline 22-12. Mustangs maybe 8 to 10 meters almost in front of the posts with the ball in hand on a penalty. This is Tomlinson, who takes it with some pace, drives on, going to have to get down to get the ball in. She's still churning, 2 meters out. Now the ball goes to the ground and is looking to be recycled. So now the question is, can they get the low bodies in there and really drive forward? That was Ozerski, got it close, but not quite over. Again, hard drive forward, still not over. Could have been Webb. I did not see the number. Corey decides to take it out, create some space. They have the width. Just one more is needed. It's over the line, but lost the handle. But it went backward. Now Dillard winds up with the ball in hand, drives a few, can't quite make it. And again, Mid-Atlantic drives back. So Mid-Atlantic just putting up an absolutely relentless defensive pressure, forcing Mustangs for every meter. They were back a few and now are back into within 4 meters. Here's the drive on. Very close, now at 2 meters. Go to the weak side. Did not see the number. That could have been the number 2, Maggie Crafton. On the deck, referee says, got to release, let's go. Absolute power on both sides. Really big drive defensively, and Mid-Atlantic is able to do the job, but we have a penalty. Referee is bringing the ball back for the penalty. Now, you would expect maybe the quick tap here while this thing is happening, and that's exactly what Robinson says I want to do. To Tomlinson, who gets stood up, but throws the ball back to Corey, who unfortunately loses the ball, but it goes backward. Exciting stuff here inside the 22. Lee's involved in the tackle. 2 just churning players. Dillard winds up with the ball. This is a good player to have the ball in hand if you're the Mustangs. There looks to be big time overload on the right side of the screen. If they can see it, there's got to be 3 players out in the width just dying to have the ball. Still no shift by Mid-Atlantic. Now the ball comes out to the right. Can they get that final pass off? No. No knock on. Ball still available. Back to Corey. Taryn Ball with the ball in hand. Now the whistle blows. And referee says there was a knock on against Mid-Atlantic. So must have had hands on the ball. So that was a tense few minutes.
I honestly don't think you could ask for much more from the Mid-Atlantic defense on that. I think that was such a strong showing of what they're able to do. We've seen a lot of talent on their attack today, but I think that defensive line was just so strong. And even when there was a bit of an overload on that wing, the fact that they were able to still get over fast enough and create a disturbance, it's really impressive defense.
And I think they're going to be quite comfortable here. I mean, they've really had the dominance in the scrum. They've pushed really well. So I think if you're Mid-Atlantic, you're just kind of saying, hey, listen, let's just make sure we don't give up any penalty here. Let's not lose our binds. Let's not go to the deck. Let's not stand them up. Let's just drive straight over them. And if you are Mustangs, I think it's a very simple one here. You got to get that thing hooked and get it out. So 67 or so on the clock. And there's the push. This time it does come out. The 8 picks it up, swings it out to Robinson. Defensive pressure by Hickey on Dillard. Now 2 or 3 on Dillard. Over the ball, but may have lost feet. We're going to see where the penalty goes on this one. And the penalty goes to, wait a second, maybe an early celebration. Yeah, referee says you lost your feet. So the penalty actually goes to the Mustangs. So it looked initially, the signal looked like it was a penalty to Mid-Atlantic for the poach, which would be reasonable. But the body position, at least from our angle, says, yeah, you were over the ball and lost your feet, killing the game. And that results in a yellow card. So referee was not having that. Has said, listen, that's not going to fly. So at 67 by our clock, it's number 11 for Mid-Atlantic who goes off. Now Dillard just smashes through, gets to about 2 meters out, and that one is down. And so finally, it looked to me like Grace Cruz. I'm not 100% sure if that was Grace Cruz, but after minutes on end, it's the Mustangs who put 5 more on the board and make it 22-17. Yeah. Whoa. Let's take a breath. That was a solid 5 to 7 minutes.
That was a lot of work, a lot of physicality, and you have to commend the Mustangs for continuing to keep their composure and their heads high. Combating a defense like we saw with Mid-Atlantic can become so discouraging after a few minutes of just hard work. And I think what we saw there is that, they kept their confidence, they kept their cool, maintained composure, and were really able to, capitalize on the mistakes, like we said, was kind of going to be the determining factor in this game.
Kick is up, but is not successful. So that keeps the scoreline 22-17 in favor of Mid-Atlantic. However, the subplot is that Mid-Atlantic is going to be down a player for another 9 minutes or so, 8.5, 9 minutes. And, of course, those of us 15s lovers know that they also get the ball back. So Mustangs get the ball back, player advantage for another 8 minutes or so, and are well within striking distance of this game. A try and a conversion puts it in their favor. So we've got a game. A little bit of a bobble. And referee says it traveled forward first, so that's going to be a knock-on. So unfortunately for the Mustangs, that's that kickoff restart has hurt them. That's the third one, I think, that has gone forward, and that's, I'm sure, a frustration for that player. One of the small aspects of the game that I know for us at home, that's something that we drill quite a bit because that exact thing is so common. It's hard. That ball is coming at you. It could be knuckling in the wind. It could be doing all sorts of things. Hard to get a beat on it. There's players coming down. They want to sort of knock you into next week, and you have to maintain focus and concentration. So that's a hard one. And so it's Calciano with the ball in hand for Mid-Atlantic, and we're going to reset the scrum as the clock continues to tick down. So again, unlikely that there's any intentionality there in sort of the front row slowing things down to let that card sort of chip away, but let's just say it happens. Now the drive, really hard engage. Referee allows it and says, hey, we're playing at a high level here, so no worries. Lees picks it up, finds some space, gets through the first tackler. Dillard hands on the ball and absolutely just strips it again. So Dillard is really, really strong in that space. Once you're tied up, gets the hands on the ball and just rips it out. And now Robinson, with a great leg, gets it beyond the midline, but Hickey does a nice job to clean it up. Tomlinson looks, and now the ball comes back out to Mid-Atlantic. So really good exchange here. Now back out. Lee's looking for space. So Goet gets the ball to Lees, who then brings it out to Greenleaf, who may be able to get there in the corner to dive, and does. So that is the kind of answer back that Mid-Atlantic wanted, and certainly has to feel good about. I mean, you can just sort of see, unfortunately, the hard exhale from the Mustangs because they just did all that work. They spent 10 minutes working on pounding the ball in, feel like they're inching closer, and then unfortunately a little bit of a breakdown and score in the corner. So if you are Dillard, the captain for the Mustangs, I mean, this is a moment of leadership for you to take a breath and say, okay, guys, let's get it back. Let's go ahead and settle in. We're 10 points down. We have time. We have the advantage. On the other side, Mid-Atlantic says, let's just keep the pressure. Let's keep the foot on the gas. And boy, if they could get this one from Emma Davies off the tee, that would be big. Kick is up. Unfortunately, it's going to push across. Plenty of leg, but pushed across the front of the posts. And so the conversion not going to happen this time. That keeps a 10-point differential. to Mid-Atlantic, which says 2 tries ties this thing. Now, for those at home who may not have access to all of the rules of this event, there is an overtime period. So if this thing winds up in a tie, it goes to 2 overtime periods. I can't recall if they're 5 or 10 minutes. I'll have to look that up. And then if it's still tied, a sudden death overtime period. So, yeah, we could see it. It's certainly within striking distance. 2 tries by the Mustangs, and we've got ourselves right in that space. Of course, Mid-Atlantic is going to say, listen, we're not going to let that happen. We're going to take this ball. We're going to kill that yellow card. We're just going to continue to attack. Some miscue. Ball bounces around. Hickey takes the ball at pace and finds a seam, gets it back out to their 40-meter line. Little show and go there. Now the delivery. Bobbled in contact. Looked to go backwards. Referee has knock-on advantage being played. And so looks like it was bobbled in contact, but then hit by the Mustangs forward, which sets up the scrum for Mid-Atlantic. So 73 in the books. So that means the yellow card's got about 4 minutes on it or so. I mean, what are you telling your team if you're Mid-Atlantic? You have the ball.
I think, like we said, it's just really important here to maintain their lead. I think at this point in the game, there's still an opportunity for the Mustangs to get some more points on the board. But I think if you're Mid-Atlantic, you feel, not comfortable, but happy with your score right now. And I think the most important thing is to just continue to maintain possession and also composure within that. So I think, lowering the amount of mistakes as much as possible is going to be important for them. And then continuing to maintain such a high level of aggressiveness and intensity is going to be how I think they would win this game.
Yeah, fair point. The signature of their game so far has been really front foot aggressive rugby, which is nice to see. And so certainly wouldn't want to lose that. On the flip side, you're absolutely right. I mean, the clock ticks down. You have a comfortable lead, but not something you can just sort of conclude. And that looks to be what they tried to do there. Unfortunately, lost the ball in contact. And so that knock-on looks like the first knock-on was against Mustangs. And so referee says, yeah, the first knock-on against White means that a little bit of a territory gain, and it's going to be Mid-Atlantic with the ball. So not the worst thing to get the kick to go down the field and then, gain 20 or so meters without having to do a whole lot to get there, just sort of one player going down. But we'll see what they can do with it now. About 2 minutes left on that yellow card. Ball comes out. Lees picks it up. Finds a little seam. This may work out. Good attempt by Tomlinson to make the tackle. The offload, great job there by the 21 to get body in the position. And referee says, yeah, you were over it and playing it on the ground there. So Greenleaf penalized for playing the ball on the ground. And really nicely done there by 21. That is Emily Oliveira, who was smartly just jumped on the ball and got it to her team. That's it's such a tempting thing to try to pick it up in that space, but did the right thing and just jumped on the ball. So well done. The touch finder does not work out. And that's a pretty good job there by Calciano to keep the ball in play. And Lees drives on for a few. So athletic work here by Mid-Atlantic and a good heads-up play by the scrum half, who understands that you do not have to be in the field of play if you're in the air. Now the ball comes out. This is Davies looking, gaining a few. Shoulders are down. And we'll see. Ball's available. A little tip pass, maybe not intended. This is 23 who just walks it right in and may have just put the final nail in the coffin. That was Carly Ann Vigbador. Carly Ann, congratulations on your try. Solid work there to bring the score to 32. So 76 gone in an 80-minute game. Looks to me like the yellow card has been released Players are back to full strength, and unfortunately, that may have done it. That might have been the final bit that they were looking for. Davies will try to seal the deal with 2 more. And with 77 and change gone, we may have time for 1 more possession. Davies sends it up, not able to convert, and so there we're going to keep the score line at 32-17. So somewhere between 2 and 3 minutes left to play. And the Mustangs from Central South will kick the ball and put it back in play. Team's back to full strength. Yellow cards are gone. Mid-Atlantic feels good, but is never going to be quite satisfied until that final whistle blows. So they're going to try to tidy up this kick. We do have a substitution. It looks like we've got Grace Cruz heading off. We'll see if we can get the number of this player coming on. Could be Alexis Andring wearing the 5 jersey, not sure. Back to work is the Mid-Atlantic, and here comes Blake doing what she did last time, which was just lower the shoulders and drive over people. Ball a little sloppy on the deck, and so the knock-on advantage is being played to the Mustangs, so good heads-up work there. Now the ball out. This is Tomlinson. There's no quit in the Mustangs. Got to love to see that. They are still hammering away, looking for space. Ozerski, unfortunately, loses it in contact. A really well-executed tackle by Davies, who gets the shoulder on the ball and the knock-on. But the first knock-on advantage was being played, which means the Mustangs will get the ball back in the scrum. So our clock shows about a minute to play. I've not heard the last play call from the referee, but could be happening any second. And it's the scrum half, Corey, who has the ball in hand. Now, center of the field, backs are split. Could be an interesting scenario to try to go weak and test this winger on the near part of the screen for Mid-Atlantic. 8-man picks, decides to go to the strong side of the field. A little bit of a tip pass there, maybe unintended, and a little kick pass over. Well played there by Corey, just sort of scoop it up. We hear the horn, which says that they are about where we are. Big, solid work there. I think that was Ruan wearing the 13. Morgan Ruan, who comes up and just absolutely collides. Dillard takes the ball, called that name all day, so seems only fair to get that final run in. And now pushed into touch, and the celebration suggests that the referee has said that's time, and there is the final whistle. So really, really good work. 2 hard teams working hard here in this consolation final. So 3rd place on the in the Tier 2 championship goes to the Mid-Atlantic Sharks. Congratulations to Coach Devin Crump of Mid-Atlantic and the squad there from that region of the country. Also a well-played shout-out to Coach KJ from Central South and the Mustangs, who really gave everything the entire weekend, and certainly in this game, no quit by them. So final thoughts, Lauren, any players who stood out for you, any shout-outs or items that you took from the game?
Yeah, I think, it being the last game of the day, I think we saw both teams put in just such a great amount of effort and energy the whole game. I don't think the pace really slowed down at all. And I think, especially with how hot it's been, that is such a testament to just the grit that both teams had throughout this game. I think on both sides we saw a lot of, power with the forwards and the front 3. But then I also think that we saw a lot of creativity within the backs, especially for Mid Atlantic. I would say those two centers and the wingers out there, they were able to string a lot of those quick offloads together, which I think resulted in a lot of their tries. And I think that's just what we're going to continue to see as the game keeps growing at this level, is just that fast pace. And I think I have to commend both teams for that. It was a great game.
Lots to be happy with, and certainly the idea of this event is something that we saw clearly, which is great rugby, lots of continuity, and more opportunities to play at a higher level. So congratulations once again to both teams. Great effort, and for those at home, hope you got to see your loved ones out on the field. That was a really, really solid effort, and safe travels to both teams as they head back. And next up, we'll preview the next game that will be sort of here on the finals weekend. Teams coming from all over the country to play in this weekend. And you can see there in the tournament bracket that this next game in the Tier 2 championship is going to be the Pacific Coast versus the Pacific South. So that's for the actual championship in the Tier 2. And that was a really, really two solid teams from the West Coast. So we'll expect that next, and we'll be queuing up the score line and get everything ready to go. But until then, we're going to sign off. Thanks so much for watching here with the EGRL, RPS, and Main Street Sports. My name is Mike Eisenhart, and we'll take a break before this next game. Quincy, Massachusetts. My name is Mike Eisenhart, and I'll be bringing you the second game, the final, the Tier 2 championship between Pacific Coast and Pacific South. As you can see on the board here, it was a two sort of bracket tournament this weekend. We had a Tier 2 as well as a Tier 1, the All-Star Tournament, brought to you by USA Rugby. So in this next matchup, in today's second matchup for the final, we've got two teams from the west part of the country, Pacific Coast as well as Pacific South, both wearing stripes with gold. So that we'll try not to get too confused. On the right side of our screen warming up is the Pacific Coast, the Grizzlies, who wear the gold and red hoops. And on the left side of the screen warming up will be the Pacific South Griffins, who are wearing the blue and gold hoops. So, so a little bit of work for us to keep it all straight. We'll do our very best, but we'll be bringing that game to you shortly. Kickoff should be any moment. We're seeing the teams have sort of found the field. The referees seem ready and are down below, standing by. So we're hoping to be seeing this game get going soon. So we'll pause there and continue to watch the teams warm up. Thanks for joining us here. The several hundred viewers, we're happy to have you. And we are doing our best to keep an eye on the chat. If you have anything, by all means, we'll do our best, but it's a lot to keep track of. So again, in the first match, we had the Mid-Atlantic Sharks take the victory, and so that gives them third place in the Tier 2 championship. And next up will be the two teams from the Pacific side of the country looking to win the Tier 2 championship. Stay tuned. And we're back. So, as you can see, the teams make their way to the field. We're going to go ahead and flash the lineups for you. These are submitted by the coaches. First up, the Grizzlies, who have Tayupa Sandoval, an unlisted player at 3, Talty, Lauritsen, Wallace, Amph, Fettel, Nugent, Cohan, McCann, the vice captain, Mamea, and then in the back, newcomer Mango and Forrester. Now the Griffins. Schrock, McLaughlin, Thornton, Tligman, Kovac, Ortez, Luedi the captain, Shaleski, I think I'm butchering these names, sorry, Cruz, Hannum, Taylor, Destro, and then in the back, Jones, unlisted, and Buxton. The kick is up, and it goes to the Grizzlies, who immediately get to work. We'll do our best to bring those names a little bit better for you next. But now we are at work. So the Grizzlies right back to where they were previously, which is just pounding the ball forward. Yesterday they had quite the game, putting lots of points on the board against their first opponent. We also have the first knock on of the day, and so referee signals that we will have a scrum down, which will go to the Griffins on the left side of the screen. And so, referee says, let's go ahead and just settle things, as we saw in the last game, and as we often see. Things are a little bit energetic in the first scrum of the day. Everybody comes in with a lot of energy, and so got to make sure we get that settled. And so, the first scrum of the day will be put in by the Griffins. Hard engage. Appears to be hooked. They get the drive on. Ball comes out clean. And now, into the hands it will go. This is the 12 to the 15. Some speed on the edge here. And taken into touch. So, good work initially. You saw a 14. That was Emma Buxton, UCLA player, who took the ball with some pace, but not able to get the edge completely and driven into touch by the Grizzlies. Once again on the microphone in this second matchup, I'm joined by Lauren Eisenhart. Lauren, good to be with you.
Good to be here.
Bit of a high tackle. Looks like some hair grab there. That's unfortunate, resulting in a penalty. Only a penalty because not malicious. Player immediately let it go. Now the ball comes out. Grizzlies to work. They've got a little bit of pace on the outside. They're going to show what they're doing. Great continuity there. Scrum half right in position to take that offload. Hard work by the Griffins, but referee says you were over the ball, and so going to have to get back 10. One thing we'll tell you at home for the Grizzlies, the yellow jerseys with the white numbers has been a little bit tricky for us given the glare, so we're going to do our best to give you those numbers, but not an easy one. First strike is up and finds touch easily. Really solid kick there, and away we go. So the line out forms. Free says, yeah, let's go ahead and set it. Looked almost like a bit of a threat for the quick line out, but or at least they were concerned about it. Now it's up. It's in. It's brought through. Grizzlies retain. It hit the deck, but they were able to get it. Now the ball comes back out. And a little slicing run here. That's the 12. Chasey McCann getting some meters. And now the attack is on. Good defense by the Griffins. Ball out to the right. Teupa drives on. Pods are formed. Now it's out to the 3. Frontzak from Boise. Little space for the scrum half. Again, a second hair pull. Now, this is going to be an interesting conversation, I think, and may actually, it's going to result in immediate card. So no surprise there, but for Pac South, you're now down a player for 10 minutes. So at 4:31, we see the player go down and out for the sin bin. Now, it's an interesting thing, Lauren, because that is it's often a bit of a controversy. When you have players who have long hair and it extends beyond the numbers, there's no real hard interpretation of that. It makes it tricky for the referee. Sometimes we hear people say, well, if it's below the shoulders, it's part of the jersey. And other times we hear people say, if it's below the shoulders, you can't ever do it maliciously. You got to let it go. But sometimes these things, can happen. It's sort of part of the jersey. So there's some interpretation there. That one, I'm assuming because it was the second one, referee felt, no, absolutely not okay. Off you go. Going to look for the exit. Finds it. Big straight bounce. And now referee says, yeah, but we're going to come back. So offsides on the kick. Second time we've seen that here today. First game. This one might work out. Is over the line and the try is scored. So the Grizzlies put the first points on the board. And able to take advantage of that series of penalties. And so, congratulations to that player. Now the kick is lined up essentially in front of the posts. It looks like it's the 10, Marin Cohen from Western Washington, going to take the strike, and a good strike it is. Immediately up go the posts or the flags, and we've got 7 on the board. And now the Griffins will get back to work. They're going to go ahead and kick this ball back. Grizzlies have to feel good about that. Now, yesterday what we saw was really a strong battle for the Griffins to get in, and the Grizzlies had a little bit of an easier walk-in. So we might expect an energy conversation. The ball now is played, barely goes 10, but is played and then taken into touch. So exactly what you would expect there. The Griffins really smart defense. The 4, Grace Talty, decided to play that from Cal Berkeley. Had the line, but really good multi-person defense by the Griffins to drive her out of bounds. So a good opportunity to see the line out here right in front. Goes up, nicely done, hits the second jumper, but Grizzlies come through and are able to get the ball. So heads up work there in the line out. Now the ball comes out. Great passing out into the width. Hard contact by the 13. And now out into the width go the Grizzlies with some pace. So that was Vinaya Mamea, the 13, who I believe we saw yesterday, who had just a day, and that doesn't surprise me if that's the same player. Churning on goes the Pacific Coast. Driving in, we've got 7, maybe 8 meters out. Now the ball out, going to test that width again. A little sidestep. Now into the space. Able to keep the ball in play. A little bit of an errant pass, possibly a knock on there. And that's, yeah, exactly. So Griffins get a little bit of a pressure relief there, but not before some really hard running out of the coast.
Yeah, I must say, I mean, the Grizzlies are just getting those passes off so quickly and really taking advantage of the width on the sides of the field. And, you know, it's forcing the Griffins to have to really shift quickly on defense, and they're holding their own. They're making their tackles, and obviously, you know, resulting in knock-ons and these kinds of penalties is the best thing I think you can really hope for. But I hope we continue to see this pace because it's just such a fast game so far. Really exciting stuff.
So 9 minutes in, the scrum is moving. The ball now comes out and is just quickly played for the tap. And that's going to be resulting in 5 more for the Pacific Coast. Really well done. I did not get the player's number who scored that try. We'll see if we can get that number. It was just sort of right place at the right time. They drove over, the ball was available, just picked it up and touched it down. It's simple game, as they say. So the kicker will line up. We'll see the second strike for the posts. That's a really solid strike and adds the extras. So really nicely done to get those extra 2 points and bring the score up to 14. Believe that's Marin Cohen wearing the 10 jersey, and if so, strong kick from the width. So now with 10 gone and probably about 4 minutes, maybe 3-4 minutes left on the yellow card, the Grizzlies seem to really be finding their stride, which is exactly what they did yesterday. Ball is up. This one travels 10 easily. Back to the width, and into touch, the flag does go up. So try to keep the ball alive, deliver it back in, but not before the foot hit the line, and Kaylee Newcomer is driven out of bounds. So the line out will go to the Griffins, and it is Savona McLaughlin who's going to throw the ball in. Does so. It's contested, but it's straight, and now the Grizzlies tried to get hands on, but unfortunately was on the wrong side of the ball. The quick tap by the number 9 does not work out. Referee says, nah, come back and play the mark. That's Emma Cruz from Stanford making an attempt, but had to go through the mark. And so now the pods are set up, and away we go. Solid work there. Tackle looked a little high, but referee was okay with it. And now it comes out once again. Left side of the screen, Griffins take the ball into contact. Right now it looks to me like Coast is a little faster over the ball at the breakdown, and they're creating some disruption. But that's a nice regather. That's the number 7, Jana Shaleski, who drives on and gains a few more. So well done there. Now out into the width. Solid pressure, but not before the penalty. So we have a not rolling penalty that was called against the Grizzlies, who will now have to get back 10. So the advantage was being played, but no advantage was gained, and so referee brings it back. The touch finder is not successful, and that's the number 11 who sends it back, who then brings it right to the 12. So we've got a little bit of a table tennis match here, and referee says, "Yep, but you weren't on sides." So again, this is one of those sort of laws that are being more aggressively enforced this year, where it used to be you could kind of stand still. Someone on your team kicks the ball and you're off sides, and now they're really aggressively enforcing this idea that you must retreat, and if not, you're off sides. A bit of a technical call there. Let's see. Referee says, yeah, I wasn't set. Let's do it again. There's the toe, and now we go. And this once again is 7, looking for space. That's Shaleski. Ball's available. It's dug out. Hard run there. Bounces off a couple. Gets it within 4 meters. Now very threatening. Try to make these numbers work out. Here's the overload. Solid work by the defense, but able to sort of slide through are the Griffins, who get the ball down and are able to get on the board. So 14-5, and the try scorer able to do it in the corner. And there it is. You can see that's the number 11 who's just able to get through and score the try. That's Paris Jones from UC San Diego. Congratulations, who gets on the board. And also gives the kicker a challenge. You love challenges in the sport. Kicking from outside the 5 meter would count. So the kicker will set up. Again, for those who maybe don't know the game or don't know it well, in rugby, we have to kick from wherever the actual try was scored. So wherever the ball is touched down, that's the line for the kicker, who gets a nice strike, but is just going to fall a little bit short of the posts. And so the score remains 14-5. Now, 14 minutes gone, 14:30. The yellow card should be released. Let's go ahead and just get a count of the players. Looks to me like we are back to full strength, so we'll go ahead and pull that off. And not before the Griffins were able to capitalize while playing a man down. So that, or a person down. Well done by them. So the ball comes back to the center. And I think that's got to be pretty encouraging if you are the squad from the Griffins. That's a nice high ball. That's going to give them a chance to get under it. Fielded very cleanly by the 5, Francesca Kovac, who gets over, but now has lost possession, and now the ball comes back to the Grizzlies. Little show and go there, gains a couple. Hands were on, but not able to hold. Now it comes out to the right side of the screen, a little bit choppy. Driving, gaining a few. Now the ball recycled out, comes out to the left. They look to have the numbers here. Sidestep, Good feet there by the 11. Back to the scrum half. So the scrum half doing a really nice job. That's Hannah Wynn, who is really doing a nice job of trailing the play and being in good position. So well done, Hannah. That's hard work and takes a lot of fitness on a day like today. Super hot out there. You can see the sun is really coming out. It was very, very humid before because of the rain. Skies are looking a little more blue, and the Grizzlies are feeling pretty good about it as they drive on inside the 22. Player down for the Griffins, who's going to need some trainer support, but the game continues, and the Grizzlies are looking to attack on the far end. Griffins are going to try to get him out there, and that flag goes up. So really solid defense there by the Griffins. So I don't know, so I'm speculating, but it looks to me, Lauren, like these teams may have they either know each other well or they've had a little more time because they just seem to be a bit more continuous. They seem to sort of have a game plan that they're able to work. So that to me on an all-star team always makes me think, all right, they've played together. This isn't their first time.
I agree. And knowing that both teams are kind of from this California area, I bet a lot of them play on the same college teams together, select teams out there, club teams out there, possibly even high school. And I definitely agree. You can see what happens when you've got that kind of bond going into games like these.
So right away, a penalty, and that is taken by Wynn, who puts the ball down. And so we had the kick, we had the relief of pressure, but there was a penalty. I did not see what the call was. Could easily have been another offsides on the kick. And that is exactly what we were talking about, just heads-up play there. That may not have been Wynn. Let me see. I cannot make out that number. That player has legs taped, and so we'll try to take a look here on the replay. And that to me looked like it could have been maybe number 5. I'll have to take a quick look at that when we get it, but congratulations to the Grizzlies who get another 5 on the board, bringing them up to 19. And we will see, once again, Cohen take a strike at the posts. Great kick, and those are 2 more. Cohen has a real strong leg. You can see that. And that does look like number 5. So that would have been May Laritzin from Cal Berkeley scoring that try. Heads up play there. Good job by May. 21-5, 18 minutes gone, almost 19 gone. Here in Quincy, home of the New England Free Jacks, where it is getting quite warm, but the breeze is beginning to blow. And referee says, yep, we're going to need a ball to play this game. Let's see if we can get that taken care of. Here it comes. And we'll get back to it. So Layla Hannum takes the strike. This one does not make it 10, and so choice goes to the Grizzlies, and they are going to look to be opting for the scrum in the center. Teams are sort of migrating that way, and there's the call from the referee. Lots of options here, scrum center, so we'll see what they do. This was something that we certainly noticed yesterday, is that in these situations, they seem to really have an idea. That was kind of maybe what clued me in on whether or not they've played before. They just seem to have thought this out, a play maybe even, but not a brand new idea. Referee resets the scrum and says, yep, let's go ahead and start it again. Didn't see everything just right, so let's go ahead and make it safe, start again. And it's Wynn with the ball in hand. Hard drive by the Griffins, but not before the 8's able to pick it up. The 8 to the 9. Back's going to get there to try to seal this off, and it works out okay. Now the ball comes back out. Hard drive. Tackle looked to be a little bit high, but it was okay. Once again, recycled quickly. Takes it at pace. Gains a couple. Ruck is over. Clearance fine. Now the ball comes out. Nice little step through kick there. Into some space. Oh, some confusion, and it pulls up. That's great work. The 11 who regathers. And that is Callie Newcomer, who is able to get and regather. So a really nice little kick through the space there. Now the ball comes back out. This is the 2, Isabel Sandoval. Gets a couple before handing it off, and now the ball comes out again. Right back to it. It's Newcomer and Cohen. Little push through. That was great work, but that could result in a knock-on. So that's unfortunate. Really, really good continuity and play there. But happy to see the little jab kick there. You know, I mean, that's something that we haven't seen a whole lot of. And, man, when it's on, it can be good.
I think that's exactly what you want to see in this kind of moment of the game where they've got a little bit of a lead. They've got some creative ability here. And I think testing a kick like that, testing kicks in general, is just such a great way to test the defense and see what that depth can really look like, and especially that width as well. Hopefully we see more of that as this game goes on.
So it looks to me like it has gotten hot enough out there to bring in the water. And so we're going to pause the clock, although we're not sure that the official time will pause. But as we mentioned yesterday, there is a general rule of law that once you're above a certain temperature, I think it's 85, could be 90, we stop at the quarters for a little water break, because there's, as tough as these players are, zero reason to put people under distress from a heat perspective. And on a day like this, sunny and humid, you certainly could get there quickly. So the teams will get a little quick hydration. We heard the water off sound from the referee. We'll go ahead and get the clock started again, and we'll get back to it. Probably a good moment to say thanks to the New England Free Jacks for having this climate-controlled broadcast booth for us. And we, on the other hand, can only imagine how hot it is out there, and really only want to imagine. Now the ball comes out. Griffins take it off the edge. And now, here it is. Possible space in the width. We'll see. Good little sidestep here. Got some numbers. Going to have to look. This is the 14 continuing to churn. That's Emma Buxton, who did a nice job to get it out to midline. Now the ball comes back out. Griffins with a big-time pressure relief there. And now able to recycle it. Once again, coming out to the width. That was the 1, Angelique Schrock from Grand Canyon University, just barreling forward. Once again, ball comes out. Still going to the left. Gain a couple more. Got to the edge, now back the other way. Unfortunately, that one was a little bit of a miscue in the exchange, knocked forward, and so the Grizzlies are going to get their chance at a scrum. I think that's nice work by the Griffins. I mean, you see them, you know, sort of in that position. They scrummage, they get the ball, they bring it out. The wing does what the wing needed to do. Not only sort of tested the speed, but felt like maybe didn't have the edge, and then fought on her feet. And I think that's an undervalued skill for the wing, is to stay up, fight, let your team get there, and really, you know, be in a position to retain that ball. So easy to get isolated and lose the ball in that situation. Now the ball comes out. Grizzlies back to work. Their passing is nice. I mean, they do a nice job. Good, solid, strong passing. They swing it out there quickly. Stolen. Did not catch the number, but heads up play. Now the ball goes to the Griffins. That looked like it could have been 13, MJ Destro. But not before Cohen picks it up and gets it going again. And so now the regather, that to me looked like maybe M. Fettel. And the penalty. Wrong side of the ball. It's unfortunate. Can't linger in there. This is Cohen who gets it again. Big hard forward drive. That could be the number 8. Can't quite see. Anna Ampa, I think is how we're saying it. Seattle Rugby Club. And now The cheeky little kicker slips out in the corner. Oh, but it was knocked on. That was solid work there. The 12 decides to go. That's Chase McCann, who decides to put one up and over. But it almost worked out. Well played there by Callie Newcomer. Apologies, Kaylee Newcomer. So it was knocked, and that means that the Griffins pinned back again in their end. They're going to have to get back to work. So we're going to look to clean it out. The 8 picks, not a lot of running room here. Now the kick is attempted, and not the pressure relief they would have looked for, but the right idea. So certainly in that circumstance, you got to kind of get it out of there, but didn't quite work out. And this is Amp coming in again. Now it's out by Wynn, brings it out across the field. Chasey McCann sends it. Good passing from both sides for her. She's able to pass left and right. Now out to Isabella Sandoval, who gains a couple and continues to churn on, just maintains feet. Out again to the right. This is 13, who gets the try. That should have been Vinaya Mamea, who just had a day yesterday, or Friday, excuse me, and once again is back to work. So the 13, that's Mamea scoring the try. And as you can see here on the screen, is able to be just in the right place, stretches it out, thought maybe knock on sort of looked initially, but able to keep a hand on the ball. And so we'll go ahead and update that score, and that will bring us to 26 as Cohen lines up for another strike. 26-5, Pacific Coast in the lead. All right, Lauren, good time to give us your breakdown. What do you think so far? What are we looking at?
I'm really impressed with the way that the Grizzlies have been attacking, honestly, this entire half. We said initially just such quick passes, such momentum coming off of especially set pieces, but I think we're seeing it in regular play too. I think now we've seen 2 strategic kicks from them when they're kind of deep in their attacking half. And I mean, that's just an indication of high rugby IQ. And I think at this level, that's just so important and so impressive, especially when it comes to those kicks. I think, for the Griffins, the rest of this half and probably the rest of this game, they're going to really need to up their creativity and their momentum as well. I think they're holding well on defense, but I would like to see them in possession a little bit more. I think when they have their hands on the ball, they're able to do some really good things, get it out to this wing who's pretty shifty, and even get it to some really strong players in the center as well. So I think, if they can get a little bit more of the ball and, settle in a little bit on attack, we could see some really great stuff from them as well. I think overall, this has been a great game.
So definitely some kicking, as you said. You mentioned the kicks have been strategic. They've also been strong, as we just saw Marin Cohen drive another 2 from not an easy place. So congratulations to Marin from Western Washington, who is making some things happen. This is the 4 with ball in hand. That's Grace Talty, Cal Berkeley player, who drives a little mishandled, but regather there, and the Grizzlies go right back to work. Smashing forward in the clean out. Ball comes out again, out to the right. So they're definitely trying to get the ball edge to edge, bring it across the field. We'll see how many before they do any misdirect. Solid tackle there by the opposing 13. So we're getting a battle shaping up between the 13s. Good work there by the Griffins. That would have been MJ Destro, who comes up and just makes a crushing hit and able to dislodge the ball. Now it comes across the field for the Griffins, just around middle of the field. Hands on the ball there. Question is, yep, the release is good, but referee says, yeah, you were sort of out of position there. Looked to me like there was a knock-on advantage possibly being played. And then now that one's definitely going to be an advantage. So with us in the booth, a couple of observations here from the deck. Mr. Brian Ahern, who was with me on Friday. Brian, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, you'd really like to see Blue moving ball at pace. They're standing a little bit still on their reception of the ball on attack. So you'd really like to see them moving forward and creating some shape to their offense.
Good thoughts. Yeah, definitely. You know, that's always the trick. You know, got to get this game moving, and you know, different approaches out there. But that's certainly usually a universal thought is we got to take the ball on the move. So good thought there. It'll be their chance to do it again. Here it is, 8-man pick, and now off to the 9, but not before the penalty. So back to work goes the Griffins. Looked to me like Grizzlies may have had it, but referee says, nah, you were in the ruck. Get your hands out of there. And so now the ball comes across the field. Oh, yes, that's you sort of saw that coming. I couldn't quite get it out of my mouth fast enough. This is the number 11 from that's Newcomer. But what great work by the Griffins player. That is unbelievable work by the Griffins player. I got to catch that number. That could have been 14, the wing. Emma Buxton, who... That is just fantastic. So, like, I'm going to try to get my thoughts around that. So it was Kaylee Newcomer, the Oregon State player, who just absolutely reads the play, jumps the pass, runs, I don't know, what we say, 60 meters, 50, 60 meters, gets to the try zone. But Buxton, the winger, just flies into space, throws her body under the ball, and holds up the try. I mean, that is... top shelf work, classy move by Buxton. Well done. And so the goal line dropout comes out, and they have to get back to work here. So the Grizzlies back to work. And gonna look to get to the edge here. Gonna try to get Newcomer back in, but not before Mamea drives and just drives and drives. So well done. And that time, Newcomer gets in for the try. So still rewarded, even after the points, the lost points in the first one. It's Newcomer who's able to touch it down and get those points this time. So well done. And the kick is up and good, adds another 2. And so the scoreline gets to 35-5. To Pacific Coast. So the Griffins will make their way back to the center for the restart. We've got just an action-packed 5 minutes here, this last couple of minutes. And it results in a try for Kaylee Newcomer, who gets the score to 35-5, and now the Griffins will go ahead and restart. Kick is up, and it travels 10. A little bit of a bounce, and the Grizzlies go back to work. That looked to be 2, Sandoval, who gains a few. Gets it near the 10-meter line. Back out to a little show and go there by Ampa. Ball is lost in contact. Looks like we've got a knock-on advantage being played. Out into the width. Griffins looking for space. And referee says, "Nah, I think you may have crossed past the obstruction, but we'll play the knock on." So the obstruction would have been problematic, but we'll play the knock on instead. So the scrum comes together, and it looks to me like it's going to be a put in by the Griffins. That is Emma Cruz from Stanford with ball in hand. And so now the call is made. Ball is in, and Cruz finds it. Now it comes out the back, and the backs are going to look to attack. Good running line there. 15 with the ball in hand. That's what we're looking for with the taking it at pace. That's Balmar. But is driven into touch, and that means it's going to be a line out to the Grizzlies. Really, really good defensive work to push the Griffins out of bounds. So the Grizzlies take the ball back and bring it toward the 22. This is Wynn with ball in hand. Now the exit, and behind the 22, it's going to bounce in before it bounces out. So everything's clear, and it'll be a line out to the Griffins. So the line out starts to form. The players make their way, and as the AR signals, everybody gets set. I've got 37 on the clock here, 35 to 5, which says we've got about 2.5 minutes left to play. Now the ball comes out, going to try to test the other side, out into the width. Big hit by Mamea. So again, just sort of trading hits there, 13s, doing what 13s do. Just run hard, pass hard, hit hard, and this one works out for the Grizzlies. But not before the Griffins are able to retain ball. Again, that one to me looked high. Yeah, that's going to be problematic. Referee says that was over the shoulder, and so high tackle. Again, big hit. Now the ball comes out. This is a little flat, unfortunately, for the Griffins. They got to get some depth in order to run onto it, as we were talking about before. And unfortunately, that one may not work for them. The clean out is good, though. 7, right? Nice job there by 7. That's Shaleski, who gets and retains possession. Cruz right on the ball, quick recycle. Little show there by the 10. Sees the opening, really the only option because the player had stepped into the space. Now it comes out into the far width. Big collision and taken into touch. So the Grizzlies will retain the ball. So really solid defense by the Grizzlies, who are really showing that they can cover the field and cover some ground. So the line out forms. And forms and reforms. It looks like we now are set. Well, maybe I spoke too soon. We're not set. I don't know if we're waiting for a ball. Not quite sure what's happening out there. Now the ball finds its way. And now we should be set for the line out from the Grizzlies. So my clock has us in extra time, although there was some stoppage, so not quite sure. Now the ball comes out and back out into newcomer's hands, but referee says, yeah, not before that one floated forward. So it's going to go back to the Griffins. So newcomer, unfortunately, probably felt like she was off to the races there, but couldn't quite get it done. Sounds to me like the booth. Yep, here in the booth, I heard 2 minutes. So that gives us an answer on the clock, even though we're a little ahead. Referee says 2 minutes left to play. And so the scrums form. And ball is in. It is hooked, but it's being kicked forward. Referee says, yeah, that's a penalty because you are bringing the scrum down. The quick tap attempt is a nice idea, but not through the mark. And so they're going to have to take another shot at it. Now it's tapped and away we go. Little show and go there. Hard work in the breakdown. Griffin's able to retain. Again, strong tackle work. Had the ball and lost it, so now the ball goes back to the Griffins. This is the 6, Isabel Ortez, fighting. Now the ball out. Looking for space. Good defensive alignment by the Grizzlies. That's Cohen, but referee says, but you were offsides. So I spoke too soon. Good idea, but maybe not good defensive alignment. 12 goes in, may have lost the ball in contact. And yeah, it looked like it. So that's going to be a scrum, and that is our halftime whistle. So we're going to go and take a break here on the broadcast. Not before we mention that we are at 35 to 5 in favor of the Pacific Coast Grizzlies in the yellow and red. Congratulations to them on a solid first half. Really good fight by the Griffins. Certainly they've had their moments, but just not quite able to get that final pass and that little bit of continuity that they're looking for. Lauren, thoughts on anything that you see there or things you'd like to see in the second half?
Yeah, I think, as we've said, I think the Grizzlies here have a lot of pace, a lot of momentum. Their passes are just coming off so clean. I think they're giving up less penalties now as the game's gone on, right? Except for that little piece at the end. But I think for the most part, it's a really hot day. It's really humid. I think the challenge for them in the second half will be to keep this momentum that they've had. Keep maintaining those clean passes. I think, we often see as the game goes on in conditions like these, things can start to get a little bit sloppy as players get tired. So hopefully, they knew that coming in and they'll be able to combat those kind of external forces. And I think for the Griffins, as you said, they're right there. The speed of play is good. They're putting up some challenges, but I agree. I think, that last pass, that last little run, we just have to see that come off a little bit cleaner for them to be able to get in and score some points. So I think this is going to be a battle going into the second half for both teams, but I honestly think it really could go either way in terms of how the momentum shifts.
So we'll see what they do coming back out in the second half, and we'll see if the Griffins can kind of regather that attack. As you mentioned, the conditions are getting rough. It's hot, humid, and the sun is really beating down. So that will be a factor as the game wears on, and both lineups will have to sort of deal with the attrition of fatigue. So more to come. We'll bring it back to you in the second half, but for now, we'll go ahead and take a little break. Thanks for joining us here on USA Rugby. here in Quincy, Massachusetts, home of the New England Free Jacks at the Veterans Memorial Stadium. At halftime wrapping up, as we can see the Grizzlies making their way back onto the field. But so far, we've got a 35-5 scoreline and an absolute high-speed attack, which has shown up again for the Grizzlies. So what we saw in on Friday in semifinal action with the Grizzlies was just this relentless attack, and they just seem to have weapon after weapon. And you're seeing it again today, really. I mean, they're coming out and they're really trying to dictate the terms of this game and stay sort of on the front foot at all times. That said, the Griffins in blue and gold have done a really strong job on defense. They've stifled quite a bit of that attack, and feel like at any moment they could kind of find their groove, which is what we were sort of talking about at the break. So we'll see if they can do it. It does not look like there's a tremendous number of changes, but we'll try to get you the changes in the lineups if we see them. And so it's going to be Cohen with the ball, who is going to do the honors and get us started again. And we'll wait for the referee's whistle and then get second half action rolling. Once again, this is for the Tier 2 championship. So this is the final of the Tier 2 competition here in Quincy. And there's the whistle. And we're back in action. So Marin Cohen drives the ball. Very high ball, but may not make it 10. And the bounce ensures that. So it's going to be the choice of the Griffins, and they look like they're going to assemble for the scrum in the center. This will be their opportunity to show if they have multiple options and whether they can play in a split formation. We'll see. So it looks to me like we've got Jana Selesky lined up in the number 8 channel, wearing the 7 jersey. So started as a flanker, and we'll see in this kind of scenario, many times the 8-man will pick. So let's see what happens here. Looking, has the ball at the foot, still looking. And now go ahead and pick, and out to the outside she goes, but not before a penalty. Looked to me like maybe an offside call there on the Grizzlies. Couldn't quite tell. But possibly they released before the ball was out. And here's the tap. Strong run by the one. That's Angelique Schrock from Grand Canyon. And good work on the ground there to try to get the ball set to the team. And now it comes back out. A little bit of a delayed pass, so that may be a substitution. It looks like Molly Chisholm wearing the 20 jersey off to the 17, which is Ambrose. This is one again. Schrock, who is just grinding forward and finds a release, finds a break. So really, really good churn of the legs and keeps it alive. Gets it to about the 7 meter. Now the Griffins, this is the opportunity they're looking for. Miscommunication, unfortunately, there, and the transfer doesn't work out. So this could be some punishment for a little bit of an error there. And now the Grizzlies have the ball at about the 19-meter line. Oh, stolen back. And so the Griffins say, yeah, but not too long here. We'll give it a shot. We'll take it back from here. Now the ball comes out. Transition to the 17. One more. Can we make it happen? This is the 11. Good job. It's to about the 8. Again, good forward movement now by the Griffins. They're really trying to get this game going forward. You can see it happening. That one a little bit over the shoulder. Drives on. The arm is out. Could be a high tackle call coming. Seemed like maybe a bit of that sort of seatbelt tackle. Into the space. But churn of the legs, good second or third drive, and is able to get it down. Well done. I believe that may have been the 16. Joe Marie Alvarez could have been the 15. I'm not quite sure. That could have been Deandra Bomar didn't quite make out the jersey. We'll see if we can get that one, but really strong effort. Second, third effort. That looks like 15 to me. Deandra. So great job there to get Pac South another 5 on the board.
I think that's exactly what you want to see from the Griffins at the beginning of this half. You know, they have come out so hard with so much momentum. You know, it's really impressive to see that they didn't allow kind of the points scored against them in the first half affect their mindset coming into this rest of this game. And I think we've seen such powerful runs and, you know, so much urgency with the ball, being able to even recover from that little final mistake near the try zone there and capitalize on it. I think that's a really great start for them.
Kick is up and it is good, adding 2 more. So now we've got a 35-12 score line, and that was done by player wearing 12, which is Mia Taylor, UC San Diego. So congratulations to me on a solid strike, add the extras, and bring this game a little closer. So now the question is, can they add, you know, sort of a little momentum? Can they begin to get just from the opening moments to now the momentum they need to get back into this? And this kick will feasibly determine it. It's a high ball. It's well fielded by the 10. That's Layla Hannum. Now the question is, can they get some attack moving forward again? They did a nice job of getting it going forward in that last series. We'll see if they can do that or if they're going to drift across, as they got in a little trouble with in the first half. So here it is. Grizzlies working hard to get hands on the ball, challenging at the breakdown, but Griffins are maintaining. Goes back into contact, but drives on. So the second effort after contact has been really pretty good so far. Little hesitation. Here's the kick. A charge down is successful. Hands on the ball and a great delivery. So well done, but it was thrown forward. Referee says it was thrown forward. And so now goes back to the Griffins. Right back to work is the 15. And referee says, we're going to pause this for a second. So the knock-on did not result in any advantage gained, and so we're going to go back and play the scrum. So that was quite a series. The kick was sort of being shown, and I think maybe that player read it, came in, charged it down, but then when tried to deliver it off to their player, the little offload, second pass, it sort of floated forward, and that's what the referee is picking up on. So the Griffins will have another chance to kind of relieve the pressure here and possibly clear. Generally, you'd expect the exit, but can't guarantee it. Never do quite know. Ball is in. And now, a little bit of an errant pass, and so the Griffins will get back to work. Good pressure by the Grizzlies, really coming up and trying to close that off and put some defensive pressure. Blast through, but the Griffins able to maintain. Now the kick shown. This one looks to be positive, but really, with good position, but just a little bit of a miscalc on the catch. And so that knock-on is going to result in a territory gain for the Griffins. So that's a good exit by the Griffins, who will now get the ball in the scrum. So the scrum is back, and it looks like it's Cruz with ball in hand. Emma Cruz from Stanford, the 9. Shove is on. And now the arm is out. Yeah, so penalty, I don't know if lost binds, couldn't quite tell. But either way, the infraction is on the Grizzlies, and so another attempt by the Griffins under the penalty. Kind of surprised they didn't kick for touch there. Decided to go back into open play, as their kicker has done a pretty good job finding some power. So now the ball comes out. You can hear the shouts from the crowd. Get it wide. They have the numbers out here. And they're trying to find some pace. Now the numbers don't look quite as promising, and into contact they go, and that one may result in a steal. So it's Wynn, the number 9, who gets her hands on the ball. Well done there. And now they're going to go ahead and test this edge, the Grizzlies. Ball comes back. Delivers to the 22. Gonzalez, who has entered the game. And now driving, just continuing to drive. So this player absolutely just churns. Win right there again. Nice little over-the-top offload. A little bit of a high-risk ball, but it seems to work out. The continuity for the Grizzlies is impressive. They are right there for that offload, and certainly a part of the game. There's the kick to the corner. Little over the top, fielded really cleanly, but not before an offsides penalty. So that little over-the-top chip, that I like it. I think, why not? You're up. You've got them pressuring you. That's going to, if nothing else, even if it doesn't work out, it's going to put them backward and make them respect the fact that you can put one behind them. So the Griffins start up again. Out to the pot it goes. Big hard contact. Still churning forward. 3-4 players in on the tackle. And now the seal is there. A little bobbled in contact, but held. Again, Grizzlies contesting at every breakdown, and that one works out for them. They're able to get it. Good tackle. Cruz right across to her opposite number. Here comes the show and go. Stiff arm drive. Not afraid to throw the ball around. The Grizzlies are certainly looking for those final passes. Wynn brings it. A little bit of a drive. Now out to Cohen. Looks for one, but a little bit of a floater. Griffins are able to steal. And so now, a little bit of a one-on-one here in the width. Good tackle. It's out again. Griffins driving on. Looks to me, Lauren, like what we're seeing the Griffins do is they're really trying to get that first phase crash ball. They're trying to get that ball going forward in that initial phase, whereas the Grizzlies seem like they want to throw the ball around a little bit. A nice clearance kick out to the 50, fullback on the chase. Gains another 10 on the bounce. That's 16. Mo Crescio. And now the arm is out. So we'll see. Could be just a knock-on advantage. Could be penalty. Let's see what happens. Yeah, that one says referee knock on. So some substitutions being made. Looks to me like one of the Griffins players is walking off, and we're going to have a possibly new front row player. So you can see on the screen there the replay of them just absolutely hammering forward on the contact. And that's part of the story of the game. You can just see the teams just absolutely blasting forward, both sides of the ball. And it's a high physicality game there. Now the ball comes out. Taken with pace. Well done. There's the offload. Got some momentum. That pass didn't work out well. Played a little bit from the ground, but referee seems okay with it. Said, yeah, you knocked it before. So the first call was the knock-on, and that's going to be a scrum to the Grizzlies. Clock continues to wind, 53 or so in the books here, and the scrum is going to form. You can certainly see on the players' faces it is getting quite hot. And that is going to be a factor. It's this is the kind of thing that can really drain you fast. So substitutions and the level of play of your finishers, as we like to call them in rugby, can really make a difference. Looks to me like we have a new 9 on for the Grizzlies. Wynn has made her way to the sideline. I don't have the number yet, but we'll call it out as soon as we see it. Great shot of the scrum there, and you can see good pressure by both sides. Now the ball is out. That was a good sidestep by the replacement 9. That's number 21. See if we can get a name for that number. I don't have that member on the roster, so we'll work to get that, but really good work there. Little show back inside. And again, this is sort of the danger player. We've seen her score twice there. Now the ball comes out. Hard physical work. Once again, quick recycle. There's the kick over the top. So that's that player, number 12, is the one who seems to be comfortable. Man, is that a 12? Is it a 17? Hard to see. Regathers her own ball. Well done. And now, out to the left. This is Cohen. Had a little window there, decided to dish it instead. And I do believe that could be number 17, Laura Bosick, who was on the kicking duties before. So that makes some sense. She had quite a few solid kicks as in the fly half role on Friday. Ball comes out, still in a threatening position here for the Grizzlies. Good defensive structure. Great work on the ground there. And now the ball comes over. Only about 3 meters out. And again, a little over-the-top kick. Can the winger get there in time? Oh, just unfortunately runs out of room and not able to do it. So really looking to test those corners and test the wingers is Bosick, who is trying to put that ball in the corner, but that one unfortunately bounced out, which will mean that it's going to be a line out, 5-meter line to the Griffins. 56 minutes gone, or thereabouts, and looks like things are forming. Some additional substitutions. Looks like possibly another front rower has gone off for the Grizzlies. Just some congratulations on a good day. And the finishers are making their way in to do the job. Lineout is clean, goes to the Griffins. Maul is called. We can see it. That might be the first one all weekend that we've seen. And interestingly, it's the Griffins who have the ball, but are being driven back. It comes out. The kick clearance is on. And it does find touch, but high pressure work there by the Grizzlies to defend the maul and drive it backward. So I don't know if that was an intentional maul or if that was just sort of a circumstance. Don't typically see the team with, defending the goal line set up the maul, but could have been. So the short line out is stopped. Not sure if it didn't go 5 meters or if the referee just wasn't satisfied with the channel just yet. So it looks like they're going to get another attempt. Now it comes in again, the short line out and over, and the try is awarded. So the short line out works out for the Grizzlies, and you can just sort of see it here on the screen. Went just enough, and then an absolute blast through the space is the prop who goes over and gets 5. So we'll go ahead and get that number for you. That's one of the players who's come on. Bringing the score to 40. That looks to me like possibly number 24, which would be Tua Tanupo. Long kick from the corner. And looks like Bosick will have the honors. Solid strike. And it is over. Well done. Really good work by Bosick, who's able to add the 2. So from the corner, just about on the touchline, drives it and is able to get it over the crossbar. Well done to the replacement who came on and got those extra 2 points. So that's going to bring the scoreline to 42 with 60 in the books or thereabouts. Lauren, as a kicker who has been in that situation, I often wonder, do you find yourself saying like, hey, we could have scored that a little closer to the posts? And then what's the mental conversation happening when you know you're nearing the edge of your range?
Yeah, it's funny because I do think, tries like that, I did find myself saying to the try scorer, when there's a little bit of a lag in the game, hey, next time, if you find yourself scoring, maybe try to find yourself under the posts. But, I mean, it's always a good test to be able to go out there and on the wings test your skill and your strength. And I think the mental conversation is somewhat of a, hey, like, no pressure. This is a tough kick. Everybody knows it's a tough kick. Just give it your best, and whatever that looks like is good information. And then I think at the same time, it's a test of your skills. So you just want to kind of give it everything you got. I would normally take a second to just take a deep breath. And I think in this position, as the Grizzlies are at a pretty comfortable lead right now, I think that adds another layer of being able to really just calm your head and do what you can and just be happy with that. So,
well, great insights, and that's certainly what Bosick did, setting her team up with another 2. But we certainly shouldn't take away from the fact that the Grizzlies are right back at it. And here goes, once again, the team toward the goal line. So they do have a comfortable lead at this point, 42-12. So a 30-point lead is certainly nothing to be unhappy with. But they can be happy and not satisfied because they're continuing to smash forward. And we'll see if they can get another one going. And there is the kicker, Bosick, driving within the 5-meter. The game stops, though, for a knock-on, so lost the ball in contact, and looks like we're going to do a little bit of a scrum down. So you can just see the power in the replay here of 24, and that's Tanupo, who is just absolutely smashing as the replacement. So as they say in the South Africa action, the bomb squad is on. Well, apparently the Grizzlies buy into that concept because they have brought on some very serious runners. So we've made it to the water break, and not a moment too soon, I'm sure the players feel, because it is really steamy out here. So at 60 minutes or so, referee has brought them on and said, yep, let's go ahead and get some water, and everybody seems quite glad about that. So we'll take a minute while the water break is on to just kind of, again, show you the brackets and where things are at, what's coming up for us in the next few minutes. You can see that these are the regional tournament, which is now we're in the championship game of the Pac Coast and the Pac South. Immediately following that, we'll have the South Selects playing New England for the consolation of the Tier 1 championship, and then the final game of the day, which will be the Tier 1 championship, which will feature 2 really, really strong teams in the Midwest and the Rocky Mountain Peaks. So that will that means 2 games, 2 and change. This one's got a little bit left, about 20 minutes left in this game, but 2 more games follow. So stick around on the USA Rugby channel and keep cheering on these All-Stars. The drive is on, but not before the 7 on the Griffins able to find a little bit of space. I believe that's Shaluski, apologies. And now the ball comes out. Driven on and into touch. So good defensive effort there by the Grizzlies to push and find touch. And at around the 22-meter line, it's going to be their line out. Ball comes in and looked to be possibly knocked in the line out, and it is. So that's going to be a scrum to the Griffins, and they'll be happy with that. Get the ball back and a little bit of possession. And the scrum forms. So again, having never been in that specific position, I can only imagine that 60 minutes in, if you've been scrummaging in 90-degree heat, you're taking that entire time. If it's 30 seconds that we have to reform and, immediately reform within 30 seconds, they're taking every single second because it's a nice little break in the action if you get it. This is Slutsky, who grabs it again, doesn't really find much space, lots of gold ring jerseys there to meet her. And some pressure, but the ball should be available. Real big effort here in the counter ruck. Now the ball comes out. Seeing a little bit of space out on the width. Going to have to go with some pace. Winger clears, but not quite able to do it. Now Griffins are going to look to bring it back the other way. A little bit of a mishandle, but goes backward, so Griffins retain. Now looks like the exit is on, and so it's going to find some green space and a nice hop, so they do get out of some pressure there, and that brings the ball on the way toward the 22. So 18 from the Grizzlies. That is Katie Hansen, who does the throwing and brings it out. Little show and go. That could be Sandoval, the 2, who has been in doing the yeoman's work all day long. Now the ball comes out. Nice little offload. Got the numbers outside. Chooses to step in. Now let's see what happens. Drive on. Pass not quite handled, but now back under control. Grizzlies still looking. Oh, that one. No, into touch. So really hard effort there by the try scorer, but not able to put it down. Again, I think that was Kaylee Newcomer, Oregon State, who was trying to make some things happen out there in the corner, but was driven out of bounds. On the other side of the field, we've got some player exchange happening. It looks like we've got somebody from the Griffins heading in, while one of the wingers makes her way off. Can't quite make out the number. It could be 11. That would be Paris Jones, who might be making her way off the field. And we'll get the number for the new winger once we see it. Lineout is formed. Ball comes in. It's fielded cleanly. And now the exit. Oh, but the charge down bounces off. That should be okay. Smart play there. That could have been, I did not catch the number, but a smart play to try to send the kick, but not before the winger finds some space and is able to get one down. So heads up play by the Grizzlies to get that wing into some space and touch it down. So as the kicker, Bosick finds the tee, we're going to have a score line of 47-12 and another not easy kick, but maybe a little more toward the center than the last one. It's a good strike. It's curving, but it looks like it made it through. Yeah, thumbs are up, and we've got 2 more. So another solid strike for Bosick, who brings the score to 49-12. So at this point in the game, I think if you're the Grizzlies, you're feeling pretty comfortable. You've got, what do we call that? Maybe 12 minutes to play. If you're the Griffins, it's getting hot out there. It's starting to wear on you, I think. Defending is taking its toll, and I think that's certainly something that we saw yesterday in the Grizzlies game, is they just seem to have so much attack. They keep the ball alive, they keep the ball moving, and that just puts every player under pressure. Ball is up, and it's over. And now that could be Sandoval again, driving and finding some space and a little seam. Couple more. Good groundwork, able to set the ball. And now, dummy runner there and the kick. And referee glances for the offsides players, but doesn't find any. Really nice kick and gains quite a bit of territory.
I think if you're the Griffins here, it's going to be really important the next few moments and minutes to, just really try to maintain your composure and not let any of those quick mistakes get in your head. I think, having the ball in this lineout right now gives them the opportunity to get some of this momentum back so that they don't have to keep playing defense. So looks like, and they'll get the penalty too. So I think just trying to keep that ball and, just continue to work their way up and put some pressure on the Grizzlies will go a long way for them for the rest of this game.
So the tap is on, it goes back out, and met with some resistance there by the Grizzlies in number 2-3 possibly in the tackle, but not before the Griffins recycle it. This is solid work. That looked to me like the 5, Francesca Kovac, who's able to gain a few. Now into the width. Unfortunately, that ball's mishandled, and that's going to result in a knock-on. So I think sometimes you see that, right? The pressure defense by the Grizzlies, not only is it sort of fast and in your face and forces you to make decisions faster, but it also, you take your eye off the ball for a second because you're wondering when you're going to get hit, and that can disrupt the pass. So that's certainly a tactic that seems to be working out well for the team in gold.
They certainly do an excellent job as well of reading the width of the field and putting pressure on, even the opposite side to make sure that, those passes that the Griffins are trying to get off across the field are not, able to get them the space that they want. And I think that's really heads up defense, shows a lot of rugby IQ as well.
So now the ball comes out. Bosick in the first receiver position. Gives it to Cohen. Gets a few. Ball out again. There's that kick off the left foot. Into the corner. That's the hop they're looking for, but great job there by the winger. Just fielded perfectly and trying to make them pay. Some good forward momentum. Good tackle low. And the clean out is good. Physicality is still there on both sides of the ball. They're trying to make this thing happen. Now the ball out. A little bit of a mishandle, but regathered. Still trying to find that edge. Now back the other way. So it was Jessica Navarro out there from Santa Barbara on the wing, looking maybe for that one more pass, but they decided to redirect, and now back to the center of the field. Here it comes, trailing runner. Good regather. That one looks to me to be high. Referee going to the whistle, and yeah, that's exactly right. So the high tackle over the shoulder gives the ball, well, they retain the ball. The Griffins hold the ball, but get to regather and reset. Looks like they'll try to find touch, and they do. Not a great territory gain there, but again, sets up the line out, which might be more comfortable for them. Clock continues to tick, 73 gone or there, 72 and change. 49-12 scoreline here in favor of the Pac Coast Grizzlies. Ball is up. Well contested, but it goes to the Griffins. But not before the Grizzlies just blast through and wind up with the ball back to themselves. Driven into touch, the flag is up, which means the Griffins will get it again on the line out, but not before they've conceded about 10 meters just because of the absolute forward pressure by the Grizzlies. Here a whistle, there's stoppage here. Referee just wanted to set the channel, it looks like. And now Sandoval joins to match the numbers. Good throw to the second jumper, but again, through the channel they go. Referee says, yeah, that one you went early, you're offsides. So once the ball is through and out, then you can come leave the line out, but not before. Looks to me like 21 Megan Takeuchi with the ball in hand now delivers for the Griffins. Hard bump in the contact area. Still going forward. Grizzlies look to be off feet there. We'll see. And not quite sure, but looks like the Griffins are going to maintain. So now the show and go, smart play, saw the pressure from Bosick coming up and probably was in a position to pick that ball if she had tried to deliver the pass. Again, lots of penalties here. We're seeing quite a few here in the last 5 minutes. I'm wondering when the referee will have that conversation. Might say, hey, like, this is getting to be a little much. A lot of repeated infringements. Seems like some play on the ground and maybe hands in the ruck. So we'll see what's going on, but that aggressive style just continues to be minute after minute for the Grizzlies, and it certainly has worked out so far. Now the ball back out. Churning run. Nice little offload. Stolen in the contact area. And now the Grizzlies will get back to work. Ball comes out. A little bit over the head of Cohen. Kick is on. Referee says straight down or backward. Now the offload. Again, just in on every ball, just trying to get hands in on every ball. And so that is a relentless pressure at the breakdown area by Pacific Coast. And it just works out again. It looks to me like we're going to see a long run, possibly to the corner. And there it is. So good work by the Grizzlies in the contact area. I did not catch the number of that player who was just relentless. And eventually the ball comes through. And you can see that it's the winger who picks it up and just finds space and has all the speed needed to get in there and dot that try down. Well done by the Grizzlies, who will add another 5 to the scoreline, bringing them over 50. And it looks to me like Bosick will once again do the honors. Strike is up, and once again looks good. So I believe that adds maybe a third for Bosick, 3 in a row. I don't know. I may have lost count now, but definitely the last 3 solid strikes. Well done, bringing the game to 56. You can kind of see it hooked a little there. I thought from our angle, it looked like it might have gone in front of the post, but it was behind the post when it curved. So referee was certainly there in good position, as were the ARs to see that. Here from the booth, looked like it may be curving in front of the post. So, with a couple left, Griffins will set up to kick off in the high heat of the day here in Quincy, Massachusetts. Ball is up, it travels 10, it's fielded cleanly. Into the contact with absolute aggression goes Sandoval. Now the offload. A little bit of a seam there, able to gain a few. A little shovel pass out into the space. Still looking. Great job there by the tackler to tie up the arms. You could see the offload was attempted. I did not get this player's number. Player 4, it looks like. That's Utria Tillman. Did a really good job on that tackle to tie up the arms. Prevent the offload. This is Bosick looking, again, kind of in that first receiver spot. Now out into the width. Again, going to test the speed. This is 14. Looking, the offload. Oh, well positioned is the 20 there for the Griffins, who was able to steal the ball in the open play. So good job by Molly Chisholm, who was wearing the 20 jersey, to just be in the right place in that defensive role and get the ball back for her team. Now the ball comes back out to the far side of the screen. And that pass goes awry and unfortunately finds touch. So look at the quick line out potential. There it is. They tried, but referee says not. The mark was already made and you were defended. So you can see it there. That replay shows you a pretty good version of number 20 there, Molly Chisholm, who is able to absolutely be where you needed to be to break that play up. Now the line out. Really well done. Way up there are the Grizzlies. Into contact. Still no give by the Griffins. Absolutely trying in every breakdown and every play to get the ball and drive it back. Grizzlies just very fast over the ball. Good hard tackle there. Drives the player back. That was 16 with ball in hand. And our roster, that looks like Mo Crescio. Not sure, but that's what we have on our roster. Now, pounding forward, gaining meters, are the Grizzlies again. Calling for it. You can just hear the call. Again, another nice tackle by 15. That's Deandra Bomar, who has put the work in today. We've seen her score a try and also just be in on tackle after tackle. Nice little offload in contact. However, it was a little isolated, and the Grizzlies punished for that. So now the ball comes out. This is the prop. Driving on, gaining a few. Now within the 5 meter. Grizzlies looking. This is the player you want to have the ball in this situation. That was number 24, Tua Tanupo, who absolutely just hammers through the space and scores as the whistle sounds to add 5 more. So that was sort of emblematic of the entire game, was just the absolute relentless pressure. We'll see if after the kick they call it. 61 on the scoreline for the Grizzlies. There'll be one more kick either way. Can't end it without that. So looks like Bosick will go for another. This time from the other side of the posts. Different look for her, but we'll see. And certainly within her range. So as she lines up for the kick, Lauren, what are your thoughts on this game? I mean, what's the takeaways that you saw?
Yeah, honestly, I am so impressed with the level of aggression from both teams and just the ability to stay so strong and so fast with every single moment. We've mentioned this a few times, but it is hot out there. It is humid. It is like peak heat right now. And I'm just so impressed with the ability of both teams to run so hard. And I think, my biggest takeaway is just counter-rucking or jackling or whatever your preferred term is. That is what wins games, and I think that is what won the game here. I mean, the Grizzlies were just so fast to get on top of that ball, whether it be their own or whether it be in the Griffins' possession. I think we saw so many turnovers in possession, and a lot of tries came pretty much directly from that. I mean, either after 1 or 2 or 3 phases. So, I think especially as the heat continues throughout the day, that kind of just grit and intensity in games like that is going to be what decides who wins and who, takes the cup home.
So couldn't agree with you more there. I mean, they were just dominant on the attack and over the ball. I mean, all day long they're over that ball, winning ball. Didn't get it every time, but got it many, many times, and a great job. So the Tier 2 championship goes to the Grizzlies of the Pacific Coast in the gold and red hoops. Congratulations to them on a really dominant weekend. Just an attacking engine all day, but really at the breakdown area as well. So we're going to sign off for a second here as we queue up the next game, and stay tuned. We'll be bringing you a special guest to give us some commentary on the weekend so far. But for now, thanks for joining us here at USA Rugby. And so, as the Tier 2 championship wraps up, you can see on the field there that the Grizzlies and Griffins have made their way to the far edge of the field for the presentation of the championship, which is being done down on the field on the far end, which is really pretty cool. And that championship is going to go to the Grizzlies, but not before. And there it is. You can see it. Well done, them. And something they're certainly proud of on a great weekend. They had an absolute dominant weekend. And as we queue up the next game, which is the South Selects team against the New England, sort of the home team, I am joined in the booth here with another key guest, part of our USA Rugby Pathway program. Sir, introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about who you are and what your role is here.
Yeah, g'day. It's Sione Fukafuka. I'm the head coach of the women's national team. I'm out here as part of the pathway to clearly watch the games and enjoy the spectacle that's on, but also to scout for the future and the players that potentially will have opportunities in that pathway, and then hopefully in the next 12 to 18 months feature in the Eagles senior team.
That's fantastic. What have you seen so far this weekend? What do you like? What do you like to see more of? What's got your eye?
Yeah, it's been exciting. There's a lot of ball and play, lots of ball movement across the field. It's been really exciting as the adaptability of some of those teams to start identifying opportunities and starting to use them. We had a bit of a conversation with some of the coaches yesterday about some exploiting some space with kicking, and today it was great to see that's already increased and a few more opportunities have come on the back of it.
Love it. Yeah, I was fortunate enough to sit in that presentation in that meeting, which was really, I thought, well done. And so thank you first for doing it. But I thought you had some really good insights. And I know our crowd that we often cater to is sort of that younger end of the pathway spectrum. I mean, what are the kind of things that you would want those players to be working on, developing, so that they're fitting in with the system you're building?
Yeah, absolutely. So some of the key things we spoke about yesterday were around developing our core skills, the ability to catch pass under pressure, make good decisions, but also learning to play in systems and be a little bit more tactical on their decision making. What I'd encourage all players to do is play as much as possible, to be honest. So the more learnings that you can take and the more variety of environments that you can have an exposure to only makes you a better player as you progress up. And by the time that they get to the senior level, we really want players that have a strong understanding of their core roles and the confidence to be able to execute their core skill under pressure.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's been one of the main, I mean, again, just sort of as an outsider looking in, it seems like one of the main benefits of this event. And certainly the brainchild of Martha Danes, who's worked hard to bring this event to life. And it's been really, really cool to see. It's great to see you all here. You can really see the intensity by the entire coaching staff, watching, taking notes, paying attention, looking for that next talent. What are you looking forward to as your competition cycle sort of progresses?
Yeah, so obviously World Cup's coming up very shortly. So the end of this cycle is near. So being here and having the opportunity to work with Em Bidewell, Katie Dowdy, Orlando in their key roles is super exciting for what comes next. There's players here that range from 17, I think, all the way up to 23. So there's a number of players that in the next, like I said, 12 to 18 months will have opportunities. What's been pretty cool is having that opportunity to be here with Martha and the pathway coaches and have a really strong understanding of A, what we're looking for, but B, where people sit across that depth chart. And who we can accelerate and who potentially needs a little bit more time. Having Emily here has been excellent because, as you probably see, our programs are a lot more collaborative than potentially they have been. And that's a sign of the future. For USA Rugby to be successful, we need both 15s and 7s on the same page.
Super refreshing. Certainly couldn't echo that loudly enough. Just the fact that it seems like a tighter collaboration than maybe what we've seen in the past, and that I think is just huge. It bodes well for the future. Certainly nice to hear your take on it, and also Emily's as well, just to kind of talk about the positives that we have, sort of the potentials that we currently have as a nation and as a future potential in the sport, but also the real challenges. It's an uphill grind if you're here in the U.S. I mean, has that been your experience so far, or what's been your take?
Yeah, so the experience so far has been a really positive one. Like the community here in the U.S. is fantastic. Like it's a really strong rugby community. But the challenges are the size of the country, and unfortunately, at times there's little pockets versus obviously having that connected ability to have that community to be in the same area or that same state or that same region. So most of it has been really positive because there are a lot of people who are pushing really hard for USA Rugby to be successful. The challenge that we find is obviously connecting those people to the right pathways, to the right opportunities, and making sure that we're getting an opportunity as coaches to be out there, seeing it and find the right talent to be able to develop.
Such an important point, and one that, I mean, you know, it's one of our greatest strengths, but one of our greatest challenges is just the geographic size, the expanse, and of course, you know, in a smaller, let's call it smaller economic footprint sport, that's hard. I mean, we certainly saw it. I had spent some time last summer, you know, across the Atlantic, and it just seems like those teams, England, Scotland, Wales, they seem like they can pull their players together because it's, you know, it's a train ride. It's a couple hours maybe, and you can get them together and they can practice and learn their systems and learn their roles. In the U.S., it's a plane, and you know, getting 25 players across the country is no small task. So certainly we know that's a big deal, and one that that as we grow, we need that support.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're right. Like when we have a camp in Chula, we've got players flying 6 hours in the same country to get to that camp. Obviously, the logistical challenges are there, but also the cost of it to bring everyone in for those for that time together. On the flip side, as you said, the biggest challenge is also the biggest strength. The diversity and variety of playing styles and talent across the country is a strength. It's just trying to overcome that challenge to bring them together more often and give them opportunities to play together is what we face, which is why this tournament is so exciting, because you've got so many different people from so many different areas of the country coming together and competing, and we get a chance as national team coaches to see them in one place.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining and jumping in. Feel free to stick around if you want to call the game. We're going to go ahead and get this next game queued up. So awesome to have you, and good luck on the next part of the journey. And we're expecting great things. It's fun to watch for us out there in Fanland.
No, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate being here.
All right, and so our next game gets in and gets ready. We're going to go ahead and get those lineups up for you. We've got the South Selects and New England playing, and so we'll start with the rosters. So for New England, as the ball comes out, and we have our first line out for New England, we've got Pheasant, Dill, Hajar, Conroy, McAlvey, an unlisted player at 6, Guimaraes, Kogan, Muldoon, Jordan, Vince, Baptiste, Ferreira, Cullen, and Cunningham in the back. The lineout is in, but not straight, says the referee. And so we'll move on to the South Selects. For the South, it's Henderson, Andrade, the vice captain, Madlin, Biaja, Mangiardi, Querel, Winstead, Osmus, an unlisted player, Schmidt, wearing the 9 jersey, Hummelman, Hughes, the captain, Bauer, Raja, Glover, and Stone, wearing the 15. And so, as we see, things are rolling, and we're into a scrum, and we will see what happens between these two teams. So about a minute into the game, it looks like it's going to be Muldoon with ball in hand, the 9 from Brown University. Wearing the dark blue is New England on the right side of the screen. Referee not quite satisfied with the setup, and so we'll restart things and do it again. And the platform is set, and the ball is in. Now out. Ball comes out into the width, looks for a gap, finds one, has the numbers on the width, going to see if we can generate some speed out there. Good fend off by the 11 who drives on. However, South had their hands on the ball, just lost it in contact. Good work there. Now the ball out again. Little sidestep, and the whistle is blown. So looks to me like we've got a conversation here between the referee at the center and the AR. Not quite sure what the AR saw, but looks like wanted to get some clarification. And so referees are going to have a chat with the captains. Looks like something possibly, I don't want to say sinister, but maybe a little bit beyond what they're looking for. So let's see. Go ahead and chat with your teams. That's pretty standard stuff. And so now the penalty will go back to South Selects. That's the captain, Hughes, with ball in hand. Good clearance kick, gained some territory. And the line out will form. So with the ball coming back in, looks to me like we'll see up to the second jumper, handled well in the air. The ball is on. So we called it in the last game that we hadn't seen much of it, but there it is. So the South comes out and tries to show the ball, gains some territory. Now the ball comes out. Going to press into the width. Gaining some meters here. New England, good pressure on defense. Ball may have been lost forward, and there it goes. Now New England picks it up and tries to push it back. So the maul was successful. We'll see if we see that again. Now the kick is up. So a little more kicking already here, as we heard from the coach. And so some clearance, a little bit of a pressure relief there for New England. And that was Skylar Jordan who had the ball and put it into space. So Lauren, what was your what are your thoughts on what the coach had to say? It sounded to me like he was talking a lot about the fact that we're in an important part right here, and that these competitions really provide a good window for the support staff.
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, as someone who started in the girls rugby sphere a little bit early in terms of this level of exposure, I graduated from collegiate rugby in 2024, so a few years out. But I think this is something that has become so much more available since I was even playing even just a few years ago. And I think having tournaments like this, having this level of exposure, especially with, such prestigious coaches that know so much and have so much to offer, this is just such a great opportunity for girls to really not only continue to fall in love with the sport, but also, get exposure for these higher pathways, which I think is just so important as we continue to grow the game, and especially as we, continue to compete in things like the Olympics and the Rugby World Cup. And so, I heard a lot of him saying, learning the game and being able to do the fundamentals well is an important piece, increasing the level of kicking. I think that all comes with experience. And I think, as this game develops, and especially at these levels, you'll see more and more of that, as experience continues to grow and high levels and fast levels of play continue to be prioritized. So I overall think this is such a great opportunity. I wish, I had maybe had more opportunities like this, but I'm just so happy that, the sport is getting to a point where we can have these kinds of conversations and opportunities. And I'm just excited to see where it goes.
Well said. And so as we get back to the action, we had a little bit of a transfer there as the ball was thrown forward by New England, and so resulted in a scrum to South, and South is really pushing, trying to gain some meters. New England's defense has been pretty formidable at this point. They're doing a good job. This is Schmidt, who takes the ball on the quick tap, gets it to Hughes, who finds a little bit of space, and so the penalty quick tap has been on so far, and when it is, it seems to move the game forward. So now South gets hit, run into a bit of a wall there by two defenders. The double tackle drives it back, but not before they get the ball out and get back to work. So the South in the white jerseys on the left side of the screen with the ball and possession is really trying to gain. That's a good low body position drive, and you can just see what that does. Little simple things. Again, the pick and go on, met with great resistance by the team in dark blue. But the ball continues to move forward. So the game is getting forward, and of course that's a key feature, one of those fundamental skills that Sione mentioned. Drive is on, still moving forward. Now within 3 meters. Very well done to get that ball forward. Now the ball out. Again, quick hands. They've got the width. This is the 15 Stone who's going to strike first and for the South Select. So really great work there. Jay Stone in the right place at the right time, able to make it happen. As you can see, ball comes out, and Hughes just delivers, takes the ball at pace, and the rest is history, as they say. So congratulations to Jay Stone on getting the first points on the board in this game. That's going to put 5 on the board for the South Selects, and it looks like Hughes will do the kicking honors.
I think that kind of play is exactly what you want to see, especially this early in the game. Really testing the width of the defense and testing their speed out there in the corners. I feel like, that gives you such a good indication of, what strengths you're going to have going into the rest of the game and what you want to pursue. If New England's defense was able to get there a little bit quicker, I think, maybe they changed their game plan a little bit. But, now that kind of a shift from, side to side of the field has ended in, 5, potentially 7 points on the board, that may be something that we start to see more.
So Hughes takes the strike. It's just pushed wide. I mean, just pushed wide. So that's going to keep the score at 5, and New England will get back to work. So we got a little bit of a quick preview from some of the South coaching staff before this one, and who said, hey, we expect to have a few wrinkles in this one from an attacking perspective. So interested to see how that goes. Certainly the maul, that's a new feature we haven't seen, and definitely moving the ball quickly, always an important factor. So New England will now have the ball, and we'll try to answer back. This is PK Vince with chasing down the ball to kick, and we'll see what kind of an attack or pressure can be mounted. Ball's a low line drive, takes one hop and finds Hughes. Draws the player, delivers. Well done. That tackle looked to be a little high, but I did not see an arm out. So there it is. And the referee says, yeah, that one was high. So Hughes goes again. So again, the quick tap penalty really trying to put New England on their heels. And although I'm not sure they were 10, I think maybe just sort of played on there. So here, again, is the South just pounding forward, looking for that gap. There's the offload in space. Really trying to feature that second runner so far. Now the connection to the backs and a bit of a floater, but Stone in good position. Driving on, getting a few. And Vince does a job of getting arms on the ball. So really good work there. Courageous work to put in and get your hands on it. Get the penalty, and that'll give Jordan a chance to gain a few more. So now New England at about the 10-meter line, so 40 meters to go, will have their opportunity at a lineout. Ball is up and in, and it's taken. That's Lulu Conroy, University of St. Andrews, who's able to take the ball. Pounded forward is the 25. Now that on our roster is listed as Marissa Kogan, but I do not believe that is Marissa Kogan. I will take a closer look, but knowing Marissa and having shared the booth with her many, many times, I don't think that's her. So we'll try to get a name for that player. But again, the penalty results in a kick to touch. And New England doing a really nice job of just marching down the field and gaining territory. Very patient, just sort of churning it forward, gaining a penalty, and knocking it a few meters down. Ball away from the field. Going to have to wait on that one. The great part about this stadium is you're pretty much right on the field. The not so great part about the stadium is that the ball can travel pretty far on those kicks. It's up and it's fielded. Now out to Muldoon, who's going to bring it out to the backs. Again, 25, gaining some meters. Well done there. Nice little transfer, but we're going to see. And the free kick. So the short arm means can't go directly out. So Muldoon looks to set up for the tap. And there it is. Now out. To Salma Bezet, who brings it out a little further. Now they've got some drive on. Looks like New England is starting to get into a dangerous place. Ball out again. This is Vince, who waits. Now the ball out. Kogan with ball in hand. The other Kogan, Liz Kogan. Hard drive, and that one's going to result in points. So well done there by the Mystery 25. We're going to try to get the player's name. You can see on the screen there that that is a try. We just don't know who it is. So we're going to go ahead and try to get that. And we'll see where that goes. So it looks to me like Skylar Jordan will line up for the kick. And we'll try to edge the score line and take the lead. Wind not nearly as strong as yesterday, although it is a little blustery. You're seeing the flag move. Kick is up. And that one is good. So Jordan adds the extras, bringing the score line 7-5 in favor of New England. So that's the kind of answer back I think you want if you're New England. You got down there, they marched down, and they scored. I think that's exactly what you'd like to see as a way to just chip away and march down and get the points yourself.
Yeah, totally agree. I think, this kickoff right here is going to be somewhat of a determination of who the momentum might stay with for the rest of this half. Both teams having scored, both teams having been scored on. I think, these first few phases here will kind of lock down whether or not New England will be able to maintain their kind of attacking momentum, or if the South is going to come back with some pretty aggressive defense and potentially even a turnover.
So that little mishandle could have been trouble, but Jordan able to get a kick on it, a little swipe on it. But now the South comes with pace. That pass did not go the way they wanted it to, and their player winds up in touch. So they traded the ball back and forth a little bit there. I don't know that either team walks away with the advantage there. We'll see what the lineout brings, but I think you're right. I mean, the momentum at this point, you're 15 minutes into the game. It's 7-5. It's battle. You're past the early jitters. You now have a kind of strategy rolling. Your tactics are kind of in play or they're not. And now you're going to try to have to get that momentum. Ball is up and it's in. Now comes across. And again, big solid drive on there. Out to the pod. Good tackle. That's Hughes getting her hands on it. Driving after contact, which is, of course, what you want to see. And now, a few meters by New England. Little chip over the top. There's that kick that we're looking for. Regathered. Well done. And good defensive work by Stone, but high in the tackle. And so the quick tap is on. Muldoon is looking like, come on, guys, where are you? And now the game goes forward. So that was a smart play, quick tap. Unfortunately, the high tackle for South, but now New England once again on the march. So this, I think, is the momentum you're looking for. Going to have to try to keep the ball and make sure that they move it. Looks have some numbers here in the width. We'll see what happens. Can't quite get one more. The ball got stuck there, and that was Baptiste holding on to the ball. Now the ball comes the other way. Good line pressure by South. Not shooting up, they're under control, but they're definitely coming up. And so that is certainly good discipline on their part, but not before the New England team gains a few meters. Now out into the width. Vince, ball in hand, looking for the offload, couldn't quite get it delivered. The counter ruck and ruck work is really impressive, but referee says, yeah, you came from the side. That was Stalemate Schmidt, the 9, who did a nice job to really lever the player over, but just not from the channel. And so now we'll see if both teams have the ball. So New England kicks, it's about 6, 7, maybe 8 meters out. And we'll see what happens in this line out. So here comes the throw. It's up over the front jumper. A little bit of an errant throw, but looks like it was knocked forward in the line out by South. So New England will get another shot at it. And this time it'll be a scrum. So they will scrum down at, let's call that the 7-meter line. So no small task to go forward, but certainly I think they have to feel pretty good about where they are on the field and the fact that 20 minutes are nearly up and they're in position to gain a little momentum. One a little bit less than ideal, drops down. Nothing sinister, referee says. We're just going to have a chat and reset it. Let's make sure everybody stays in good position. So some conversation out here in the New England backs. Looks like they're trying to set something up. Not quite sure what, but we'll see. Ball is out. Vince with ball in hand. Challenging, driving, and over the line for the try, right under the posts. And so really, really good body position by PK Vince to drive on and get that positioning, the shoulders down. You can see it right here in the replay, just drives and drives the leg. So congratulations on that. We're going to add 5 more to the score line as Jordan lines up for the kick right in front of the posts. So, Lauren, I think that that kind of answers your question about the momentum. Certainly New England sort of the same wavelength, come out, make this thing happen and get the momentum rolling.
Yeah, I think, they're doing a lot of things right. I think, runners are running in hard. They're finding the space. It looks like there's pretty good communication between players, especially within the backs. And there seems to be a lot of chemistry on this team. And having played with PK way, way back in high school, she is such a strong player and so multi-talented. And I think, putting her in the 12th position is such a good place because she's able to kind of showcase all of her different skill sets, one of which is having runs like that. And so I think, as long as New England keeps this momentum, keeps the speed of play up, that will continue to work out well for them as the game continues.
All right. So, can't quite tell. We might be at the water break here. It'll be about the right time, 20 minutes in. And teams will regroup. So 14-5 is the score line. And just as you said, lots of talent there. It's going to be a battle between the 12s. I mean, both teams are showing up with a strong 12. We've got Hughes, the captain for South, who is, of course, doing a lot of the work in the middle of the field, and Vince, who got the better on that one on the other side. So that's sort of a subplot we'll be keeping a close eye on as this game goes on. I think another sort of matchup that I'm seeing at least is in the 9s. You have Stalemate Schmidt, who is a formidable 9, playing against Kate Muldoon, also a very strong 9. So that there'll be some stuff there. And then, of course, we're seeing a real smashing forward by some of the props and tight 5 players. So more to come in this Tier 1 Consolation final. The winner of this will wind up with 3rd. So again, if you sort of look at our bracket here, you'll see that that this is the consolation game here in Quincy, Massachusetts, USA Rugby on YouTube. After this game, the final game of the weekend, Rocky Mountain will take on Midwest, and we will see who wins the Tier 1 championship. So Hughes has the ball and is ready to restart this game. Clock continues to roll. We've got 22 on our clock. And now the ball is up. High ball with lots of pressure. A little bounced, but good body position there. And, but referee says that's an obstruction. So one thing you want to see there, I think, which was kind of nice, was Delaney Dill, the number 2, really did a nice job to have shoulders in the right position. So for the younger players out there watching, the kickoff, we constantly talk about that. Shoulders, turned so that if you lose the ball in the air, you can at least bounce it backward and maintain it. The trouble was that they sort of ran in the same line and wound up obstructing each other. So it's going to be a penalty that goes to South, and it looks to me like Hughes is going to call her shot at the posts. So again, another feature that we didn't see much of yesterday. I do think she had 1, maybe 2 off the tee, and had a really, really solid strike. Was 2, we're getting confirmation of that, and had a solid strike. So the error was not in the number. The error was in the fact that it wasn't yesterday. It was Friday. These days have kind of blended together here. So Hughes lines up, tries to add 3, and get the ball back. This is not a small kick, around the 15-meter line and maybe 30 meters out. It is a good strike, and it is through. Congratulations to Maddie Hughes for drilling one from 30 and able to reach and gain those points.
She must have heard what we said about the Battle of the 12s and decided it was her time to shine. That was an incredible kick and takes a lot of skill to be able to perform something like that well.
That's a good point, right? Somebody's got the audio piped in. She says, all right, I see your try, and I will raise you 3 points. So gets the 3, and I believe, actually, it should be 8, not 7. There we go. Now the ball is up, and it's fielded. Looking out into the space. Good double tackle there. Trying to get those positive tackles and drive people back. Not this time, though. That was number 4. Another hard contact. And the referee says, yeah, you held on. You got their hands on the ball. So I think that New England going to be real pleased with that, because now they can find touch and possibly get back to work. So it looks like Vince is going to take this one. Puts one into the corner. It's a solid strike. Brings him about, let's call that maybe 6 or 7 meters out. So again, good opportunity if you can get the clean line out to see if they can test their maul. So Delaney Dill makes her way over for the duties of throwing in, and smart play there, a little work, and there's the maul, exactly what we expected to see. So here it comes, the referee has it, it's now broken off the back. Don't know if that's still the same, but does not appear to be so, because it was brought to the ground and everything is okay. So now 3 meters out, and now there's a penalty. So that one, we'll see. This, no quick tap, interesting. So now they'll set up for the pod. Little rough handle there, but able to hold the ball. Still inching forward. Low body position is going to win this, and that's a great job by whoever that was, made the tackle there by South. And now referee signals clock is off, and we're going to have a conversation. So seems like there have been several penalties, and quite possible that this is the part in the game where the referee says, look, repeated infringements near the goal line, Another one, and somebody's got to get off. Like, you got to get this settled. I can't have it. And so, for those that may not know the game too closely, continuity is a documented factor in the game of rugby. It's probably the only sport where things continuing is important enough to make it a sort of pillar of the game. So that anything that stops the game or slows the game is really considered quite sinister. Here's the big 25 rolling through and getting another try, just blasting through, kind of saying, yep, just tackle me. And that time found the way to the try zone. So again, not quite sure the name on that player, but we'd love to have it. So if you're following in the comments or you're a player, we're going to go ahead and look in the comments section and see if we can get that. But New England able to add 5 more to the score line. So it looks like Jordan will line up for the kick once again. Try to bring this up to 21. And indeed is able to. So 21 on the score line with 30 or so in the books. And now I think that if you're New England, you are feeling a little bit of that momentum. So, yeah, you called it. It was sort of like, look, that phase of the game, whoever's going to get this next one could get momentum. And South is battling, but at this point, 21-8, that is, it's way too long to be comfortable, but at least it allows you to sort of take a breath.
Yeah, agreed. And I think as we've mentioned a few times now, like the weather today is such a factor that I think, your mental game has to just be so strong. And I feel like having the momentum of a few points on the board and getting those phases to work out can really give you that little extra boost that you might need to, make that extra run, make that tackle hard, try to focus on not making mistakes. And I think, with external factors like heat, that just becomes even more of an important thing is your mentality. And so I think, as we see throughout the game, I do think that will continue to be very important.
So it looks like we've got a scrum at the center. Not quite sure what the infraction was. It clearly went 10. But we'll have a scrum center to New England. Now the ball out. Muldoon looking, has options. Jordan puts it on the foot. It's not cleanly fielded. Stone under some pressure, but referee says, yeah, probably offsides here. So again, real strict enforcement on retreating players on the kick. And that is exactly as you would expect from the recent clarification in the World Rugby laws. So the penalty goes to South, and Hughes will look to gain some territory. It's a good kick. They gain some territory indeed, and now they're going to be somewhere around 30 meters out with the ball in a lineout. Lineout formed, and it's in. Well done to tip that back, but not before New England is able to come through and grab it themselves. Referee says, but you held on, and that was very fast work to get hands on. So Schmidt brings it out, looks for Hughes. Nice little offload there into some space. Now coming back, that's the number 8, Kayla Pecorina. Again, looking for some continuity here. Driving on. Gaining a few, now in a threatening position. That could have been knocked, didn't quite see it. Maybe went to the feet So they're still okay going forward. South looking to pick and go and get some space. The latch is on. They gain a few more. They're within 5 meters. Good work to stay in body position. Now the ball comes out. Hughes with a sidestep, looks to deliver. So close, and there it is. That would be number 10, Rachel Hamleman, who is able to dot that down and put 5 on the board. So now South says, yeah, like momentum, schmomentum, let's get after it. And so the score comes up to 13, and they'll look to add 2 more. So if they are able to get the 2, we've got a 21-15 score line, and we've got a heck of a game brewing. Again, no easy kick from here. Hughes is on the 15-meter line on her far end, but closer than before and was able to get that one. So So 34 gone. Hughes ready to take the strike. Big charge by New England. And that one is good. So add 2 more to the score line. For South. So the South Selects are able to put 7 more on the board and bring their line up to 21-15, and we've got one heck of a match. I think if you look, you can see the heat is starting to wear. So just as you said before, Lauren, the heat is a real factor here. It's got to be 90 degrees or hotter, and it's just starting to wear on players. That kick finds its way all the way to the try zone, untouched, and so that one should come back. Yeah, so our official temperature is telling us 89, so the guess of 90 was pretty close. And that one's going to come back. It's going to be a scrum at the center because the kick went all the way into the try zone, untouched. So South will get back to work with the ball at the midfield, and let's see what kind of a shape they show us. Looks like they've got evenly split or thereabouts. They've got the fullback Stone lined up directly behind the scrum, so could expect to see some movement there. They are not showing a lot of depth. They look to be fairly flat, so we'll see what happens there. Referee not satisfied, says let's do it again. And referee says, yeah, you went early. So the New England gets a minor infringement, but their South is not waiting at all. So referee says, nah, I got to go through the mark. Unfortunately, it looks like the fullback Stone took quite a shot, but seems to be okay in moving. So officially, there's no drive until the ball is placed. And although there can be a firm engagement, referee felt that was a little bit more than what was reasonable. And so the free kick goes to South. Schmidt brings it out, and now a massive double tackle drives those teams back. Now that's 24-7. So those are that's going to make a Morris rugby team very proud. That's McLaughlin and Cogan doubly tackling. Schmidt with an unbelievable over-the-top pass, but not able to be handled, and so bounces into touch.
I think that's a great showing by South just now. I think over the last couple of plays, we've really seen them kind of start to get into their attacking stride. And I think, only being one try behind, they have so much time in this game to put that equalizer in. And I think, you know, if they continue to make the passes like we just saw and keep those phases just fast, I think we will see a few more points added before the end of this half.
Yeah, you get the impression that that you know they are not ready to take their foot off the gas at all. They're just looking for that moment, and if they can get that final pass, it just has this feel like they're going to break one. They have some team speed overall. They move the ball quickly, and they're just like that one pass away.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if you're a South Selects fan, you're probably sitting on the edge of your seat, just waiting for that one more that's going to break somebody open. So it'll be Muldoon with New England who's going to put the ball in this time, and they're going to more than likely want to get some pressure relief. But again, this time the referee not satisfied with the New England scrum. So the ball comes out, quick tap, and away they go again. Looks for a seam, firm double tackle, but not before they're able to recycle it. This is Stone with the ball. That final pass, again, unfortunately did not go their way. Great job to regather. Good effort there to get the hands on the ball, but not doable. Big tackle once again. That's Vince. Ball comes out again. Not a lot on that inside channel. They're trying to hit through and get some forward momentum, but New England is right there. Little fend off there. Still able to hold on. Schmidt looking. Brings it across. They've got an outside number if they could pull it off. Cut to the inside instead, and the clean out, but not before Jordan able to get her hands on the ball. So Skylar Jordan with a really courageous play there. Good job by her. That is exactly what you need in that situation. You know, somebody who is willing to put their hands on it and unfortunately take the punishment for it.
Yeah, that one's unfortunate for South. I mean, you know, that was a great couple of phases they have. Unfortunately, couldn't get that last pass off. But I think it's also a testament to New England and their defense and really, you know, not allowing these last few phases for South to get in their heads and just, you know, continue to really push that line and force mistakes. And I think, you know, that's really impressive.
So the kicked touch was successful. Okay, so I saw the AR sort of running away. I wasn't sure what was going on. He was just kindly getting another game ball. These kickers are putting enough on it to send it beyond the stadium at this point. So South goes up early, and New England gets the second jumper. Once again, here's the 25, and drives on. Little flick into space. This is McLaughlin. Again, all able to offload. That one is unfortunately not going to work out, and that results in a knock-on. So I'm showing 40 plus. The clock on the field is showing 38, so we may be playing some stoppages today. We did not play the stoppages on Friday, not nearly as aggressively anyway. And we got about a minute and a half to play. We'll see if we can catch a call from the referee. Occasionally we can hear it, but I've not heard it yet. So Salome Schmidt with the ball, and South will look to strike and maybe get that equalizer, Lauren, that you were talking about. It's a good time to do it if you can get it, and here it is, number 7 off the back. Drives on and gains a few. Once again, Jordan gets hands on ball, but you were not on sides, the referee says. So if you are the tackler, you can't be over and then put your hands on. And here is the drive in the corner, still moving forward are the South Selects. Big pressure and a massive tackle back. So now they're going to have to decide how they attack this New England, very stiff New England defense. Referee says time is off. Maybe we've got an injury, possibly. Looks like maybe needing a trainer, and referee going to chat with New England and say, hey, we've got to get some things sorted. There's the tap. Hughes decides to take it herself at the front of the pod, and They are driving. The latch is working. I cannot see. There it is. The hand is up. Wow. So I can't quite tell who got that. If Hughes held on to it, looks like maybe she did. And the latch and drive was just really successful there. That's right at the actual horn. You heard the horn in the background. That's the buzzer saying we're beyond the 40. And so we'll add the 5. We're going to make it 21-20. Hughes is going to take a kick from pretty much all the way. I mean, 5 meters out and at the 22. So this is a very challenging kick, but would put South up if it's successful.
I think if anyone is going to make this kick that we've seen today, it would be Hughes. I mean, her kicks have been so great from both an angled perspective, but also a strength. And I think, you know, with this being such a pivotal moment in the game, I think the ball is in good hands.
I agree.
Her feet.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is listen, this is what you want. This is your captain, and this is the person who has had some success off the tee all day. So see if she can do it again. Big charge, big strike, and it is good. So just as you said, the ball was in good hands or off of a good foot, and that's going to be the halftime. So Madison Hughes drives one over in extra to bring the score to 22. And so that's the half. We are at halftime here, and really, really good game, 22-21. I mean, Lauren, what's your take? What have you seen that you think should be highlighted?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the game is so close, and I think that's a reflection of exactly how the play has been going. I wouldn't say one team is any more dominant than the other. I think there's been, you know, phases for both teams where one has really been either outworking or outskilling the other, but for the most part, like, both teams seem incredibly balanced. I can't see a clear winner in this game, and I think that's what makes this game so exciting. I think, you know, both teams have a lot of depth to them. Both teams have forwards in the pack who are able to, you know, hit really well and draw several defenders in on their tackles. And at the same time, you know, you've got players who can kick. You've got players who can find the gap. You have players who can, you know, who know each other and can work to create plays and set up, you know, 2-3 phases in the backs. And so I think, you know, all of that hard work is just so impressive so far in this game. And, you know, as we did mention earlier, I think the battle of the 12s is still up there. I think, you know, both 12s are proving to be so dominant. You know, we just saw Hughes. I mean, she's got quite a leg, but she's also such a strong runner, and she's so skilled and able to see the game and where the ball needs to go. And I think, you know, PK Vince as well, same thing, you know, such a strong runner, so able to draw in 2-3 players. And, you know, I kind of think that's another development in the game that we're seeing. A 12, you know, used to be more of a, they called the 12 the forward of the backs for a long time. But I think now we're really starting to see the 12 become a playmaker like the 10. And I think that kind of development is really being showcased in this game.
Great insights, and certainly something that I'm sure they can both feel good about and be proud of. I mean, that's good work on both sides of the ball. And that battle, I think we're going to continue to be watching closely as this game is really just about deadlocked, 22-21. I think that I agree. The skill level of this game and the tactics seem to be a little broader than the games we've seen before. So whereas the first 2 games of the day were a little bit more open play oriented, offloads, fast rucking, you know, kind of in the open, this game seems to be a bit more tactical. People using the sidelines. We've seen them all on both sides of the ball. We've seen some kick, you know, opportunities and sort of the vision to do so. And then, of course, all the open play as well. So, yeah, really, really interesting one so far. We're going to set the mics down for a few minutes and grab a sip of water as these teams take a break as well. Here in Quincy, Massachusetts, at the New England Free Jacks, home of the New England Free Jacks. My name is Mike Eisenhart, and I'm with the EGRL, RPS, and Main Street Sports. We are happy to be bringing you this broadcast as part of the All-Star Weekend. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back. So we are back here for the start of the second half of this game between the New England Independents and the South Selects, which I believe are going by Reapers. Scary. And so these two teams are in an absolute battle, 22-21 in favor of South, with a kick by the captain Hughes to put them over the top. And in really good position. So this has been one heck of a game, and I'm excited to see what happens in the second half. We've got PK Vince with the ball for New England, going to kick off, and the clock has started. So away we go. It's a nice long kick. And now the ball comes up into contact, gains a few. That was Candace Lynn from the South. And that one not knocked on, but referee says you're okay. You play on. And so New England gets it back. Nice little soft pass there by the captain, number 1. Looking, hard contact in. That was number 6, Caroline Wolfel. Caroline Wolfel. Sorry, Caroline. But not before a penalty is called, and now Hughes will look to find touch. Does so, and puts the ball at about the 38-meter mark. So far, and I mean, I don't want to jinx it, Lauren, but so far this game has been the most even game that we've seen. We're now on our 7th of 8 games, and this has been really very even back and forth.
I agree. I really think throughout this game there hasn't been one team that I can say has had more of the momentum or has shown, more talent or even work ethic. I think everyone is working so hard on this field and really putting everything they have out there and working together. And again, I don't want to jinx it either, but this has been so exciting.
So that was Gabby Apea, who the Quinnipiac University player, prop, who lost the ball in contact, and so that scrum down is going to go back to New England. And New England will look to restart their attack as part of this opening minutes of the second half. Still seeing what looks to be the same back line for New England, and that's Jordan on one side and Vince on the other. The drive is on, though, and that's hard to handle for Muldoon, who gets one off. Nice little kick, and it's going to find touch. So smart play by Muldoon. Saw the pack was getting driven back, so really strong work by the South Selects pack. And then just to put it on her foot and get it over the winger. South going to bring it in the line out, and we'll see what they can get. What kind of momentum they can get started. And out to the third. And that is the captain driving on and gaining a few. So one of the features that I thought was real interesting yesterday in the conversation with Sione and Emily, the coaches for USA, the senior teams, was they talked a lot about some of these skill sets, and one of the skill sets that came on was throwing, and the fact that we need to be able to really throw consistently and hit that second and third jumper. So that we saw there was a nice throw in by the South. Stone puts it on the foot and takes a hop that goes the way of the New England Independents. That was Gabrielle Ferreira able to sort of deal it and pull it in, and now New England looking to push it back the other way. Good line pressure, but high. So referee says that's a penalty. You were too high in the contact. Jordan decides to take it quick, swings it out. That one also a tie. That was over the shoulder, and that is going to cause a stoppage of the clock. And looks to me like the captain Hughes is going to take a seat for 10 minutes because that one was unfortunately too high. Now, certainly as the captain, you are held to a very high standard, and that one referee felt was not okay. So at 44, Hughes makes an exit for 10 minutes, and this will be a moment that you would think New England will really try to make happen. New England thought about going for points there, thought about going for the posts, but have decided against that idea. And so I've set up their pods. South ready, comes strong. Really good at getting on the ball, but the referee says you were over it. You had lost your feet. And now this is Vince going to try to do that battle of the 12s when her opposite is off the field. So not a bad choice. Knows who's missing and tries to find that channel. Big hard contact 4 meters out. There's the punch forward. That was Molly McKelvey, 5. Still just burrowing, looking for the ball. Again, the drive is on. Gets stood up, which is always dangerous because that's when the ball can be in sort of a rough position. And yeah, that's exactly what we see here. So looks to me like the referee feels like it needs to come back for the 5-meter scrum. Did not get the exact call there. But either way, we'll see if which team can get the drive on. In the last one, South had a really nice low drive and were really able to sort of push New England back. We'll see if that's going to happen again here. This would be the time for New England to really get firm, and they do. So there is the free kick. Referee says, yeah, the idea is okay, but you got to play it through the mark, and they now will. So Muldoon sets up with the ball and coordinating the pods, goes to McLaughlin, who's going to drive on, is very close, but not quite in. Can't see who has the ball, but still going forward. That one could be held up. Good job by, yes, there it is. That was a great job by South Selects to get their hands on the ball. You know, they talk about the battle of the shoulders and the battle of body height and the low person usually winning. And I mean, that is exactly what you saw there. The South Selects in a very, very strong position to get under that ball, and they did. So that is stifling for the New England team. The trade-off, of course, is they will get the ball back on the goal line dropout. It's Salome Schmidt who's going to take the kick, going to try to drive one. Brings it out beyond the 22, so a nice kick, and unfortunately results in a knock-on. So that one is going to be a little frustrating if you are New England, but also an energy boost if you are South.
Yeah, I think if you're South in this case, you know, you've got to be happy with the territory gain just now and the hold up just before. But I think something else that they need to be thinking about is the fact that they gave up about 4 penalties right in a row, right in front of their try zone. And I think, you know, as the second half continues and players are tired and their captain is off the field, these are all factors that can have a huge impact on the way that the play goes and the way that they're able to continue on defense and offense as well. So I think, you know, as the game goes on, that's going to continue to be an important factor. And, you know, somebody who, you know, isn't Hughes is going to have to kind of step into that captain role and pull her team into a position where they can perform well.
So this is an important call. It looks like New England has just conceded the penalty for holding on. You saw PK Vince go over, sort of did the clean out work, separated, grabbed the ball. So really good body position there for her. But then I guess South got right over the ball. So the touch finder does not. And so now back to work. That looked to be Cunningham, who now brings the ball out. And they're going to look to test the width on this side. So they should have the mismatch somewhere. They're looking for it. They're probing. They're trying to find it. Larissa Gumarez is who I have wearing the 8 jersey, who had the ball. And as you said, I mean, conceded another penalty. So the kick to the corner and 8 meters out. Correction. It looks like we've got an update on our roster. That was Avonlea Wood, which makes more sense because if Larissa who might be the mystery player at 25. So we'll see. We'll see if the mall forms again. This is, again, good time to do it. Good place to do it. Got the numbers. Little fake there. Drops back. Stolen in the line out. South is going to be happy with that. Stone tries to deliver the kick. Goes right to Jordan. And now the ball comes across the field. A little bit of an errant pass. Still looking. That's 14, Emma Cullen, who's sort of tied up on the width. Muldoon brings it. This is 25. And now, slicing through is the 5. Looking for the offload. Muldoon is going to walk it right in. And so great job by Molly McElvey to just know that we don't want to slow the momentum down. Slices through, gets the momentum going, and that is really good scrum half work by Muldoon. That is exactly what you expect from a high-level scrum half, to be, in that position to receive that offload and just walk the ball right in. So Muldoon is going to add 5 to the New England count, and New England does take advantage of South being a player down. That's now going to bring it 26-22. Skylar Jordan with the ball in the tee right in front of the posts. Kick is up, and it's good. And so 28-22 is the scoreline. About 52, 51 gone. So solid work by by New England to really keep the pressure on, resulting in the try with the captain off the field. I think that's something that you picked up on really, really smartly, is the fact that when your captain is off the field, someone has to step into that leadership role. And it looks like maybe Sal is still searching.
Yeah, I think that'll be important for the remainder of this yellow card period. I definitely feel like there was a momentum shift when Hughes went off the field. And on the one hand, I mean, that just shows how impactful of a player she is and has been. But like you're saying, on the other hand, it's going to continue to be so important that, South is able to get back into their game and understand who plays what role and, how to continue to fight in this game.
So this looks like trouble for South. Another card. So that is going to be at the 52nd minute. So just about when Hughes was going to enter the game, we now add another yellow to South. So they're going to play 2 players down for about a minute, minute and a half. And that is troubling. I'm sure Coach Lisa Jackson is not feeling particularly enthused about that. So the line out will go the way of the Independents. And this time they're able to bring it back and out into space. This is McLaughlin, who brings it out to 17, Kira maybe. That pass gets away from Vince, and a little bit of bobbly work there, and finds touch. So got some substitutions on for New England. I'm seeing number 20, Tatum Muller, who has joined the game. Looks to be playing, not sure, thought maybe the wing, but has blocks on, so might be playing flanker. Now the throw, well taken and off the top to Schmidt. A little bit of a hop. That's 13, Lanique Bauer. Brings it out to Jay Stone. Swings it out one more. Not a lot of running room. Going to make something happen. Well done there by the 11. Emily Rahia. Good fight on the ground to hold the ball, but New England able to get their hands on it. So that's a second one. Jordan takes the quick tap, tries to put it into the green space. Pressure on, but by herself. So going to need to get her some reinforcements up here. And now the opposing winger will try to make something happen. And may. This is number 14, Michael Glover. Fights on the ground, but Vince able to do it. So that, I think that really says something right there, Lauren, is that Vince is a heads up player, has, the experience to just hang out in that spot, relax, and get hands on the ball. And it's right then that we see Maddie Hughes re-enter the game. So they are now down to one yellow card. And this referee is having some conversation saying, look, we've got to clean this up. So 13 becomes 14, and the Independents will get back to work with a kick to touch.
Yeah, I think the referee is right in this moment to kind of, ask the teams to settle in and kind of think about, how to safely play this game and avoid as many penalties as we can. As the game keeps going, both teams obviously are working so hard. More penalties tend to be conceded in moments when teams are tired because you're just not necessarily focused on those very little technical specifics. And so, I think especially with the heat right now, like these teams are going to have to really lock in that way and, continue to stay disciplined because that's what's going to be the deciding factor in this game.
Big contact and bump off by McLaughlin, who gets the game going forward for New England. One of the storylines that we could probably talk about in this game, which we haven't, is that these two teams have a lot of players who know and play against each other. When we look up and down the lineups, you got a lot of folks from the various schools and clubs in the area. And with the referee's back turned, big counter ruck. Muldoon not pleased about that, felt that had the hands on the ball. And that is one of those law bits from World Rugby, which is that if you are part of the ruck, you cannot release and play the person who is playing the ball. So Muldoon looked up and kind of looked to the referee like, hey, what's going on here? The referee had the back turned, addressing another concern. So I think we could see this get a little bit, let's say, chippy, maybe beyond aggressive with these two teams. Lots of players from Sacred Heart and Queens and Brown, and we saw some Boston Banshees out there. I mean, you've got players who are playing at a high level and also are playing with a very competitive spirit. Hughes back in and making her presence known. The box kick, love it. First one we may have seen, or maybe second or third one all weekend, but first one of this game. Puts some pressure on, but the 11 does a good job to find space and keeping the ball alive. So buys her team some time, and now the kick from 13, that's Lanique Bauer, who clears some space. Hard step by Cunningham, but unfortunately lost her footing, and we hear a whistle. Lots of conversation at this point happening with the South Selects, and it looks like the referee may be going to the pocket again. And is. So this is something that you do not see all that often. But at this point, the South Selects have been playing a player down for, at least one player down for 15 minutes and are going to have another 10 tacked on to that.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. And I think, if I'm Hughes in this moment, or if I'm another leader on this team, this is going to be a moment where you need to get your team together and start talking to them about these penalties. I think, for the most part, a lot of them have been pretty technical, but, mistakes that are avoidable. And so, in this case, like this late in the game, New England is only going to continue to capitalize on the fact that they are a man up. And so, this is a key moment, I think, and a testament to leadership on this South team trying to get their heads back in this game.
So we'll see if they can do it. 21 to 23 meters out, let's call it. And the ball is on. And so New England goes right back to it. Referee signals that it's on. South is joining. And now the maul stops. Muldoon plays it out. Good low tackle there by the selects player, but no rolling. Referee says, okay, just stay put. We're all right there. Now the ball out. Another good line pressure tackle. New England going to look. Muldoon decides to go the other way, finds McLaughlin, gets the offload. Big hit, driven backward. That's Avonlea Wood. Goes into the contact hard, pops it off the ground. Muldoon there again to clean it up. So once again, you see the scrum half right where the scrum half needs to be. Great work. Now the burrowing forward. Not much there. So this was where South really did well before. If you remember, they got their hands on the ball. And it looks like a little skip pass. Well done there. And that is just going to absolutely work out. Dummy runner line, that's quality work. I mean, I'm going to try to get a number. It could have been 16. I didn't quite see. But you see the little dummy runner line, and then there, the 15 just marches it in. I believe that's Cunningham. So really well done.
I do think this has been a strength of New England throughout this whole game is, really finding those 2-3 passes right at the end of the phase and finding that corner and that dummy run that we just saw. I mean, there is clearly a lot of skill on this team, and also some chemistry, like you were saying, either playing with or against these players. That is the positive in this kind of a scenario. You kind of understand what your teammates are going to be doing, what they're going to be looking for, and I think that level of chemistry just adds another advantage in tournaments like these where, certain teams might not have necessarily that same makeup.
So Jordan will line up to try to put another 2 in. For the time being, South remains 2 down, which is certainly not the position you want to be in. Jordan sends it, and unfortunately, that one kisses the upright and does not make it in. And so the score remains 33-22. Very close, just pushed a little further. And so now it looks like we're at the water break. So we've got 33-22, and we've got 62 minutes played. Scoreline that, I mean, it's tough to say. I mean, it doesn't reflect the effort. We were so locked in, but I mean, this is essentially the entire half played a person down. That's got to take its toll.
Agree. I definitely think that, when we did have 15 players on both sides, that is when we saw a lot of back and forth, no real team with a dominance or advantage. And I think now being 1 to 2 players down, depending on, what time of the second half it's been, that can really not only affect your ability to defend effectively, but also can really get in your head. And so I hope that, in that sense, the South selects are taking a deep breath and allowing themselves to come back and, continue to do what they've been doing on attack. And even defense, I mean, they have been holding that line so well, especially for being a player down. So I think if they, continue with that effort, we should see some more even play.
So in that last series, one of the things that I think stood out for me was you saw Avonlea Wood just get the game going forward. Had the ball, just smashes it forward, goes through one tackler, goes through the next. But then I think the thing that you have to, now I've said it twice, but for those that, maybe don't appreciate the little things in the game, Kate Muldoon from Brown University is just in the right place every time. Like that is a disciplined scrum half who is following the game and is standing right where she needs to be. A lot of credit to Kate for the work she's doing. As our switchboard man here whispered in my ear just a minute ago, like creating the space because of the positioning, just taking those first couple of steps off the base, drawing that defender in, and then little put back, and it's just makes it easier to play. So really, really good work by Kate, and as well as the entire New England team. On the other side, South is playing a strong and physical game. I mean, they are definitely not letting up in any stretch. But as we look across the field and see two players in the bin, that's something that's gotta be part of the storyline. So the clock restarts, 62 in the books, and Hughes will send the restart. That's a great restart. It's up high, a little bit lost in the sun, but goes backward. And so now New England will get back to work. That pass a little bit behind McLaughlin, but she's able to get a little momentum going forward. That's a nice inside ball. Looked, almost had it. The defense was there. And this time it looks like South has come up with it. But there's Vince right there to pick it up again. Just trading poach after poach. Now Jordan will kick. Has the space. Great job by the 11. That is Emily Rahia, who absolutely catches it over the shoulder and then makes something out of it. Well done. Now the ball out. Little isolated there. Good work trying to fight to keep feet. Ball bouncing around. Free satisfied on that counter ruck. And the ball is taken by New England. That was player number 22, Rebecca Chiaffi. And now Jordan will deal again. So what you see here is now New England is really starting to play a territory game. Good chase by 16, but looked to be knocked by South. So some frustration continues. The first knock on South, the second knock on New England, and the ball is at the 10-meter line. So New England will get the put in 40 meters from their try line. South will have to defend and see if they can win the ball back. Looks to me like one of the two cards has been released. So we'll go ahead and get that clear on our end, but that still says South's playing with a player down. Probably another 7-8 minutes. Free kick goes to South, and Schmidt is recalled for not going through the mark. Now the tap is on. A couple of players from New England scurry to get back. The kick through, Vince with a kick stop, looked like she's playing for the Bruins. And the knock on goes the way of New England. So at this point, I kind of feel like a lot of these little bits are going the way of New England. And that just, you know, they're the home team. They've got some crowd support. We can hear it. It's hard not to be frustrated if you're the Reapers from the South. Yeah,
and I think we are seeing that a little bit in the body language on the field right now. Definitely seeing a lot of hands on knees, a couple of, getting up from the ground a little bit slow. I think that's just something that you can't concede at this point in the game. This is still very much a game. And I think, the more South continues to just push forward, like they will continue to get those opportunities. But I think you're right. I mean, these little mistakes, like we just saw again, are really, really hurting them, especially as they remain a player down. I mean, those just, you kind of got to clean those up if you want to be able to move with pace.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, here you say like there's almost like a little letdown in the energy, and then you see Schmidt and Hughes, who I believe are teammates, just take the ball and roll with it, but then a little bit of a mishandle, and now the ball is back in the New England hands. So now the ball comes out. A little bit of a mishandle for New England, but goes backward, and so Cunningham able to clean it up. Ball is up and over. And into touch. So it looks like the line out will go to New England, who is going to do some regrouping here. And Muldoon has been substituted off for Marissa Kogan, wearing 22. So welcome to the field, Marissa. Good to see you out there. And kudos to Muldoon, who had a heck of a game. Kogan swings the ball, finds Wood, and looks to deal again. Here it is. Good forward lurch there by 23. That's Landmesser. Looks to exploit the gap. Off the feet, still okay. And into touch. So a really nice job, the attempt, but just couldn't keep it alive long enough. So we see the player who's in the sin bin standing. So maybe about that time to re-enter the game. It's got to be close. And at any minute, we'll be asking the referee to release. And now, waiting for that permission to get back in the game. So Kogan will defend, and Schmidt will put the ball in. The ball, it's wheeled, but the ball came out, so referee says play on. Good physical work there. Nice battle between those two. And now Schmidt brings it out again. Ball swings out. Hughes finds her foot, and it goes directly into touch, and so she's going to want that one back. That was almost too much. Well, was too much. And so that's a frustrating thing for a kicker. Has a nice strike on the ball, but carried almost too far. So looks like the player has re-entered the game, and we are now, just now, back to even strength. So 70 minutes into the game, I believe this is the first time all half that it's been even numbers. I mean, fairness to South Selects, like this scoreline could be a lot worse playing a player down for that long. We go to the second jumper, through the line out, South able to get a hand on it, but New England able to recover. Go to the short side. Out again. Now bringing it out to the left side of the field. We've seen the 5 do some damage, so we would expect again. Now, no overload out there, but Cunningham looking. Great job by the 13 to smother that. Still in hand. Never quite know when to start counting phases, but this would have been a good one. This has been phase after phase for New England. That one looked like it was lost, but covered up and now okay. Nothing doing there on the side. The offload. Still working. We're seeing some players down for South. And a high tackle is called. So clock stops so we can get some players addressed by the trainer. And the New England team calls for water. That should give us some indication of exactly how hot it is out there. 71.5 gone. Players are just looking to see this thing finish out. 33-22. We can't say it's a foregone conclusion, though. I mean, you still have 9 minutes. They're now at even strength. It's kind of like one break. If they could get one break, the South could really, open this game back up. I mean, you just never know. 11 points is that's not smooth sailing necessarily.
Yeah, I do think the rest of this game is going to come down to which team has more grit, which team is going to be able to just really do that disgusting, dirty work for the rest of the game. Just tackle after tackle, hard run when, you feel like you're dying in this heat. So I do think, that is just so important. And especially at this point in the game, you see the finish line, but it's not quite close enough for you to take any step off the gas pedal.
Fair. So it looks like trainers have done the work. And now the teams will get back to the action. Jordan kicks one for the corner and looks like gets it for the 5-meter line out. So we're going to see if they can muster up that maul again. Maybe just show it and fake it a little bit here. They've now shown it a couple of times, so you would expect South to be ready for it, but got to respect it, got to come in on it. We shall see. They've also done a little bit of trickery in the line out, movement and fake jumps, and that's always nice to see. And there it is again, backs up. I didn't fall for it that time, but they are able to clean it up. No maul, because again, went out the back. Now driving is the team in blue. And close to the line and held up is the call. So did not see who got their hands under that ball, but it looks to me like possibly the 13. So that would have been Lanique Bauer, who was able to get hands under Nessa McLaughlin, which worked out well. Referee stops the play and says, let's do that again. There was an issue with the restart. And now we'll do it again. Hughes sends it, and it's a great clearance, but it's fielded cleanly and now comes back the other way. Cunningham looking. Kogan deals. Brings it out to 17. That's Kira Grimes. Again. Salome Schmidt on the tackle. Look at that ankle tap tackle. Well done by her. But Vince says, yep, I'll just regather and I'm going to do it again. Here is the captain, number 1, Salma Bezet. New England looks again. And that time, we've got an obstruction. So ran behind your own player, can't do that. And that's going to cause a problem. So this one is going to go to South Selects as another substitution is made. Did not catch the number of the player going on, but it was 17, Gabby Apea, who rolls out for the South. The free kick. So we've seen now 3, 4, maybe 5 times that New England has gotten in some trouble there in the scrum. Big hit, but delivers the offload. Gaining some meters. That looked to be the number 8, Kayla Pecorina, who just absolutely goes down the field with intent. Unfortunately, that final pass was thrown forward. And again, the referee will stop the clock briefly, get some attention for one of the players. Can't quite tell. Looks like possibly getting a stretch there. Maybe a calf cramp, which is not uncommon in this kind of heat as you get depleted. So player back on her feet, and referee says, let's get going again. Here in Quincy, Massachusetts, it's 33-22. New England, the home squad, supported by the New England Free Jacks, over the South Selects from the southeastern part of the United States, Carolinas primarily. 90 degrees and sunny, and the clouds evaporating quickly. So the final game of the day will be a hot one, and certainly teams are going to be thinking about that, making some adjustments potentially. So things got turned, and it looks like the referee's going to just do it again. It'll be Stalemate Schmidt with the ball. Big push. This time it's a penalty. And let's see. Looks like some conversation going to happen with the captain. And the card is shown. So repeated infringements in the scrum results in a player down for New England. So I said it before, there was 4 or 5 different times that you saw the referee give the free kick call, the short arm, to New England. This time, she says, listen, no more shenanigans. I mean, like, we get it, like the dark arts, front row, we know there's a lot going on in there, but this time it was just too many, and now you will be a player down. So that's going to be it for the rest of the game. 5 minutes remaining, they'll be a player down. We'll see if that breathes any life into the South Selects. I mean, they're in a good attacking platform here. They're inside the 22. Now the line out if they can field it cleanly. And they do. So they show them all, but it looks like the ball hit the deck, and so they had to end that quickly. And so now another penalty against New England. Schmidt quick taps, finds Hughes, who's looking, drawing, but didn't have the numbers. This is the 8. Couple meters out, still looking. Hughes getting ready for the punch. Has the latch. High body position, but is able to get the ball over, and the arm is up. So really, really smart work there. You could see it if you looked closely. Hughes is not. She's denied on the first one, but just extends the ball. She's over the line. She's okay there, and just boop, there it is. Extra 5 points. And now we've got ourselves a scoreline. 27-33. The extras will bring it up potentially to 29. Puts this thing very, very close. However, interestingly, not close enough to win the game on a penalty kick. Even if they hit this, they'll need to try to win it. Or even tie it. So the clock on the field is showing 78, which means that by the time they get back for the kick, could be the last play. The referees all weekend long have respected the horn, so the clock on the field, when it signals the 80th minute. Lone charge from New England, and the kick pushes wide. And so the scoreline remains 33-27. And this will be it. I mean, effectively, this will be it. If you're the South Selects and you're now up a player because of the yellow card, you've got really one last possession to make something happen. This kick matters. PK Vince with the ball. Sort of slowly makes her way to the center. Maybe sort of saying, hey, it is pretty warm here. And we know this is the last play. She's going to drive it into the corner, I would imagine. Yep, there it is. And find some space, but it's fielded by the 7. Now they're going to have to be really smart with the passing here. Big ruck. Great clean out there. Good pressure. Good tackle. still on her feet, able to drive. Ball is at the feet of Schmidt, who brings it out. So that's the horn. This is the last play. A try wins it for South, who is on the march. Going to have to be smart with these offloads. If that thing bounces forward, which we've seen several times today, that could be the end of it. Or that will be the end of it. Now, hands on. Referee says, nah, but we're coming back. We're coming back. And the clock is off. Like, what? Not quite sure. Another card. So here we have it, where we're back now to 2 cards, and New England is down 2. So that is Vince, who is taken off, and not sure if it was just sort of like, as the captain, you'll serve it. I did not see the infringement, but South is now going to come back in and try to charge. They're going to have to be really smart with this ball. Like, the ruck speed is everything right now, because New England is going to try to get their hands on that ball. Absolutely. And here is an offload. Gets through one. Big drive over by Cunningham. Schmidt able to dig it out. Hughes looking for the 14. Keeps it alive. Referee going to confer with the AR. Looked to be a high tackle. And yet another yellow on New England. And so now New England is 3 players down for the remaining minutes, 30 seconds. I'm not really sure. That, I mean, the clock has already sounded. The last play, South is absolutely going to just need to keep the ball in hand. Don't do too much. You're in position. Now it has to be a try. A kick will not do. Hands are on the ball. The penalty goes to South. Did not release the tackle. Schmidt is looking. These passes have to be clean. The sideline is standing in disbelief. This would do it. She's in. She touches it down. That is number 8, Kayla Pecorina, who in the death. I mean, the minutes are up. Wow. 3 yellow cards in the last minute, and the driving try makes this 33-32 with the kick to follow. This is reminiscent of the game yesterday here in this exact stadium. On the wrong side of the field, it's a mirror image of yesterday, but yesterday in the MLR game, the Chicago Hounds were set up for a kick. Now, this is no easy kick. I mean, this is, Hughes is out there. I mean, she's out beyond the 15 meter, not quite to the 5 meter. I mean, this is the battle. This is what you came for. I mean, if anybody here has the leg to do it, I would say Hughes could. Gonna have to get a clean strike, though, at a point in the game where you've got to be exhausted. The charge, the kick, it is pushed in front of the post. An absolute heartbreaker for the South, but what can we say? That was a fantastic game. I mean, there's so many different stories and subplots, and wait a second. There's going to be another kick. There's a restart. I mean, if O'Brien was here, I'd be saying you can't make this stuff up, O'Brien. You can't make it up. This game, the horn has sounded. We've got 82 minutes showing. 3 cards. South will get another bite. Jordan steps up for the kick. Man, if you're New England, how do you not be rattled right now, like with that last series? But that could work out. And that should end it. Oh, my goodness. What a game. So kudos to Skylar Jordan for blasting one into the corner and getting that bounce. But that was That was a really good game. New England, who has the lead most of the game, holds on barely for the 1-point win. Lauren, I mean, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, thoughts all over the place. This was a, movie level game to watch. I think my two takeaways were, kind of as we've mentioned throughout the game. One is just, I think this game came down to two things. One of which was obviously the amount of yellow cards and penalties, and two was just sheer grit up until the end of this game. And I think that is what got us to such an exciting score right at the end. I think, the amount of penalties conceded by both teams is something that should seriously be considered going forward. And I think does show that at the end of the day, there is so much growing that, all of these teams, even at the highest level, still need to do. And I do think, when teams were down, the other teams seemed to capitalize on that almost every single time. I mean, tries were scored a lot of times when there were several players off the field. And so, on the one hand, that's something to keep in mind for defense, but on the other hand, it's commendable for the teams on offense who are able to exploit that. And I think, major kudos to South. I mean, the fact that they were able to stay in this game until the very end when they were down by, 11 points at one point for a good stretch of that game.
Yeah.
They really, really stayed in it. And I think that is something that they should absolutely walk away from this game and be proud of, even if they're not coming home with the hardware. I mean, that is just so impressive and something that I don't think you necessarily see a lot with teams that are down in these last few seconds, the ability to just put one in there. So I think both teams have a lot to be proud of, and that was obviously an amazing game.
Well said. Not a whole lot to add. Very exciting stuff on both sides, and I'm sure that these teams will win, lose, or draw. They'll hold their head high. I mean, that was a battle on a hot day in Quincy. It's the Free Jacks program, the Independents, who get the 1-point win. It's for those who follow closely. That is exactly what happened yesterday. Came down to a kick, and they were able to hold the line. And so we're going to take a brief moment to switch over and get a few things going, but we'll be right back with the championship game shortly. And so, back in Quincy, Massachusetts, where all of these teams have come in, we are now at the final matchup, the Tier 1 championship between Rocky Mountain Peaks and Midwest Thunderbirds. The 1 seed versus the 3 seed is the storyline. Rocky Mountain looked very strong yesterday. Midwest had an absolute battle to get here, but was able to prevail and do it. And now the teams have taken the field. On the left side of the screen, you're going to see Rocky Mountain in black, and on the right side of the screen, you've got Midwest in their traditional green and gold. As the game goes forward, we'll pop up the lineups for you, but right now, we're still getting a few numbers sorted. So we don't want to hold up the game too much, but we'll go ahead and get that rolling for you. Referee is in the center, and Rocky Mountain will kick off to a patiently awaiting Midwest. Couple of conversation points still happening. It looks like we just got to get the AR mic'd up, the assistant referee mic'd up on the far sideline. And I guess we'll take this time then to go ahead and try to flash those lineups for you. So, in the black, Rocky Mountain has Crawford, Lynn, and Woods in the front, Campbell and Sosi in the seconds, Lavu, Russell the captain, and Buffy in the back row. Lomu will deal to Koenig, who will have Leith and Hafoka in the centers, Ryman and Ritter on the wings, Ritter Truxell, and Homer in the 15 spot. For the Thunderbirds, it's Diavalar, Georgie, and Callahan across the front, Ramsey and Dowser in the seconds, Reuter, Kramer, and Barton in the back row, Blocker to Link, Nosifatsu, Henderson, Whippage, Magruder, and Curry in the back. And so we are away. This game is underway, and it is the Midwest with the ball in hand. That one looks like it could be knocked. The referee has the arm out and play the advantage to Rocky Mountain. No advantage gained, and so we'll come back for the knock-on. So our first scrum of the day, we'll see what these two teams can bring. Both big, strong scrummaging teams. We saw that yesterday in really both games, both semifinal games. So it's going to be interesting to see. A couple of other features that we can say. Sailor Russell, the 8 for Rocky Mountain from LIU, Long Island University, had a very strong game in the semifinal, really made a difference. So I would expect any time, given the opportunity, to see her pick the ball off the back and challenge the opponent's tackler. She is a very physical runner. For Midwest, the centers, Nasafotsu was really lights out, had a great game, couple of tries, and I think even kicked a couple of conversions. And so in the back line, that's certainly a story that we'll be watching. Link, who's playing 10 today for Midwest, has some speed, certainly something to keep an eye on. And on the other side of the field, in the depth, you've got the high schooler, who is dropped back at the 15 for Midwest, who had one heck of a game, and that's last name Homer. So lots to watch and lots to keep an eye on as the scrum and the two packs kind of sort things out. Referee just, again, as we've mentioned now in each of the games, the first one oftentimes just takes a little settling. The energy is high, and we want to make sure things are safe. Ball is in, and there it is. That's Sailor Russell who picks, and right on cue, drives forward, delivers the ball, and Rocky Mountain is inside the 22. So in an attacking position, big counter ruck, but not successful. Rocky Mountain drives on. Again, looking to go forward. Again, big contest at the breakdown. And there's some discomfort happening there on the bottom. So now into the corner goes the Peaks, who are looking to push on. They're about 3 meters out, far corner. Going to swing it back the other way. And that is the captain, Russell, who gets close, but knows she's not in, so delivers the ball. Woods drives not quite there. And now a massive lurch forward for the first try of the day. So we will try to get a name and a number on that, but it is Rocky Mountain who comes out first, and they come out very strong. So it looks like the 15 Homer will do the kicking duties, waiting for the tee. And running out of time, looks like she's just going to drop kick it. There it is. And there it goes. So we add 2 to the scoreline, 7-0. Rocky Mountain comes out in the first couple of minutes, gets on the board. So, I mean, I think if you're Rocky Mountain, that's the kind of start you're looking for. Just sort of dominate that contact area, drive forward, gain meters, and just keep the game going forward.
Yeah, I agree. I think, this kickoff, obviously, they should be able to maintain possession. And if they're able to do that and keep pounding up the center, I think, 2 big drives and gaining possession and gaining territory is pretty hard to work against on defense, especially this early in the game.
Kick is up. Drives to the center of the field. And looks like first contact goes the way of Midwest, but then legs churning and a couple meters forward for the Rocky Mountain. There's a nice little flat pass from Woods to Russell, who just bounces off of a tackler and drives forward. This is a big, strong runner. We said it in the beginning of the game, and you can just see meters after contact, that's got to be about 15, 20. There's the little flick, maybe not quite expecting it. Midwest cleans it up, and they'll get back to work. Once again, ball comes out. That looked to be maybe Dowser, gains a couple, but I think we're going to come back for a penalty. Or a knock-on, didn't quite see it. And that's what it is. It's a knock-on, playing advantage, and we're not able to hold on. So the scrum sets up, but they're going to do it again. As the referee brings them back and gets things aligned. Ball's hooked, and now the 8 brings it out to the 9. That's the center, Nosfatsu, who gets a few. That's a nice little hesitation run, and Midwest now has the game going forward. Looking, the regather, good defense. Hold on, the lash and drive works out, and they gain a couple more. These two teams seem very comfortable in the contact to me. There's the ball on the foot. 15 turned, but able to regather. Big hit, but bounces off. And that one, Midwest may have, and they do. And so the poach is successful. The quick tap and go. Link decides to take it and get it moving. And now, that could be a not 10. Yeah, so that player was ruled not 10 meters. So after a penalty, of course, for those who may not know the game, you got to retreat 10 meters before you can make a play. That player was not the full 10, referee deemed, and so Link will find touch. Does. And now Midwest is in a strong position to attack themselves. So they're probably, let's call that 18 maybe meters out, something like that. And we'll see what they can do in the lineout. Little trickery, going to go backward to the deeper jumper and makes it happen. So that worked out okay. Maul is shown and called, but Rocky Mountain up to the challenge. The arm is out. That looks like maybe they collapsed it. Referee says, no, they didn't, but it is going to be a free kick. So minor infraction, got to go through the mark, but now Midwest brings the ball back. Looking, a little hesitation, a little show and go. Breakdown is really messy, but they're able to clean it up and get back to work. Russell on the tackle. Looking, Midwest trying to find some room to play, but Rocky Mountain just very good position on the hit. And yeah, that's going to be a penalty. I think there were two. The first one was not rolling, and referee went back to that one. The second one looked like player was really in the ruck, hands in. So we'll have to follow that, but that looked like an aggressive play in the breakdown. Link goes to the corner, and the 5-meter line out is on. So Midwest will set up their line out once again and could very well look to put that maul back in play. This would be the place to do it. It's up. It's brought down, and there it is. Rocky Mountain expecting the ball and does a nice job to really stop it right away. The ball comes out. Now, driving on and looking is Midwest. Little flick to the outside. They may have numbers if they can get it out there. There it is. Now, over the line, but there it is. The try is scored. Could not quite tell if the ball was in, but referee was right there to see it and does indeed call the 5-point try. We can see, it looks to me like the 14 who just gets shoulders down and is really, really solid at putting the ball in. And so, 14 on our card is Magruder. Cheyenne Magruder. So congratulations. We're not quite sure if our rosters are perfect with the numbers, but we are doing our very best. Now Sufazzo is going to line up for the kick and try to get this thing tied up. Solid strike, looks good from here, and the flags are up. So that's going to be 2 more to the score line off the foot of Natsufazzo. So as the Peaks make their way back to the center, we've got a locked up score line, 11 minutes into the books, and looks like we've got the championship game we were hoping for. Kick is up, travels 10, and thrown around a bit. Arm is out for a knock on. But looks like we're going to play the advantage to the Peaks. Got a correction in our lineup. Looks like 10 is coning for Midwest. So we're going to go ahead and get this sorted because our lineup's still not quite right. Ball comes out to the Peaks. They drive on. Again, physical work by the prop. And here we go. Once again, that's Woods with Russell right on her hip. So that's a dangerous combination. Ball goes forward. Ten is coning on Rocky Mountain. I think we've got it clear now. And so, ball is out to the left side of the screen. Looking. Oh, that looked like maybe step behind your own player. And yeah, that's what the referee said as well. So that was an obstruction call. It's going to go to Midwest. So I think what I'm seeing there is that Rocky Mountain seems to be able to really move the ball and attack. Midwest seems to have to really work for every meter, and Rocky Mountain seems to be a little bit more, they seem to have a little more easy going. But that might change things right here. So a good solid run by the 4, but not able to complete the pass, and Rocky Mountain will be back with the ball. So now the ball is available, and out it goes to Midwest, who will try to get something going. Here in the center, does, again, hands on the ball so fast, but the counter ruck and the ruck were, or the ruck was successful. Penalty goes to Midwest for being offside, so it looks like Rocky Mountain jumped the line a little bit. And now, Nasufatsu, and that was looked to be high from here, but just out of the vision of the referee, it seems. Up on the collar, and so now Midwest gaining some momentum. It's a patient team who's just kind of chipping away, and we'll see if they can do it. To the right, little kick through, nice idea. Do they have the runner coming on? And into touch, really well played by the winger, or at least the player in the wing position for Midwest. So out into the width, Midwest playing their flanker out there, or somebody who's got some jumping blocks on their legs, but wearing the 13, so not quite sure. But at any rate, really nice job to gather the defense, the kick, drive the player out, and get some territory gained. So we're at the water break, and we will pause here with a score of 7-7 between Rocky Mountain Peaks and Midwest Thunderbirds. And so we're back, water break over, and it will be the line out to Midwest. And we'll see where things go from here. Ball is up, but referee says not straight. So Rocky Mountain will have the choice, and it looks like they will choose scrum.
I think in the first few minutes of this game, we have seen both teams really test the physicality of the other. And like you can see, we've got some really strong forwards in the pack. And I think here, Rocky Mountain is going to try to test their ability in scrums and test, where their physicality matches up in comparison to the Midwest. And I think we're slowly starting to see, the backs start to test each other as well with, the kick in the corner that we just had before. And other things like that. So I think these teams are pretty evenly matched, and honestly, this game might come down to things like scrums and lineouts.
So we shall see. And now the ball is unfortunately knocked forward. A little bit of a shovel pass. Homer not pleased with herself there, frustrated, but absolutely will get another shot at it plenty of time. 17 minutes gone. Scoreline 7-7. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think it's kind of like these teams they both fundamentally do things so well that the little details may be the differentiator, may be the deciding factor in the game. So the ball is in and out. It was a nice job to get that out. Little offload. Has the seam. This is Dowser in the corner. Good tackle by Russell, who's over the ball and retreats, but then tries to get a second hand on it. Isn't able to. So just in time, Midwest gets there to clean things up. 3 meters out. Little bit of a choppy pass. Link cleans it up. Still in possession. Now Sufazzo thinks about going to the left, comes back to the right. There's the pass off the deck, but that one, unfortunately, a knock on. So really patient work. I'm not sure that last pass was the best decision. I think that she'll probably want that back. We saw sort of the self tap there, the mea culpa. My bad, folks, but they're trying it. They're trying things. You can see the 13 going into space hard. That's by our numbers, Isabella Henderson, who tried to pass off the ground. So here's the scrum. Rocky Mountain pressed up against their try zone will more than likely try to exit this thing with a kick. But not if you are the captain. Sailor Russell says, I'm doing it myself. I'll pick it up. Does. Now lines up for the kick. And that would be Koenig who gets the ball into the green space, but not into touch. This player was very close. And yes, in fact, did hit the touch line. The AR right there in position to make the call. That was, that was close. I mean, I looked from here that also wasn't touch. You can kind of see the player just dancing on the edge and just couldn't quite get there. So unfortunate, but I'm sure the Peaks are feeling a bit of relief there. So whereas the last two teams might have been used to the heat and humidity of the East Coast, I'm not sure these two are. Midwest able to gather the line out, and now on the attack. Link with a little bit of a slashing run, looks for the offload. Still moving forward. Onto the edge, but Rocky Mountain there to defend. The ruck and counter ruck story is important, and right now both teams seeming to match the physicality, which is big. Still moving forward. Our Midwest. But not in major jumps. I mean, these are meters at a time, which is a testament to the tackling ability of both teams. Good groundwork there by Dowser to keep the ball in play, and a nice step. That appears to be 14, the try scorer. Magruder, Cheyenne Magruder. Now the ball out. This is Emma Callahan, who might get the offload and make it count there for the hooker, Olivia George, sorry. Great job there. Good position to take the offload, and really impressive work by Callahan, who bounces off a tackler and has the presence of mind to look for the offload. So well done there by those two players. And I think if you're Midwest, you've got to be pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, I think that play in particular, that's such a good way to tell who's just an experienced, really great forward, is when you're able to make it through those tackles like that and then also see the offload. It just takes a level of athleticism that's so desired in the sport. And I definitely think Midwest should be happy with that play. I do wonder, as you mentioned, these teams might not be used to the level of heat and humidity that's in the air right now. Kind of as the game progresses, we're seeing a lot of physicality, and I wonder if they're going to be able to maintain that on both sides of the field as the game continues.
And so today we have one bit. The tee is now on its way out for number 11, and we're gonna get this one right today. I'm really happy to say that we've got the phonetics, and that is Shannon Whippy. Said that wrong pretty much all day yesterday, and was able to rush the kick and in front of the posts make it happen. So that's going to bring it up to 14 to Midwest. So Rocky Mountain with the ball, or, well, it making its way to the field. will kick back to Midwest. So Viola Koning with the ball in hand from Sacred Heart University drives it over the 10 meters. It bounces off a player, but backward, and that's okay. And so now Midwest will get back to work. Another break. Did not see what the infraction was, but referee says knock on. So Rocky Mountain will have the scrum about 25 meters out, something like that. And we'll see if they can get that attack going again. Referee shows the short arm and says, Midwest, you committed a minor infraction there. Did not see exactly what the call was, but that is a free kick, meaning that not a penalty, not a full penalty, but a free kick. And so Rocky Mountain will line up, get their pods ready. On the right side of the field, you can see you've got Russell and Woods next to each other, so that's a formidable pair. But they decide instead to go to Koning, who brings the ball out. And now comes back to the other side of the field. Now it's Sailor to Woods. Woods finds a little seam, looking for the offload. Bounces backward off of the Midwest player, and so we play on. Mountain now able to regather. Now looking for some space. This is the 12, who might do it, cutting across the field, and does. So that is Kiani Leith. Kiani Leith, who sees the space and just absolutely shifts left, finds the seam, the gap, and gets the 5 to get it back to within striking distance for the equalizer. So Homer will line up. This time the tee makes its way out. No drop kick this time, but could set up the equalizer.
I think this last play was really important in terms of, the depth of this team, this Rocky Mountain team. We've talked a lot so far about the physicality in the pack and, just those kind of one phase drive through the middle runs. But I think in that play, you see that Rocky Mountain is utilizing their backs in a way that makes sense. The number 12 right there looked for an uneven matchup and she found it. And that's how she was able to break about 4 tackles and get in the try zone. So I think the more that they're able to do that throughout the game, they will definitely be able to have more opportunity.
And so Homer, the high schooler, with another solid strike, puts it through the uprights and gets 2 more for her squad, bringing the scoreline even at 14. We see Ashley Torres Brown into the game for Midwest. Did not see who went off, but wearing the 17 jersey for Midwest. Ball is up. Don't know if that one's going to make it 10. It almost did on the hop, but not quite. So we would expect Rocky Mountain to bring it back and scrum at the center, which officially is their choice. They could call for the re-kick, but very, very rare to see that happen. So the scrum at the center. Looks like Torres Brown in the second row. So could have gone on for Caroline Ramsey. Could have been Caroline Ramsey. Ball is hooked, but stolen. So the second hook goes to Midwest, and that is unfortunate. It looked like the 9 tried to put it to the foot, but just couldn't get it. And so Rocky Mountain gets the ball back. That would have been Mia Blocker. Now Rocky Mountain back to work. This is Woods, the 16. Now delivers to 5, which is Lauren Campbell. Big ruck by the 3, and a nice job, but a penalty for not rolling. So Brianna Nez, who is wearing the 3 jersey for Rocky Mountain, now, we haven't called it, but as you mentioned in the last game, Lauren, there's like the dirty work that you have to do, the stuff that doesn't really get a lot of attention often. If you're following the ball, you don't really even see it most of the time, but it's the stuff that makes the difference in the game. And that includes just straight up hardcore rucking and breakdown area work. And she's been really doing it this entire time.
Absolutely, and I think we've seen that in multiple games where the rucking and the counter rucking specifically have had a direct impact on how the game has gone and in whose favor it's gone in. And I definitely think in this game, you've got some really physical players on both sides. This is definitely going to continue to be a factor.
So we heard it last night in the coaches forum, and sort of that idea of the contact area, the breakdown area, the need to just be physically sort of asking questions of the opponent constantly, just blasting through space. And I think that is something that certainly the leadership here from USA Rugby must be pleased to see. Is just the level of physicality. It's not dirty. It's, people are playing a clean game, but it's just a highly physical game. And that's what we're going to need if this level of rugby is going to continue to grow and put us on the world stage where we think we deserve to be. So good job. That was sparked. That little commentary was sparked by Brianna Nez, who is doing that exact thing wearing the number 3 jersey for Rocky Mountain. Water break over. The teams will now make their way back, and we will get the clock rolling again. And so the scrum is set. That's Jordis Lomu putting the ball in for Rocky Mountain, and now who swings it out. Little dummy run there, and that's 25 breaking the line, but a nice tackle by Nasafotsu. Lomu decides to see space herself, finds Koning, and a nice job by 11 to pick it up and keep it alive. That was Emma Ryman. Russell keeps her feet and just dots it down. And that's like exactly what we mentioned in the pregame of this, sort of the preamble of this game was that Sailor Russell, the LIU player, is just physically hard with ball in hand. Like you are not going to take her to the turf in one tackler if you're not really wrapped up in driving your legs. And she just shows it there. I mean, just continues to churn forward and gets the try. Well done by Sailor.
I think another unsung hero in that phase specifically, but so far throughout this game as well is, again, Rocky Mountain's number 9, Lomu. I think we talked about this a little in the last game. Sometimes the 9 doing that dirty work, constantly having to be at every single play, doesn't necessarily get the credit. But I think we just saw she was really the playmaker in that last phase, getting it through the hands of the back, swinging it out quickly, and, able to capitalize on that end.
And so Homer adds the extras again. So that's 3 for 3. 2 off the tee, 1 drop kick. And that is going to bring the score up to 21. So 21-14. Now Midwest has their work cut out for them. Down a try. They're going to have to get after this ball with about 8 minutes left in this half. It's a good kick. Fielded cleanly. That's Catherine Buffy. University of Denver player who brings the ball. And now Woods drives on. And once again, there's Nez getting over the ball and Lomu bringing it out quickly. Quick hands, well done. And now hard work by the 14 to keep the ball in. That's Anika or Nikki Ritter-Truxell. So well done to fight to keep that ball in. Quick tap is on. Lomu says, let's get this game moving. Finds 12. Now back to Koning. Good work at the breakdown again. This time it's 18. Reina Lavulavu who does the cleanup work. And now Lomu deals. That one looked a little high. Referee has the arm out, and it was. So now a couple of repeated infringements by Midwest. And Russell says, I'm doing this myself again. Let's take it on the quick tap. The offload is there for Woods. That is a combination that has worked all weekend. That pass gets away from Woods and looks like Midwest is in a position to keep it. They're fighting to keep the ball presented. Referee says, hands out, you were in the ruck. And now it goes back to Midwest. The kick is up. And well done by the 9 to chase. That's Mia Blocker who gets down there and makes the tackle. But right back to work is Rocky Mountain. And now Woods just lowers the shoulder and tries to get some meters. Lomu with the ball. Decides to put one through the space. It's mishandled. Don't know if that was a knock-on, but the whistle makes me think that it was. And so Rocky Mountain is going to have about 7 meters out the scrum.
Those were some great phases by Rocky Mountain, I think. I mean, you saw there again, just so much depth to the team, so many different skill sets within the different players, and it seems to be working out between all of them. There's a lot of chemistry here. That's pretty obvious. I mean, the 8 connection to the 16, and then you've got, Lomu getting it out to the backs and seeing that little grubber kick up here. I mean, it's just another level of understanding the space and understanding your own teammates that I think really tends to set certain teams ahead.
Yeah, it's a really good point. The chemistry of this team is something to see, but the level of balance that they have in their attack. I mean, they can attack from pretty much every step, and this is Russell once again just going in and driving over, but is held up. So good job by Midwest. Another well-oiled machine, understands the game, and that might have been Nasu Fotsu who did it again. Nasu Fatso, sorry. Apologies on that one, but nonetheless, great work getting the hands under the ball. And this is exactly what you would expect from 2 teams in the championship. Really well drilled, skilled, and balanced. I mean, can attack from anywhere and just has player after player who can make things happen. Ball is up. It travels the required 5. And now back to work goes Rocky Mountain. Gaining a few is the 7. That's Catherine Buffy. And a few more. Did not catch a number there. That one was mishandled. Unfortunately, goes right into the hands of the Midwest player. Now they're going to try to get the clearance and exit this part of the game, part of the field. Referee says that was a knock-on before, so we were playing the advantage. No advantage gained. It's going to be a scrum down. So this should be a scrum down to Midwest, in which case they'll more than likely just try to exit again. The question is how.
Yeah, I think we've seen a few clearing kicks from Midwest these last few phases, but they have been returned pretty effectively by Rocky Mountain. And so at this point, you've probably got to be thinking, if you're Midwest, with these clearing kicks, are you looking for a different area of the field where you're trying to put the ball? Do you try to, draw defenders into the center of the field and then kick? You got to start to kind of think about your strategy.
So we shall see. And this time, the 8 grabs the corner. Lomu makes an effort at it, but is not able to make it happen. This 8 has some speed. Great job by Homer to make the hit Ball is out again quickly. Link looks to find the centers. And so just like that, an awkward hit, but the player looks to be okay. Just like that, Midwest has cleared the territory. The charge down gets on the ball, and Lomu charges. So again, really good work by the number 9. Now the ball's traveling a little flat. I think this is something where Midwest is going to want to create some depth. It looks like they do. Little show and go. Link has some speed and is going to show it here. Great job on the pursuit tackle and the cleanup work by Midwest. So this is a pretty good series here by Midwest if they can keep the ball in play. Hard hit there by Reese Woods, but Dowser able to hold on to it. Future teammates at Sacred Heart University. Pop off the ground. Works out well. That one looked high. Referee did not signal. Up now. But the signal is for holding on. So it looks like they're going to elect the scrum for the penalty. And we shall see. So the scrum forms, but needs to be addressed. Referee going to have some words and just clean a few things up. Not exactly sure, but seeing something that needs to be fixed. The horn sounds, and we've got 39:40 on our clock, so this should be the last play of the half, and we've got a 21-14 championship match here in the T1, Tier 1, U23 Women's All-Star game, Quincy, Massachusetts. Ball comes out. Lomu decides to just call it a half. Not a bad choice at all. Rocky Mountain going to be happy with the current score line. They've had to work for it. Midwest is certainly not rolling over by any stretch and has shown some real bright spots. I mean, Lauren, what do you think the next half is going to be? What do we need to see?
Yeah, I think Rocky Mountain had a lot of momentum for a good minute of that half, but I think, like you said, at the end, Midwest really came back with some heavy hitters and some really good runs. So I think, these teams are pretty evenly matched in terms of both strength and also in terms of skill and speed. So all around, I mean, you can tell why these teams are in the championship final. I mean, it's just another level of experience. And so I think, honestly, what it will probably come down to is the effect that the heat and this fatigue is going to have on the players, and if they're able to keep the pace at which they've been working, or if they might kind of slow down and start to succumb to that. I think that's going to be a really important thing to watch in the last 40 minutes. I mean, we're pretty much at peak heat here, and I think that's definitely important to keep in mind. But I also think, this is a championship final. Both teams definitely have a lot of heart in it right now, and I think this is going to be just a gritty game.
So a lot of reasons to grind in the last 40 minutes. You got a 21-14 score line and lots of folks watching. As we look out of the press booth, we see both USA senior team coaches sitting together taking notes. So Sione in the 15s and Emily on the 7s team. So there's a lot going on here. I mean, this is a fantastic weekend, and once again, just can't express enough gratitude to Martha Danes and the USA Women's High Performance Pathway, who has helped us to be here and bring you this game. For those of you who are new to the sport or maybe haven't watched it much, or for those of you who have, make sure that you're getting this information out, sharing this information across the interwebs so that we can get the game seen by more. Part of the goal of these events is to get our players showcased and seen, and also to inspire the next generation of players. So anything that we can all do to bring the game to more players is a win. But here in this championship effort, it's 21-14. Right now, leaning Rocky Mountain, but Midwest, I'm sure, will have some things to say about that in the second half. So we're going to pause there for a moment and set the mics down, get a sip of water, and we'll pick it back up in just a few. Thanks for joining here on USA Rugby's YouTube channel. So, to the cheers of the fans, the two top teams make their way back to the field. And we are getting ready to kick off this second half in what has been a very good championship matchup, Tier 1 championship matchup. So again, just for those who maybe are not aware, this is an 8-team tournament, 4 teams in Tier 2, 4 teams in Tier 1 from all over the country. And as we mentioned earlier with Sione, that is not a small trick. It's not a small task. So on the right side of the screen, Rocky Mountain and Midwest were the two that survived the semifinal round. New England prevails in the consolation final, so takes third. And we are going to see in Tier 1 the determination here in the second half with 40 minutes left to play. Rocky Mountain now on the right side of the screen, wearing black with white numbers. Thanks to them, very easy for us to see. On the left side of the screen, Midwest Thunderbirds, who is in the green and gold. Both very well put together teams who have lots of attacking options and also a level of physicality that is impressive. However, the sub-storyline of this game might be that the heat just continues to climb and that both of these teams are probably not acclimated to East Coast summer heat. 92 degrees up from 89 in the last hour and a half, and no respite in sight as far as we can tell. The wind, not much of a factor here today. On Friday, it was a major factor. And so they're just going to have to grind it out for the next 40 minutes and see who gets to walk away with the hardware. Referee has made way back to the center, and it looks to me like number 16, Lily Stowe, has the ball in hand and now starts us back up. The ball is received by Woods, who goes right in with some physicality, but referee says, you can't lead with the forearm or the elbow. So we're going to see what exactly the call is. Now, could be high tackle. I'm not sure. The way initially it looked like was that the call was going to go against Rocky Mountain, but it seems that maybe it's up against the Midwest, and so in which case you might think it was a high tackle. Referee down looking for some clarification from the AR, who may have also had a view, in which case this could result in a card. So 30 seconds into the second half, and already something that will be watched closely. Referee does call the player forward, and so this may result in a trip off the field for 10 minutes. Conversation with Morgan Link, the captain, results in, a yellow card. So the prop, number 1, Ayani Diavalar, heads off to the sin bin for a 10-minute stint, and we see our first card of this game. Rocky Mountain, who will be happy to have the player advantage, will now try to take advantage and get rolling. For the second half of this game, now with me in the booth, my counterpart all day Friday, Brian Hearn. Welcome back, Brian.
Thank you, sir. Some really good rugby here today. It is brutally hot out there.
So the teams are back to work. Midwest seemed to have their hands on the ball, but lost feet, and so had to give it up.
You could see Midwest getting tired towards the end of that first half, so that could definitely be a factor. It's definitely over 100 degrees on the turf down there.
Number 4, Mariah Correnta, who drives on and gains a few. Now the ball comes out. Shedding tacklers is Rocky Mountain, who just continues to churn forward. So at about the 41st minute, the yellow card was given, which means that in the next 10 minutes, they're going to try to put as many points on the board and seal this thing if they can. And they are just churning along doing that. Woods looks for the pass, but the referee stops the action for the offsides penalty while the player on the field is going to need a minute. And player says, I'm okay. Referee says, great, we'll get it back on again. And now Lomu sends it out to Reese Woods, who is looking for the offload. And that player is okay. That's number 18. Lavu, who seems to be just fine gaining meters. And here's 12. Keani Leith, who gains a few, and now the ball comes back out to the other side of the field. Little footwork by Woods. Looking for the ball is Lomu. And finds it. Now back out to Leith, who finds Olivia Woods. And a big ruck by Russell.
Yeah, if you're going to put your hands in there, Rocky Mountain's going to make you pay for it.
Well, and I mean, I think that's a really good, sort of segue into what you'd like to see at the highest level. That's what's going to happen no matter where you are if you're playing high-level rugby. I mean, if you're courageous enough to put your hands in there, expect to be punished for doing so. And, if you can still hold on, well, then that is a skill that these folks are looking for.
Yeah, we talked about that last night with Sione on the 15s side of things at the senior level. It's one of those skills that you have to have.
The inside ball from Koning, I love that play. Just sort of drift out and then look back inside. It didn't break the line, but it's still well done. And again, Woods flying in to get hands off the ball.
Yeah, those kinds of things are going to open up space as people get more tired.
Finds the space and dots one down, and that is exactly what you want from your scrummy. Just sees that little seam. Nobody's home. Nobody's protecting. And we just go. There it is.
Good job by Koning to create that space. Just take a couple of steps off, cut back in, and your scrum half is right there beside you.
So Rocky Mountain punishes Midwest for the yellow card with 5 points. Oh, wait a second. That was a penalty. So there was a penalty on the play. So we're going to have to take that back and call that 21. And so now Rocky Mountain back to work.
Yeah, sorry, folks. We're not sure what happened there. We were too busy talking about the try scored. Not sure if it was an offside or something.
Woods back to work. Takes a couple with. Now the ball swings. That one looked to be knocked. So Midwest going to get a chance to relieve the pressure again, which is certainly what they're hoping for as they continue to work minutes off the clock and try to get back to full strength.
Yeah, it's been all Rocky Mountain since the second half kicked off, so it's a nice little respite for Midwest. Not that a scrum is a respite for any of those first 8, but...
So we've got a player coming on. Not sure who is going off there. Can't quite see. That could be number 5, Dowser, who's had a nice game so far. Had a nice game.
Nice weekend.
Yeah, good weekend. So Midwest has changed both of their second rows, but I believe that's the only substitution so far.
And it's funny, compared to the last game, it's been pretty physical, but there hasn't been any yellows.
Well, there is now. We have one.
Wow. Oh, did I miss that one?
Just before you came in.
Aha.
And right at the opening of the half. So we've got about maybe 5 minutes left to serve in that yellow. Midwest going to come on the attack. Don't tell them they're a player down. That was a very high tackle, and that could easily result in card. You can see 7, who backed off. I mean, just knew, Catherine Buffy knew that she was way out of position there, but immediately came up and said, "My bad," but I don't know that that one is going to be okay. And so, referee calls the player forward, and the captain, and now broadcaster's jinx, Brian.
You're welcome.
The cards are coming out. And so now Rocky Mountain will serve 10 minutes in the bin. And that means that at the 47th minute, so in the next 2 to 3 minutes, I would expect the player from Midwest back on, and then they'll have about 7 minutes player down. I don't think that was intentional by any stretch, just based on the way that she came up and immediately was like, "Oh, yeah, sorry."
She just knew she was high and tried to get off it, but
yeah,
the damage was done.
So that's the mitigating factor. And certainly, you know, we at the international game, they have the luxury to review that with 5 different people and 10 different cameras. Here at this level of play, we've got the AR who confers with the center ref, and they just felt, yep, that's high enough and with enough physicality that it's got to be a card.
And you had the AR right on top of that play, so.
That one did not look to be straight, but play on. And here is Torres Brown, who unfortunately looks like took a really awkward step. I hope she's okay. That did not like the way that knee and ankle were kind of caught in the turf. Yeah, I hope she's okay. She's clearly uncomfortable. We're going to go ahead and let a minute for the referees to come out. Excuse me, for the trainers to come out. So the good news is that she seems to be sort of gathering herself, but that was certainly an awkward hit. So good time for the water break. And fair enough, we're right about the 50th minute anyway. So 10 minutes in, a little water for the teams. And it looks to us here in the booth that the ankle is the concern, which, you know, you don't want to, certainly don't want to choose what's better or what's worse. But in this game, these bodies, it's always good for it not to be the knee.
So what you're saying is ankles are not important?
Don't tell the ankle. Don't tell the ankle surgeons. They won't be impressed. But we know that on turf, in the heat, and a highly physical game, we certainly worry about the knees. There takes a lot of strength to do what these athletes do and not wind up injured. So Ashley getting some water, looks to be much more comfortable than when it originally happened, and so hopefully we'll be able to get up and get moving.
And Torres Brown is such a strong physical player. She really does move well and just very, very hard to stop in the open field.
So in general, I mean,
they're wrapping the ankle, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like going to get an ankle wrap. So hopefully just a sort of a twist or like a rolled ankle. That would be the best of all scenarios. But yeah, the storyline, I mean, of this game, I think you're right. It's the heat is going to be the factor at some point, if it's not already. 10 minutes in, and you can almost just see these folks are hurt. Torres Brown is back on her feet and has seems to be okay. They've wrapped up the ankle for some stability. Happy to see that. And we'll get back to it.
We're showing 93 degrees here, and it's definitely a good 10, 12 degrees hotter.
Which is really pretty amazing if you stop and think about it, because we started this game at 89, and it's now 93, and it just keeps climbing. So thankfully, the referees are being very liberal with the water breaks and really allowing the athletes to cool down and hydrate, which of course is important. Now the ball comes out. Midwest going to look. A little show and go by the 5. No, that's not the 5. Could be the 3. Sorry. My eyes deceive me. That was Emma Callahan. And right back to work is Ashley Torres Brown, who gained some meters.
Nice little punch forward there by Torres Brown.
22. Taylor Sedek has entered the game.
Oh, and it's stolen by number 12.
Rocky Mountain has now gotten over the ball, but not before a penalty. So did not release. This is the try. So 12, that's Ariel Nusafatsu again with another on the board. So there we go. Midwest says, yeah, let's make it count, even with a player down, and we would expect that player to be re-entering the game, and it looks like they have. So now they are a player up, and it is a 21-19 scoreline with the kick to come. This is Shannon Whippy from Wheeling University, who is going to do the honors.
And all the waters come out again. Coaches are doing a good job of just making sure everybody stays hydrated. Crowd getting
So-
loud.
So the kick is lined up. Ball is on the tee. It's a solid strike, but it's going to push wide right, so that is not going to result in points. And unfortunately, for Midwest, that's going to keep them a couple of points down. So not able to find the equalizer as the ball pushes slightly to the right. The good news is they are now a player up and receiving the ball. So I'm sure that they feel like this is the time to attack. Looks like there's a little breeze in the distance, which must feel great, even though it's a bit like a blast furnace because it's hot air blowing across the field. But at least it's moving air, so that's a win.
Yeah, well, how do you like this hair dryer in your face?
Right. Koning sends it. It bounces before 10, which means that it's going to be a scrum at the center, more than likely. And yes, that is the call. And so in come the packs to get this thing ready to go. So Sadek has the ball, and it looks like 13, Isabel Henderson, has moved into the 8-man role. And it looks like could be Julia Murray has entered the game in the 10 slot, in the first receiver slot.
Brown University.
Ball comes out the back, is picked up by the 13, Henderson, who is tackled. Is able to set. Now again, it recycles. This is Whippy. Gets a couple. Good attempt at the strip, but not able to do so. Sadek deals. Dowser, who possibly came back on for an injury. There's the box kick. It's a nice one. It's going to roll. If it stays in, they can really pressure. And here we go. Great job by the 15 to play it, but 16 comes up. That's Lily Stow, who absolutely defensive pressure. That is a wonderful effort. Now the return box kick by Lomu, but there's some space. So we'll see if Whippy can make something happen here. Great work by the 14. That's Ritter Truxell. And a big tackle out in the width by Woods on Dowser.
Both teams really using the width and, starting to kick a little more in this one. You're going to get some tired bodies if they have to keep chasing.
Sadek calls her own number, and Russell thought she may have had it, but didn't. And now, again, they're just punching forward, gaining a few meters at a clip. Now the ball comes out. Murray swings it across. Referee was satisfied. Looked like there could have been forward. Okay. Yeah, it looked to me like it traveled a little forward, but there was sort of a dramatic pause there, and then referee made the call. So quite possibly called in from the AR, who said, I was in good position to see that. That one traveled forward.
Generally, the rule of thumb is you don't try and forward pass if you're near a white line. Just makes it a little easier
to see. That's right. Good point. And it's Callahan who now will head off to the benches. The University of Wisconsin Platteville player has put in some good minutes and done a good job for Midwest. And with 55 gone, the beginning of the finishers, we're starting to see Midwest recycle their players in, some fresh legs. Looks to me like Link has moved into the centers and Murray at the first receiver role.
And Murray certainly not opposed to putting a chip over the top every now and then.
Penalty for driving across goes against Midwest, and Rocky Mountain is on the move. Sailor Russell takes it and gains a few before Lomu has hands on. Go footwork, finds a seam. It's number 6, Abby Whitney, BYU. Now that little draw pass in, that's Woods gaining a few more over the midline. Lomu out to Koning. Seal is on. Back the other way to Woods. That player looks to be in from the side, so referee says, get your hands out. And, oh, what a lead. Wow, almost turned into something. The crowd liked that one as well. That was Homer who just, I don't know if that was thought through or just instinct, saw that player
Saw the shadow.
just paused and pulled it back in. Because if she had not done that, Midwest could have been making a run the other way.
Yeah, was that the same player that intercepted on Friday?
I don't
Not
remember
sure.
who that was, but there was a player on Friday who had 3 attempts and finally got the third one.
The arm
Again,
goes up for advantage.
physicality at the breakdown is still, there's no relief. Lomu looks to get the edge. May get it. There's the offload. Oh, unfortunate mishandle. Knock-on advantage being played. Midwest will play the advantage, but no advantage gained, and so they will wind up with the scrum.
You know, as a winger, your eyes get big when you see that space in front of you, and sometimes you take your eyes off the ball, and you don't get too many chances out on the wing, and you're always screaming for the ball, and then that happens.
So true. It's so true. If you've been there, you know. You're out there, you finally get your moment, you're off to the races, you see everything in front of you except for the ball for just a brief second, and it bounces off.
We've been there, kid.
Yeah, we have. And so, Midwest will get a chance to come back. Scoreline 21-19 here in the Tier 1 final. I've got 57 and change, which means that if that card is... The card should be served up soon. I see the player still in the sin bin, so we should be getting there. And then the teams will be back at even strength.
If you're the CERN, the center, and the ARs, it certainly has to be hot for you as well.
Dying out there for
Good
sure.
Good job, guys.
Yeah, that's a great point. So Link hands off to Nasufatsu, who is playing now in the 13 channel. A little bit of a choppy mishandle, but regathered. That could have been Dowser. A lot of space if you're Midwest. I mean, you just see the green space. Yeah, and
Yeah.
Murray sees it too. So, however, that one well played by Homer, who's in the right place for that kick. I sort of wondered if maybe a crossfield kick there, but it's a very far kick. So that one is going to work out for Midwest. Unfortunately, jittery hands on that one, and so they'll get the scrum down essentially right at the center.
That was Koning, unfortunately, trying to get back on the attack.
Card has been served, the penalty served, and now player re-enters the game. So we'll go ahead and wipe that out. And the teams are at full strength. So Rocky Mountain able to hold them off. And now, out to the right side, it's Midwest on the attack. 14 continues to drive on. Really good work to get hands on the ball. Does she get it? That's 20. We need a number on that. That's Taco Morissetti, like well done. Just absolutely gritty work in the breakdown. Russell looking for the offload still, finds it in number 5, Lauren Campbell. Now the ball back out to the right. Looking for that overload. Winger now calling for it again. Says, come on, give me another shot at this. And it's the 4 who drives on and finds a few. So Rocky Mountain seems to be finding their rhythm.
Really running some good support lines. They're very comfortable in the offload, knowing that somebody's going to be there.
There is that delayed pass. Those two have had a weekend. That's Russell and Woods, who just seem to be running off of each other so well. Koning out to 12, Leith. Quick hands, driven out into touch. And so That was really good work by Rocky Mountain, swinging the ball from one side of the field to the other. Just sort of ran out of room, and number 20 fought. Again, that's Morissetti, who fought and just couldn't kind of stay in bounds. And so looks to me like the water is coming out again. So we are at the 60th minute. That's time for the water break. So both teams will bring out some water for the squads.
Thunderbirds doing a good job of defending what is, a kind of a relentless, never-ending attack from the Peaks. You wonder how long they can go before it starts to, really take a toll.
Yeah, I mean, this is the question. I mean, and it's not like either team can afford to relax. 21-19. I mean, both teams have clearly attacking threats and multiple threats. They're kicking. We've seen both scrum halves box kick, which has been rare during this weekend, and effectively at that, finding the space. We've seen both first receiver fly half types put the ball on their feet. We've seen the teams obviously drive on in contact. We've seen amazing physicality at the breakdown area. We've seen hard runs. We've seen people bump off other opponents. I mean, it's like you're seeing every feature in this game.
And they're using all of the field. Every inch of it. The ball is going through the phases, left to right like a typewriter, and just coming back along. And yeah, it's the final we expected to see.
Yeah, that's a fair point. So Tier 1 championship here in Quincy, Massachusetts, home of the New England Free Jacks. And again, we can't give enough of a shout out and a hat tip to the Free Jacks for hosting this event. It's been a great event all weekend. Hot, but great, and something that we're certainly happy to be a part of. Hat tip as well to USA Rugby, who put the event on and understands logistically how hard it is to bring in teams from all over the country at the U23 level. But did it anyway. And certainly as we talked to Sione, the head coach of the 15s program, the U.S. women's national team for rugby, he made it clear, this is not a small task to bring in this many folks from all around, but we're lucky to be able to do it, and it really makes a difference.
It's a massive undertaking, and it's something that other countries don't really have to deal with as much, just with the physical size of America.
So the line out is up. Dowser brings it down cleanly. The maul is shown, but Rocky Mountain right there to create pressure. Torres Brown with the ball, drives and breaks 1, 2, now looking to break the third. Ankle seems okay as she breaks the fourth, and now the ball comes out.
It's a knock, but it was behind the ref. Ref was trying to get out of the way, so she didn't see it.
Lynx swings it. They've got some space on the outside, not able to handle it that time, and so this time it's the Midwest winger who has to deal with it, but looked to be knocked either in contact or just before.
So with the wind picking up, those passes really need to be a little bit more crisp. It seems like they're touching the fingertips a little bit. And it could be a symptom of, how hot it is and how tired their bodies must be out there.
Yeah, 62 minutes into an 80-minute final. I mean, this is the time. Unfortunately, it looks like 12, Ariel Nosafatsu is going to need some attention from the trainer. Seems to be okay, maybe just shaken up, but heck of a player and somebody who's made a huge difference for Midwest.
Yeah, she's had a really good weekend.
Seems to do a little bit of everything. I mean, physical in the tackle, solid runner with ball in hand, kicks off the tee. That's a pretty talented player.
Yeah, you talk about, a multi-tool player. She's definitely got all of the tools in her bag.
Listed as Carmel Rugby Club, which I believe is Indiana, and which would make sense, Midwest, but that would suggest she's in high school.
Yeah, we saw her in Florida for Midwest on the high school selects back in January, so that makes perfect sense that she'd still be in high school.
It's impressive work. And looks to remain in the game, so.
But it also shows you the level of trust the coaches from the Midwest have in her to, have her kicking as well.
Yeah, provide the opportunities, sure. Yeah, good to see. And again, I think that just bodes well for the future of the game. You just see the skill level getting high enough even at the lower age grades, and that's just great to see. Rocky Mountain comes back out on the attack, and churning forward is Hina Hafoka, who gets a few, wearing the 25 jersey. Here's the 6, Abby Whitney, BYU player, who continues to try to move forward, kept her feet and is able to, is inside the 5-meter line. This would be big if you're Rocky Mountain, gonna put a nail in the coffin a little bit, but met with some very fierce resistance and
Really
a person
good
over the
drive there.
ball. Referee says, now you were over the ball, you have to release there. So that's unfortunate for the Midwest, but now the penalty is in, and Russell, shoulders down, finds the try zone. So again, another story that we've mentioned a few times. This is a player who has really made some things happen, and all weekend long, and does it again here, able to just get across and dot it down. So we will add 5 to the scoreline. Rocky Mountain now at 26-19, and it's Homer who's going to line up for the kick.
Another young, talented player.
Not sure how to pronounce the high school. Oh, Owihi is how I would say it, but
Sounds good to me.
yeah,
I feel like your voice has to be in a higher pitch to be able to.
probably way off. But anyway, good job by Amanda, who has had a great day, great weekend, and is going to line up, try to add the extras. Does so, splits the uprights. I mean, right down the middle. So no trouble there. And it is Rocky Mountain who is extending their lead. As the number 1 seed, you might expect it, brings the scoreline to 28-19. And again, as these players sort of get to the center, you can see in our little grid here that Rocky Mountain came in as the 1 seed in Tier 1. Midwest came in as the 3 seed in Tier 1. And things are sort of working as expected. So the kick is up, well fielded. Hard work there at the breakdown. That's number 4, Mariah Quarenta.
Good battle at the rough.
Yeah, too many. I mean, just too many for the 8 to handle. Midwest number 8 doing a really good job. That's Bailey Barton from Purdue, who just is I mean, has had many moments in the game, but just 2 bodies against 1. The physics aren't there. And this time, referee says the penalty goes to Rocky Mountain. You didn't release. Have to do that before you can grab that ball. And so Rocky Mountain winds up with it. 67 gone. So getting into the final stretch of this game, Woods drives over and sets the ball back.
Oh, they've got nice lines, got the space. They're starting to create some holes. Good drive on over halfway now.
And that's Quarenta who gets a few more. Lomu looks and just absolutely delivers a perfect ball. This is great work by Whippy to make the open field tackle, but the offload from the ground is successful.
That offload saved a turnover too.
Yeah, I mean, that was fantastic defensive work by Whippy in the 11 jersey to come up and make that play. You sort of looked at, thought that was going to be an ending scenario. Midwest will just simply not give up. That's the beauty of this team. I mean, they just don't pause. Russell with a great sidestep is going to put another one down. That's 2, at least 3 for her, maybe more. So again, the captain, the number 8, just doing the job. So kudos to Sailor Russell.
Such good footwork, and then it's so strong to, take on those players on their weak shoulders once she makes that step.
Yeah, I mean, big player, strong player, but you're right, has the footwork as well. So that's the kind of thing that adds the weapon you're looking for. Looks to me like the tee has made its way, and Amanda Homer is going to line up for another. Rocky Mountain starting to put some distance into the game here, and may have it out of reach. Hard to say. It's 68 minutes gone, so 12 little less than 12 to play. And it's Homer who lines up and splits the uprights again. And so that brings the score 35-19. And Midwest, the 3 seed, is going to have to really work to get something going here. Going to try to attack this kick, I'm sure. Try to get the ball, but this is no small task against a very good team at the 70th minute. It's a good kick. It's up. Again, fielded cleanly. It's a nice tackle, which means that now Midwest is actually in real good position if they can win this ball.
Good solid tackles there in a series driving Rocky Mountain back.
Quick hands. It's Woods who puts it on her foot and almost gathers it herself. Don't see that super often, but there it is. And this time it might work out. Cannot make out that number, but the pop from the ground, and Murray is successful, and they're now 6 meters out. And as I said, Midwest just does not quit. They're just not going to give up. And you can see why, because they've got the ability. They're now 4 meters out, and Rocky Mountain is going to reset their defense and get things settled, or at least try.
That was a huge tackle by Sailor Russell out on the wing.
Big tackle there by number 4, Quarenta, who the referee says not okay, and did not see, and may even wind up with a card. And there it is. So the 4 makes her way off, and that means yellow will be on the screen once again in the Rocky Mountain column. And these last 10 minutes, I mean, there's 10 minutes to play, so Midwest is going to have their opportunity. And in goes the 16. So there you go. Rocky Mountain says, we're going to make you pay. That's Lily Stow from Aquinas College and the Chicago Lions who makes it happen. Taps it, takes it herself, and just buries it. So
that shows you how the bodies are getting tired. You know, she was the tapping goal person. Everybody was ready for her and still couldn't stop her.
It's a great point. I mean, no one expects you just to keep the ball, and if you do, that's, you know, certainly met with a force. And that time not. Just tired folks out there. And so, once again, it's the 12, Ariel Nosufazzo. Who's going to line up and try to add in the extras. That one pushes a little wide and comes across, so not able to add the 2, keeping the score at 35-24. So not out of reach with 10 minutes and a player advantage, but still going to have to do some work. This is reminiscent of what we saw in the last game, where there's an 11-point differential, card, and getting the ball back. So who knows what's about to happen. But I would think if you're Midwest, you're feeling a lot brighter about things than you were even a couple of minutes ago.
So how do you feel about Rocky Mountain? Do you think they'll just start to try and slow it down and eat the clock, or just keep the hammer down?
Yeah, tough to say. I mean, with the heat, my gut says that you're better served to slow it down a little bit, catch your breath. But I think this next 2 minutes is going to tell us a lot. Dowser drives on. Little mishandle, but goes backward. All is well. Goes backward again. This is Whippy. Breaks a few. Legs are still churning. The clearance is good. Now the ball is out. That pass a little errant, but still cleaned up, still okay. This player's got some pace and is looking, but Lomu there to make the tackle. Isolated, player lost her feet, so Midwest should retain. And that's Sadek who grabs it, tries to keep it in. Now it's a little sloppy, and referee says it was thrown forward. So the first one was okay, the second one not so much, and now Midwest will have put in. So
It's a good series there by Midwest. They kept the ball moving, and you had some really fast-paced runners just attacking those big bodies in the center.
yeah, I agree. It looks to me like that could be Mia Blocker, number 9. I can't quite make it out, but 9 on the far wing, I think, who accelerated incredibly well. You just see her split through and kind of come out the other side. So that could be the danger player they're looking for in this kind of a scenario.
Yeah, anybody who has gas left in this one certainly has a bit of an advantage.
74 on the clock. The 8 to 9 rolls out. Link was calling for it, just couldn't quite make it happen. And here's Murray.
Oh, she had run a great line too.
Yeah, I think she did. So here is the prop. I can't quite see. Could be 16. In which case that would, no, that's not 16. Looking. Clean out is good. Still okay. This is Whoopi, who has some pace, but such patient work by Homer, who just hangs out. And number 20 from Rocky Mountain, Taco Morissette, who just comes up with the ball. So that was huge because now they can kill the clock if they want to. Reese Woods. Oh, wow. Dowser almost just couldn't get it. She read it all the way, just could not keep her hands on it.
Really good effort there. Just outside the fingertips.
So the knock on buys Rocky Mountain a little time. And I think that now they should be feeling a little bit more like the momentum is on their side. I mean, you've got an 11-point differential. Midwest needed to score kind of quick to have enough time to get back after it.
Taylor Sadek attacked that so hard she actually ran out of her shoes. So.
It came right out of her shoes. So we're going to take a minute and let Taylor settle that. And now back at it.
Sadek directs traffic. Everybody has their opposite number to take care of.
Lomu puts it in, but comes back to the other side. Now looks to set in. Big hit and dragged into touch. The flag is up. Looked to me like the player tried to get rid of that ball, but really, really good work on the wing here. That was
Magruder.
The 14 Magruder, who just drags the opposite into touch. "77 minutes gone, at least by our clock. Clean line out. Now the ball comes out. Looking over the top, a nice little pass, looking for one more, but lost it forward, and now Rocky Mountain plays the advantage.
I think her hand just got tipped as it went forward.
And now the other one throws forward. So the first knock on will go against Midwest, and so Rocky Mountain should retain, playing the advantage. Yeah, and there it is.
Yeah. It looked like she was signaling for the second one, but it was definitely no advantage really played, so.
Clock on the field shows 76:22. We've got 77:42, so a little more time for Midwest, but don't know if that's enough to score 11. We shall find out one way or another. Scrum drops, and doesn't seem to be anything sinister, so just do it again. Crowd continues to stick it out and cheer on their squads, which has been great. So they too are hot, maybe not quite as hot as the turf, but always good to see the enthusiasm for the game and for the teams, especially when it took that much travel to get here.
Yeah, the sport's been fantastic.
Lomu brings it out, little switch line there, comes back the other way is Leith, who just swings it all the way out, and now the race is on. However, the 8 is out there to clean things up. That's Bailey Barton, who just says no, but it was high, referee says, and so we're going to do it again. Now Russell takes it with pace, lowers the shoulder, and gains a few. Swings it out again. Woods. Once again, Koning looking. There's the inside line, but unfortunately bounces off the hands. And so Midwest will have one more shot at it.
Lomu is really moving well behind the rucks. She's moving her feet constantly, creating space for herself to get those passes out.
Dartmouth University. So good job by Dartmouth. Currently has both scrum halves.
That's
for
right.
the game.
Yeah. Good bit of friendly rivalry going on there, I'm sure.
So Coach Katie Dowdy, who is also a member of the USA staff here, scouting, but able to watch her scrum halves battle it out. And here the ball comes out, and it's again Magruder with great footwork. The seal is on. Now the ball back out. A little bump off, but not much doing. Good pressure there by the 5, Lauren Campbell. The defense has closed it down, or they thought, but maybe not. The 8 has incredible pace. Bailey Barton, wow, just separating from the wing. I mean, you're not going to see that all that often, and is going to stick one down between the posts. I mean,
she puts it down emphatically.
Yeah,
that was such a nice break.
That's an impressive show of speed there by the number 8. I mean, just didn't see it coming.
Absolutely.
I mean, I guess credit where credit's due. We probably should have expected it because she was the one who kind of ran across the field and took the winger out. The kick goes up and it's good.
And then took a big hit from Woods on the next series.
That's right. So 35-31, enough time to play. I mean, now we've got a game. I mean, there's still a player down. And 4 points is all that separate things. So 35-31, our clock is showing that we're in the extras, but the clock on the field has now just sounded. Now by the laws of the game, it doesn't matter. I mean, the kick was done. So I did not catch, that could have been Whippy who took the kick and made it, but smart play to get it off the tee quick.
Yeah.
Because that forces one last play.
Yeah, it's heads up. You know you're tired, you're at the end of the game, there's nothing left. So just get the ball up and take the points quickly.
So the question becomes, will Rocky Mountain be able to get there and disrupt this kick? And it looks like they send a few players. That one bounces in and out, and that might end the game.
It's right on the line.
And it does. I mean, that is just an absolute picture-perfect kick. Second time we've seen it today, end the game on a bounce in, bounce out stoppage. So the laws of the game are pretty clear. You can't end on a penalty. You can't end when there's time on the clock. But that was neither of those two things. And so Rocky Mountain Peaks able to hold on, a player down in the waning moments of this one and get the win, 35-31 over Midwest, who quite honestly had a battle of a game. I mean, they just played and played and played. As was marked by Billy Barton's late try. So,
at the end of the first half, they looked a little bit defeated. They were very, very tired. Halftime really came at the right time for them. They were slow getting to the rocks, but that second half, and the first 10 minutes of the second half, there was a huge onslaught by Rocky Mountain Peaks, and the Thunderbirds were able to kind of withstand most of it and really battle back at the end. And you wonder if there was another 5-6 minutes left, would we be looking at a different result?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. I mean, as we see, it looks like a couple of Midwest players, including maybe Ava Reuter, who is the Lindenwood player, the number 6, or scheduled to be the number 6 today. There's some beat up bodies down there. There's some bodies that have had a long weekend. So, yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot to say except for it's been an absolute pleasure to be here with you all on the broadcast, but also all the fans and all the coaches and support staff who is here. Our shout out and many thanks go to New England Free Jacks for hosting. and to Martha Danes of the High Performance Pathway for inviting us to be here. On behalf of our squad at RPS, my name is Mike Eisenhardt. I'm with Brian Ahern, Kaylee on the camera, Sarah on the camera, Lauren on the mic, and Richard, who's also spent some time on the camera. On behalf of our entire team, both here in the broadcast and at home in New Jersey, behalf of our league, the Elite Girls Rugby League, and all of those who support women's rugby, it's been our great honor to be part of this. Thanks so much for being with us. Have a great rest of the day, great weekend, and congratulations to the Rocky Mountain Peaks for winning the Tier 2 championship. All for now, that's us signing off. Have a great rest of the day.